Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The morning sun had barely crept over the horizon when Gojo Ming was abruptly shaken awake, not by the natural warmth of sunlight, but by the ever-diligent Gojo Shuani. "Uncle Shun, you're a first-grade jujutsu master," Ming groaned, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "Do wake-up calls really fall under your job description?" Shuani gave a faint chuckle. "Master Ming, please hurry and wash up. The Yagyu family is here for a visit." Ming squinted at him. So, he truly didn't understand why the arrival of some sword-loving nobles meant his sleep had to be sacrificed. What business did the Yagyu clan have with him anyway? Shuani, noticing Ming's clear lack of enthusiasm, elaborated. "They brought the Tsuki no Somo. It's a sacred scroll, an original classic of Yagyu Jubi. Every sword master in their clan has gained enlightenment from it." "Tsuki no what?" Ming yawned. "Are we trading Zanpakutōs now? Why should I care?" His sarcasm immediately doused Shuani's excitement. "But Master Ming," Shuani insisted, trying to reignite his enthusiasm, "you possess extraordinary sword talent. Aren't you even the slightest bit curious about what secrets the scroll holds?" Ming didn't respond. He had just woken up. The only thing that could excite him right now was the fire-type curse tool material he'd been pestering Shuani about for days. Still, Shuani pressed on. "This isn't a trivial visit. The Yagyu family has sent their patriarch, Yusuke Yagyu, their top Kendo master Zaman Yagyu, and even their first-grade Jujutsu sorcerer Shuji Yagyu. All here for you." Ming sighed. Clearly, dodging this meeting was not an option. With heavy steps and half-lidded eyes, he washed up, got dressed, and allowed himself to be escorted to the Gojo clan's Jiryu dojo. Unlike the tense, showy confrontation from before, this was a private, high-level meeting between the two prestigious clans. The Gojo side was represented by the acting head Gojo Xiongyin. Gojo Shuani Suru, who had insisted on joining upon hearing Ming, was the guest of honor. And of course, Ming himself. As the two parties settled, Xiongyin stepped forward. "Master Yagyu, Gojo Ming is present. Our role is complete. What follows is between you and him. We'll remain as observers." Satoru looked like he wanted to speak, but Shuani subtly tapped him, signaling him to stay quiet. Meanwhile, Ming approached the three Yagyu representatives. He yawned again. "I'll be honest. I'm not very interested in this Tsuki no Somo scroll. And forging a Zanpakutō isn't something done casually." Before he could finish his refusal, Yagyu Shuji dropped to his knees and raised the ancient scroll high above his head, silently presenting it to Ming. Beside him, Yusuke and Zaman lowered their heads in solemn respect, waiting for Ming's acceptance. You people really don't know how to take a hint. Yet Ming understood he had no choice. Unless he accepted the scroll, Shuji likely wouldn't lower his hands. So, with a sigh, he took the worn parchment and casually unrolled it. He wasn't expecting anything, but the moment his eyes scanned the first line, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Swordsmanship classic detected. Host has begun reading. Plus 200 swordsmanship experience." Ming froze. His bored expression changed slightly, a glimmer of interest forming behind his eyes. He hadn't come seeking anything today, but the system had gifted him a pleasant surprise. Across the room, the Yagyu trio anxiously watched his face. Seeing Ming continue reading with growing interest, they finally exhaled in relief. Minutes passed. Everyone in the dojo remained utterly still, careful not to disturb him. When the system notification finally stopped, Ming let out a long breath. 3,000 swordsmanship experience gained. More than just knowledge. He could feel the improvement coursing through him. This wasn't theory, it was comprehension, insight, mastery even. Without looking up, he spoke. Who is the Zanpakutō being forged for? The dojo fell silent. Then, recognition dawned on Yagyu Yusuke's face, followed by joy. "You're willing, Naru-kun?" he asked, nearly breathless. "The sword is for Zaman." Ming finally looked up, locking eyes with the calm, stoic Zaman. He gave a small nod. Initially, he had no intention of forging a Zanpakutō for another clan, especially not one as persistent as the Yagyu. But he had accepted their gift and reaped its reward. A fair exchange was only right. Besides, Zaman's aura held the poise of a true swordsman. He was worthy. Images of sword styles began to form in Ming's mind, blades flowing like water, cutting through the air with elegance. "Leave the Tsuki no Somo here," he said. "Come back tomorrow for the Zanpakutō." Without another word, he turned and walked out, the scroll still in hand. The dojo fell into stunned silence. Once the two prodigies of the Gojo clan were gone, Gojo Yin stood and turned to the guests. "My sincerest apologies for Ming's informality," he said. "But thank you for your understanding." Just as Gojo Yin began to speak, he was interrupted by Yagyu Yusuke, his expression solemn yet spirited. "There's no need for apologies, Yin Dano. With both Ming-kun and Tsurukoen rising within the Gojo lineage, your clan's brilliance will surely shine for generations to come." Then, turning to his nephew with deep resolve, Yusuke declared, "Zaman, from this day forward, Yagyu Shinen Ryu and Gojo Kokushin Ryu shall stand as brother schools. And when you wield your Zanpakutō, never forget the debt we owe to Naru-kun and the Gojo family." Zaman lowered his head deeply in acknowledgement. Though silent, the anticipation in his eyes for the Zanpakutō was unmistakable. Many had thought Gojo Ming might turn away their offer or treat it as a formality. But the Yagyu clan's decisiveness had defied all expectations. It was clear now, true support came not when one was victorious, but when one was in need. Gojo Yin observed the passion radiating from the three Yagyu and suddenly understood. The Zanpakutō wasn't just a weapon to them, it was hope. For those without magic power, a Zanpakutō could serve as an external cursed organ. It wasn't just a sword, it was a transformation, an elevation from mere mortal to sorcerer. This swordsman, dismissed by jujutsu masters today, may soon stand shoulder to shoulder with them tomorrow. Yin shook his head slightly, a faint smile forming. No matter what happens, this alliance benefits the Gojo clan. Later that day, "Ming, are you really going to start forging for the Yagyu today? You barely rested after yesterday's attempt." Gojo Satoru's voice was lined with worry as he caught up to Ming in the courtyard. He hadn't forgotten the two failed forging sessions from the day before. To him, those setbacks must have hit Ming hard. He wished his cousin would slow down, rest, recover, and take time before diving into another creation. Ming gave a soft chuckle. "You worry too much, Satoru." Truthfully, Ming appreciated the concern. It warmed something inside him. But he wasn't nearly as shaken by yesterday as Satoru imagined. Forging for Zaman wasn't a burden. It was a test, a way to refine his own craft. Besides, the Tsuki no Sho had changed everything. Ming had seen its potential, not just as a gift, but as a new method to gain experience through swordsmanship literature. The possibilities excited him. "If I really couldn't handle it, I wouldn't bother. I'm not doing this for the Yagyu family alone." He paused and looked straight at Satoru. "It's also for me. That scroll gave me a path forward, and this forge is where I walk it." Satoru let out a long breath. His cousin was stubborn, but not reckless. "All right," he said at last. "I'll find the cursed tool materials you need, no matter how rare." He had sensed it. Ming was taking the Zanpakutō more seriously than Sodi no Shirayuki, and that alone meant something. What kind of blade, he wondered, would come from such resolve? As Satoru turned to leave, Gojo Ming walked calmly toward the forge, the Tsuki no Sho tucked under his arm. "The first reading gave me 3,000 experience. What if there's more? What if other classics exist? If swordsmanship can be leveled through reading, what about Shuinpa? What about Hakuda? Even Kendo?" The discovery was exhilarating. The system had opened doors to knowledge Ming had never even considered. One day, perhaps, I'll become a Shinigami unmatched in all forms of combat. Meanwhile, the Yagyu trio journeyed back home. Their expressions were bright, eyes gleaming like stars. None of them had expected the meeting to go so smoothly. Though they had parted with a sacred family treasure, the revered Suki no Sho, none of them felt regret. In fact, the exchange felt almost too good to be true. Zaman, Yagyu Shuji said quietly, a rare gentleness in his voice. You can finally become a Jujutsu sorcerer. The family's future rests in your hands now. He had always borne the weight of their clan alone, but that burden was now shared. Yusuke followed up firmly. This Zanpakutō, consider it a legacy. Record everything about its abilities, its reactions. One day, perhaps, you will leave behind a classic equal to the Suki no Sho. They believed in the boy, no, in the man standing silently beside them. Even if the Zanpakutō lacked special techniques, its craftsmanship alone, if it was anything like what they had witnessed, would be enough to elevate Zaman's Kendo to unmatched levels. Zaman remained silent for a long time, then finally said, I will not waste this chance. He meant it. All his life, he had trained under the weight of an unfulfilled dream. Born without magic, he had poured everything into swordsmanship, rising to become the youngest Kendo master of the Yagyu family. But it hadn't been enough. Not in a world ruled by Jujutsu. Until now, a 6-year-old boy with no cursed energy, but wielding 6 eyes had changed everything. This is divine providence. I won't fail. In his heart, Zaman knew it. This Zanpakutō would be the turning point. With it, he wouldn't just step into the Jujutsu world. He would carve his name into its history. There seems to be no secrets in the Jujutsu world. The fact that the 3 heroes of the Yagyu family visited the Gojo family in the early morning and delivered the family classic Suki no Sho directly shocked the entire Jujutsu world. For the Yagyu family, this kind of thing is no less than the Gojo family giving unlimited magic spells, the Zenin family giving away 10 shadow spells, and the Kamo family giving away red blood manipulation techniques to others. Regardless of whether others can use it or not, giving this secret information to others is shocking enough and shows the courage of the Yagyu family. Is a Zanpakutō really worth such a high price for the Yagyu family? You know, Suki no Sho and Kendo are the foundation of the Yagyu family. If the Zanpakutō, forged by Gojo Ming, cannot achieve the goals of the Yagyu family, then the Yagyu family will lose what they rely on for survival. Even the current family status may not be maintained. Zenin home. The people of Zenin were very touched when they heard the news. The Yagyu family is willing to give up the most precious thing in their family in exchange for a Zanpakutō. But if he wants to cooperate with Gojo Ming, he has to be restrained by others and waste other good situations. Others don't know it, but Zenin people know how terrifying this Zanpakutō technique is. Regardless of the number of spells, just counting Sodi Shuyuki's 7 spells is probably enough to overturn a small sorcerer family. Not to mention the Hua Tian Quangu in Zenin Shurer's hand, which has a shadow magic spell that is very suitable for the Zenin family. I have to say that the Yagyu family is really much more courageous than the Zenin family. Zenin side, there may never be such a good opportunity to cooperate with Gojo Ming again. Kamo home. Kamo was really dissatisfied with the Yagyu family's move. In his opinion, the Yagyu family is driving up prices. How can the Zanpakutō, forged by Gojo Ming, be worthy of this Suki no Sho? It's just a cursed tool, a tool used by Jujutsu masters. And the Book of the Moon, a classic that condenses the essence of our ancestors, should be more precious, right? This behavior of the Yagyu family will only make Gojo Neru, the brat, even more proud. After learning the news, other small Jujutsu master families began to weigh whether this transaction was worth it. Use the family's most precious tome in exchange for a Zanpakutō. The Yagyu family's deal is being evaluated by the world, and they are all waiting for the reaction after the Yagyu family gets the Zanpakutō. In Gojo's forge house, it's so slow, Satoru. It was just a trip to Jiku. It took you an hour? While Gojo Neru was waiting for Gojo Satoru, He had already read Tsuki no Somo again out of boredom. When he was about to read it for the third time, he finally waited for Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru smiled awkwardly and placed a spear-shaped curse tool next to the forge. During this period of time, after getting the curse tool, he went to the house owner's room and made another application with the house owner. Under his pleading, the owner agreed to try again to find other high-quality fire-based curse tools. However, he wasn't going to tell Gojo Ming until he got it. He wanted to give Gojo Ming a surprise. "Something has delayed me, Ming. Is this the one?" Gojo Ming put the moon number 1 aside, walked to the forging furnace, and opened the furnace again. A rumble sounded from the forging house, and the entire Gojo family realized again that Gojo Ming was starting forging again today. However, this time, no one dared to have too many hopes. After all, 2 consecutive failures last night have made people worried about Gojo Ming's health. Only Gojo was in the flow of his thoughts, while Gojo Xiong Yan's expression remained calm. In his opinion, Gojo Ming will definitely succeed this time. He has realized that Gojo Ming never speaks big words. Since Gojo Ming has promised to the Yagyu family, this Zanpakutō will definitely be born. Moreover, just now in the master's room, he also learned from Gojo Satoru the reason why Gojo Ming's forging failed last night. A higher quality fire-type curse tool, Gojo Xiong Yin murmured to himself, with a trace of passion flashing in his eyes. If this transaction satisfies the Yagyu family, he may be able to obtain the cursed tool materials that Gojo Ming wants through the transaction. Although such cursed tools are very rare, he still saw the existence of such cursed tools when he was young. Now, it depends on whether Gojo Ming's chips can impress others. If it is true, as Gojo Satoru said, that Gojo Ming is planning to build an extremely powerful Zanpakutō for himself, then he believes that this transaction should go smoothly. The moment the furnace was turned on, Gojo Shuani and Gojo Zhu rushed to the forging house immediately. They are also looking forward to the cursed tool that Gojo Ming will present next. It's not difficult to forge this Zanpakutō, so you don't have to be so nervous. Oh, Uncle Shun, the moon book is right next to it. Take a look for yourself. There are many things in it that are very good and should be helpful to you. Gojo Ming said casually and started the forging process. He had already decided in his mind which Zanpakutō he was going to forge, so the next step was to ask the sword god to possess him, and then melt the water-type curse tool on the side into the blade embryo. After an hour of hard work, the flames of the forging furnace went out, the sound of hammers stopped, and the hammer formed in Gojo Ming's hand. The crisp sound of the system sounded in Gojo Neru's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakutō Nika. In the Zanpakutō display room, there's another Zanpakutō. Zanpakutō, Sodi Shirayuki, possessor, Gojo Neru, borrower. Zanpakutō, King Mushi, possessor, Gojo Ming, borrower, Gojo Shinichi. Zanpakutō, Senbenzakura, possessor, Gojo Neru, borrower, Gojo Satoru. Zanpakutō, Nakahana, possessor, Gojo Ming, borrower, none. Gojo Ming waved the flower in his hand, and Sodi Shirayuki beside him was shaking slightly. These 2 Zanpakutōs who had fought before seemed to still have different entanglements even after they came to this world. Gojo Ming put down the flowers and picked up Sodi Shirayuki to comfort her gently. The memories in the 2 Zanpakutōs are probably all about the battle between Kachiki Rukia and Shibakayan, right? Teachers and students, vice captains and team members, murderers and the murdered. The entanglement between the Lord of Flowers and the Lord of Sodi Shirayuki can be considered very complicated. However, in this world, they should be able to get along well, and there is no need to fight with each other like in death. What's the name of this Zanpakutō? Gojo Satoru asked curiously. This time the forging process was a little too smooth. This also made Gojo Satoru confirm again that yesterday's failure was not due to Gojo Ming, but just because of the insufficient quality of the material. Pink flowers. I think it's a Zanpakutō that is suitable for Yagyu's new In Ryu. The next day, the three masters of Yagyu came to the door again in person and took away the Zanpakutō. The entire Jujutsu world fell into silence. They only knew that Gojo Ming forged a Zanpakutō again. However, no one knew what technique this Zanpakutō had and whether it was powerful. 3 days later, the Jujutsu Master Association issued a notice that Yagyu Zaman of the Yagyu family successfully killed 3 first-level cursed spirits and was promoted to the first-level Jujutsu Master. The entire Jujutsu world was shocked. The Yagyu family actually has 2 first-level Jujutsu Masters. Moreover, the newly promoted Yagyu Zaman was not even a Jujutsu Master before. What's happening here? Everyone realized that the key point of the matter was the Zanpakutō newly obtained by Yagyu Zaman. At this time, Gojo's house. After Yagyu Zaman was promoted to the first level of Jujutsu Master, he came to thank him again, accompanied by Yagyu Shuji. It's still Gojo's ultimate dojo, and it's still Gojo Xiong Yin who's hosting them. But this time the expressions of both parties are much more relaxed than before. Congratulations to Master Zaman for successfully being promoted to the first level of Jujutsu Master. I have to thank Xiong Yin again for being the matchmaker. The two families are mutually prosperous in business and get along extremely harmoniously. However, Yagyu Zaman and Yagyu Shuji were constantly murmuring in their hearts. When Yagyu Shuji accompanied Gojo Shinichi to participate in the promotion assessment, Gojo Xiong Yan's goal seemed to be difficult for Gojo Ming. However, why at this time, Gojo Xiong Yan, who became the representative, looked nothing like before. During the entire transaction process, Gojo Xiong Yan also seemed very calm. In that transaction, without Gojo Xiong Yan's matchmaking to arouse Gojo Shuni's interest in Tsuki no Somo, I'm afraid that Gojo Ming would not even have appeared in that transaction. Yagyu Shuji and Yagyu Zaman looked at each other, and both lamented the complexity of the big family. However, this has nothing to do with them, as long as it does not affect the development of the Yagyu family. After all, this time, the Yagyu family was the winner of this transaction. Yagyu Zaman still couldn't believe his appearance and posture after completing the first interpretation. If it weren't for the flowers, he wouldn't have been able to defeat those 3 first-level cursed spirits. Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru arrived late, but no one at the scene was dissatisfied. The two brothers were each wearing simple sportswear and had just come out of Zenin's training. After these few days of training, Gojo Ming has realized that his free play is about to break through. Next, he only needs an opportunity to activate the instant step function and enter the 3rd stage of killing fists and walking away ghosts. However, Gojo Ming was not in a hurry and just came to see how well the Yagyu family was using the flowers. Previously, he also used Nika's perspective to witness with his own eyes the strength of Yagyu Zaman, which was indeed on par with Gojo Shinichi. This is a rare opportunity for 2 Kendo masters to compete. Facing Gojo Neru's proposal, Yagyu Zaman and Gojo Shun glanced at each other, with a flash of lightning in their eyes. Yagyu Zaman is full of resentment for the last defeat. Now that he has the same Zanpakutō as Gojo Shinichi, it is time to clear his name. And Gojo Shinichi also refused to admit defeat. He was not prepared that time before. If Gojo Ming hadn't forged a clear insect for him that day, then he would have been embarrassed. This time, he also wanted to let Yagyu Zaman see what the 4 true masters of Kendo were. Faced with this situation, Gojo Xiong Yan's face was full of suspicion. He kept glancing at Gojo Ming, not understanding the purpose of Gojo Ming's suggestion at all. Gojo Xiong Yan, who had no system, naturally didn't know that Gojo Ming just wanted the 2 sword borrowers to give full play to the power of the Zanpakutō and stimulate each other to see if they could break through the swastika. At the same time, he took advantage of this discussion to gain a lot of experience in vain. Because this time it was not just a Kendo competition. Gojo Shinichi and Yagyu Zaman moved the battlefield to Gojo's homeschool grounds. If they were still in the dojo, once the 2 of them activated the Shurikai, I am afraid that the entire dojo would be overturned by the power of the Zanpakutō. Ming, who do you think will win? Gojo Satoru quietly nudged Gojo Ming with his elbow and asked in a low voice. Uncle Shun. After all, Uncle Shun was a jujutsu master before and is better at using the techniques. Moreover, in Gojo Ming's view, the flower-cutting technique has no special advantages compared to the insect-clearing technique. In real situations, it still depends on the performance of the two people. Then I don't think so. Let's make a bet. If Shuani wins, I promise you a condition. If not, you promise me a condition. Gojo Ming noticed that Gojo Satoru seemed to be thinking about something in his heart, but he didn't pay too much attention and nodded. It was originally a 50-50 draw, and the same was true in terms of winning rate. Between the conversation between Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru, Yagyu Zaman and Gojo Shinichi had already fought several times. The strength of the Zanpakutō allows them to fight without restraint. Yagyu Shuji and Gojo Xiong Yin watched silently on the side. The two people in a battle were considered to be the top combat power of the two families. Although it does not involve the status of the two Kendo schools of Yagyu, Shinin Ryu, and Gojo Kyakuryu, both of them hope that the Kendo masters of their families will win. Compared with the competitiveness of the two people next to each other, Gojo Ming looked like a melon at this time, and the system prompts were constantly ringing. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted and the swordsmanship experience +1. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted and the swordsmanship experience +1. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted and the swordsmanship experience +1. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still flesh. Such a battle can at least provide Gojo Ming with 1 or 200 points of Kendo experience. As the duel time between the two lengthened, Yagyu Zaman and Gojo Shinichi were no longer satisfied with the Kendo competition. The two people in the center of the battle looked at each other, released their strength, and jumped back suddenly. At the same time, the two of them raised their Zanpakutō and began to explain in a low voice. Cry clear the insects. Let the water and sky roll backwards. Lick the flowers. Two powerful forces burst out from the Zanpakutō blades, and both swords changed in appearance. Ching-Chong's appearance may still be similar to before, but Nika's appearance is no longer in the form of a katana. Gojo Xiongyin and Yagyu Hideji on the side were both shocked. It was the first time for both of them to see Naohwa's Shiji. They had no idea that Naohwa would look like this after Shiji. At this moment, Yagyu Zaman is no longer a swordsman, but a spearman holding a halberd. At this time, the unsolved flower takes on the shape of a trident, with a spiral cone at the end. Yagyu Shuji was a member of the Yagyu family, and Yagyu Zaman was a master of swordsmanship, and he turned into a wielder of long-handled weapons. Gojo Xiong Yin has a completely new understanding of Zanpakutō. Before, he had always thought that since it was called a Zanpakutō, this special curse tool should be in the shape of a katana. Now, he discovered that as long as the Zanpakutō holder chants a spell, it seems that the Zanpakutō can release a new power. In other words, apart from the initial katana form of the Zanpakutō, subsequent forms may have various shapes. So far, he has only seen Sodi Shirayuki, who still looked like a katana after liberation. So he had such a misunderstanding. Gojo instantly saw the shape of the weapon in Yagyu Zaman's hand changing, and felt helpless in his heart. Sure enough, at the end of the Kendo competition, it was because the Zanpakutō had deteriorated. At the same time, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Whether it was a sword competition or a surgery competition, he would never lose. Next up is the showdown between Jujutsu divisions. On the other side, Yagyu Zaman, who had liberated Nika, suppressed his inner excitement. Seeing Gojo Neru's satisfied expression, he wanted to express himself even more. I saw Yagyu Zaman spinning the flower with one hand, and waves of spirit water appeared around him. The waves followed Zaman's offensive and rushed towards Gojo. This is the technique of which allowed Yagyu Zaman to successfully advance from an ordinary Kendo master to a Jujutsu master. After Gojo briefly blocked, he quickly distanced himself again. Unlike Nika's elemental Zanpakutō, Gojo Shinichi's Kayamizu belongs to the Kendo system and has special abilities that can make people unpredictable. King Mushi's sonic attack can be done at close or far distances. However, facing the oppressive Kiki in close combat, Gojo Shinichi still felt that it was more suitable to rely on long-range spells. Clear the insects with one move. As Gojo's voice fell instantly, the Zanpakutō Kayamizu, standing in front of him, suddenly vibrated rapidly, producing a buzzing sound similar to the chirping of an insect. Then, a burst of gray light spread from the body of the Chingshu sword and rushed towards Yagyu Zaman. As long as Yagyu Zaman does not dodge the Ching-Chong attack, then this moment of hypnosis can determine the outcome of the battle between the two. However, it is a pity that Yagyu Zaman seems to have been prepared. The moment Gojo Shuichi released the technique, he dodged and left the place, and used the water waves of the flowers to throw out 3 sharp water arrows, forcing Gojo Shuni to terminate the insect clearing move. Their attacks failed at the same time. Seeing this scene, Yagyu Shuji looked a little embarrassed. He didn't know that Gojo Neru would arrange for the two to spar. So on the way here, he had already discussed Gojo Shinichi's Zanpakutō techniques with Yagyu Zaman. It is precisely because of this that Yagyu Zaman is always on guard against Kiyoshi's sonic attacks. When Gojo Satoru on the side saw this scene, he grinned and showed an expression that was indeed the case. Yagyu Zaman's understanding of Gojo's Shunichi Jutsu is also the reason for Gojo Satoru's bet with Gojo Ming this time. Just like that, Gojo Shinichi and Yagyu Zaman came and went. Water splashes and sound waves splashed in the center of the entire school ground, bringing a Zanpakutō show to all the onlookers. This is the first duel between Zanpakutō and Zanpakutō in this world. Everyone present is a witness to history. Half an hour later, Gojo Shuini and Yagyu Zaman looked at each other breathlessly. The long period of concentration had made them feel a strong sense of exhaustion, but neither of them could easily defeat the other. Continuing in this stalemate seems to be no solution. Seeing that Gojo Ming was still watching with interest, Gojo didn't want to spoil Gojo Ming's interest for a moment. Zaman, let us use the last technique for the final battle. It's time for this battle to come to an end. Gojo shouted loudly. The flower in Zaman's hand also stopped spinning. He took a serious look at Gojo Ming. Seeing that Gojo Ming had no objection, he nodded. Let me show you your Zanpakutō's strongest technique at the moment. A trace of pride flashed on Yagyu Zaman's face. He also wanted to show the strongest technique he had learned in front of Gojo Ming. He believed that Gojo Ming would be shocked by the next scene. I saw 2 people standing on both sides of the school ground, holding flowers and insects in their hands respectively, and growling at the same time. Second form of clearing the insects, red migratory locust. Burial in reverse volume torrent. The Zanpakutō Saimushi in Gojo's hand suddenly turned into countless sharp blades with pointed ends, falling densely from the sky like rain. Yagyu Zaman, on the other hand, suddenly threw out the flower in his hand. The high-speed rotating flower gathered the surrounding water splashes, and in the blink of an eye, a water ball formed by countless torrents was formed. The strong suction force caused all around a watch. Everyone felt unsteady on their feet. Gojo Xiongyan's face was full of shock. The previous Zanpakutō techniques had surprised him, and he felt that he had truly understood the Zanpakutō's abilities. But now that he saw the terrifying technique of 2 Zanpakutō, Gojo Xiongyan realized that the true power of Zanpakutō was so exaggerated. How could such a large-scale attack be caused by a cursed tool? The ability to remove flowers and insects has exceeded Gojo Xiongyan's imagination. Originally, he thought that Gojo Satoru's Senbonzakura was a special existence because it was powerful enough to form the Sakura domain that enveloped the entire Gojo family. But now it seems that he seemed to have thought wrong. It turns out that every Zanpakutō forged by Gojo Ming has such techniques and abilities that are far beyond ordinary people. As an outsider to the Yagyu family, Gojo Ming must have been selective in the Kibika forged by him. But such a Zanpakutō can actually display such an exaggerated offensive. At this moment, Gojo Xiongyan suddenly regretted it. It seems like a loss to exchange flowers for the Yagyu family's classic book, Suki no Sho. In fact, it's a huge loss. Compared with Gojo Xiongyan's inner regret, Yagyu Shuji's heart was filled with ecstasy. This was the first time he had seen the final technique of Naohua. However, the effect of Naohua's reverse volume torrent burial seemed much more shocking than the second form of Chingchong, red migratory locust. Such a powerful Zanpakutō was actually willing to be traded. Yagyu Hideji really felt that Gojo Neru was an honest person, and this young master of the Gojo family was really a great benefactor of the Yagyu family. While everyone was stunned, Nijuan torrent burial and red migratory locust collided fiercely. The flying blade continuously cuts off the torrent, and the reversing torrent continuously consumes the power of the blade. There's an eerie balance between the two. In the end, the reversal torrent completely lost its powerful suction power after consuming all its blades. The power of the red migratory locust and the power of the reverse torrent were completely integrated, and the entire water ball suddenly expanded. It completely exploded and shot straight into the clouds. In an instant, within a radius of 1 kilometer with Gojo's house as the center, it suddenly began to rain heavily. This scene is regarded by ordinary people as a very strange and small probability of localized rain. In the Jujutsu world, all Jujutsu masters who saw this scene realized that there had just been a battle at Gojo's house that could change the weather. Gojo home. What's going on? Why did it suddenly rain heavily? There was a strong energy fluctuation in the school grounds just now. Do you need to go take a look? No need to go. I heard that Grandmaster Shinichi and Master Zaman are having a discussion. There were waves soaring into the sky just now at the school grounds, right? Did I have an illusion? There is no pond near the school grounds. The weather phenomenon should be the result of 2 people fighting. It's really scary. Is this the strength of a first-level Jujutsu master? It's smaller. The situation is smaller. Master Yagyu Zaman is now able to compete with Grandmaster Shinichi only because Master Neru made a Zanpakutō for him. Otherwise, why do you think Master Zaman became a Jujutsu master at this age? Hey, why did Master Ming forge Zanpakutō for outsiders again? We have so many young talents in the Gojo family. Who wouldn't be better off than giving them to outsiders? One Zenin, one Yagyu. When will it be our turn? Many Gojo disciples were whispering. Train well. Gojo Shien had a cold look on his face and scolded each of his juniors. The Jiru disciples who were still discussing just now quickly continued to practice Sujin with a serious look on their faces. If you have the swordsmanship of Master Zaman and the power of Zenin, then you will be qualified to talk to Master Neru. How do you have the qualifications to mention Zanpakutō with a half-hearted level like you now? Everyone was silent and lowered their heads silently. Only a few people noticed the change in Gojo Schwani's name for Gojo Ming. Gojo Schwani, he said, Master Ming? Sensitive people have noticed that the positions of the Gojo Chiryu and the Gemini Curse faction are slowly changing. Zenin home. Ever since they had a bad relationship with Gojo Ming and Zenin left the Zenin family, the Zenin people have been paying attention to the information about the Gojo family. All information related to the Gojo family will be sent to him first. Therefore, after the battle between Gojo Shuani and Yagyu Zaman ended, he got first-hand information. Did Yagyu Zaman and Gojo Shinichi's techniques cause this localized downpour? Sure enough, this first-level Jujutsu master evaluation is not a humane evaluation. This guy, Yagyu Zaman, actually has first-level strength. Is a Zanpakutō a flower? A Zanpakutō with a water element can actually release such a powerful water element attack. Thinking of the words Zanpakutō, Nobi couldn't help but sigh. Dibby people. Gojo Ming had a forging failure experience before. We must take advantage of this opportunity. After Zenin broke in, he kept chattering about his plan to attack Gojo Ming. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zenin. Look at this first. Zenin glanced coldly at Zenin's direct neighbor, lowered his head to look at the information in his hand, and his face began to become more and more ugly. How is that possible? Didn't he fail before? Why are the Zanpakutō forged for the Yagyu family, so powerful. Zenin shook his head. Perhaps Narukoan is just trying to forge a new level of Zanpakutō. It must be said that Zenin people have very keen intuition. Zenin fan heard this and fell into silence again. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have been soaked in the rain. At this moment, Gojo Satoru, standing in the corridor, said with lingering fear. If Gojo Ming hadn't just reminded him to run quickly, he might have been soaked just like Yagyu Shuji and Gojo Xiongyin next to the school field. I didn't expect that Naoka would be developed by Yagyu Zaman to develop such a technique. The compatibility between them seems to be unusually high. This reverse roll torrent burial is a move that Gojo Ming has never seen before, and Shiba Heian has never shown it in the original work. Now, Yagyu Zaman has only obtained the flower for 3 days, and he has already mastered the flower to such an extent. This is really beyond Gojo Naru's imagination. I didn't expect that the final technique of Nika is so powerful. Master Gojo, on behalf of the Yagyu family, I would like to thank you for your support of Zaman. Yagyu Shioji and Gojo Xiongyin came to the corridor together. Although his clothes were soaked and his whole body was cold, it still couldn't extinguish Yagyu Shuji's burning heart at this time. It turns out that this is the power of the Zanpakutō. It turns out that the Jujutsu Masters Association did not promote Yagyu Zaman to the first level just for the sake of the Yagyu family. Gojo Xiongyin was silent and his face was very gloomy. He felt extremely regretful now. The stronger Niao Hua becomes, the more he feels he has lost a lot. The final technique? Hearing this word, Gojo raised his lips and shook his head. Who told you that the final spells of Nai Hua and Qing Chong were the same ones just now? There was a condescending arrogance in Gojo Ming's voice, but there was no dissatisfaction in Yagyu Shuji's heart. Could it be? A bold guess emerged in Yagyu Shoji's mind. This is just the first form of the swastika. If Yagyu Zaman can complete the swastika form in the future, this will be the final form of the swastika. Perhaps the technique used in that state can be called the final technique. Gojo Naru turned his head and glanced at Gojo Shinichi and Yagyu Zaman, who were standing aside, holding Zanpakutō, and nodded slightly to them. Master Zaman has mastered Hakai in such a short period of time, which is really impressive. However, I also hope that you can complete the swastika as soon as possible. This will be a sign of living up to the Zanpakutō that is Nika. Although the scene of a 6-year-old boy commenting on an adult is very strange, Yagyu Zaman is not dissatisfied at all. He listens carefully and is also very sincere in his attitude. In Yagyu Zaman's view, as the creator of Kuga, every word spoken by Gojo Ming has its own connotation, which must be studied carefully. After Gojo Ming made the comment with a smile, he stopped communicating with the Yagyu family and turned around to leave. The testimony of this confrontation has already brought him a lot of rewards. Not only his Kendo experience has been improved, but his fighting experience has also increased. Gojo Ming feels that he has reached a breakthrough opportunity. Next, it's time to go find Zenin to confirm your ideas. Oh, Ming, wait for me. It was a tie between the two of them just now, right? Don't walk so fast. Gojo Satoru shouted and followed Gojo Ming away. Next to the school ground, only 4 people, Gojo Shuni, Gojo Xiongyin, Yagyu Zaman, and Yagyu Shuji, were left. Swastika. Yagyu Zaman murmured this word without any loss in his eyes. Nika's potential turned out to be even greater, which inspired Yagyu Zaman's competitive spirit. Gojo Shuni just used the swastika technique and did not launch swastika. This means that Gojo Shinichi's clear insect did not enter the state of swastika. He couldn't live up to Gojo Ming's expectations. Hey Ming, are they tied this time? Gojo Satoru asked. Huh? Forget it. After all, there is no winner. Gojo Ming replied casually. Hearing this answer, Gojo Satoru suddenly beamed with joy. Then I win this bet, right? Gojo Ming froze, turned his head and said with a speechless face, Uncle Shun didn't lose. Why do you count you as the winner? Gojo Satoru smiled as if his plan had succeeded. The bet between us is that if Shuni wins, you win. On the contrary, I win. Shinichi hasn't won yet. So, I should be considered the winner, right? Gojo Ming suddenly realized that Gojo Satoru was playing a word game. No wonder Gojo Satoru's expression was a little strange at that time. If you calculate it this way, if Shuani is not the winner, even if it is a draw in the end, then his cheap brother will also be the final winner. Gojo sighed. He really didn't know what the purpose of Gojo Satoru's cleverness was. Okay, Satoru, I made a mistake. I didn't expect you to be so insidious. Tell me, what conditions are you going to put forward? Gojo Neru crossed his arms and looked at Gojo Satoru, who looked exactly like him, wondering what his purpose was. Seeing Gojo Neru admit the bet so simply, Gojo Satoru, who was originally thinking about wrangling, was a little surprised. Gojo Satoru hesitated for a few seconds, rubbed his hands, and said seriously, "Have you asked Zenin to build some secret base recently? Let me participate too. I don't want to be left out." Seeing Gojo Satoru's ostracized expression, Gojo Ming was speechless again. He didn't expect that 6-year-old Gojo Satoru was so sensitive and could already feel being ostracized. The bet that you have to win, even if you're clever, is actually the purpose of this. Gojo Ming shook his head helplessly. "Can't you?" Seeing Gojo Ming shaking his head, Gojo Satoru's face was full of disappointment. "No." Gojo sighed. "Sure, and I have no intention of ostracizing you in this matter. It's just that I think Sure can do it well alone. Now, since you also want to join from the beginning, I welcome it, but you should focus on a sense of participation. It's more convenient for an adult like D. Sure to do this kind of thing, and the main reason is that he has more money." Gojo Ming explained, and then told Gojo Satoru his plan to build a master house. After listening to this, Gojo Satoru suddenly realized, "Are you short of money to build the everything house? It's okay, I have it here." Gojo Satoru realized Gojo Ming's current gap and quickly patted his chest to express that he could help. "You have." Gojo Ming looked confused. He and Gojo Satoru only received so much New Year's money every year, and the head of the family didn't treat them differently. He didn't have any money, so why did Gojo Satoru have money? After hearing that it was a gift given every year by the Gemini Curse sect, Gojo Ming suddenly felt that life was so unfair. He only gets a small red envelope every year, but Gojo Satoru has achieved financial freedom even at the age of 6. Gojo Ming's teeth were itching with hatred. Gojo Satoru chuckled. "This year, someone should give it to you too." Gojo Satoru has clearly felt the change in the family's attitude towards Gojo Ming. With Gojo Ming's current status in the family, it is absolutely impossible for Gojo Ming to be ignored like he was in previous years. Moreover, he has also felt that the relationship between Gojo Xiongyan's camp and Gojo Ming is easing. Okay, I don't really care, as long as the money is enough. Then I will also requisition your money, so that Sure can design it more comfortably." Gojo Ming said something bitterly and stopped caring. He turned around and continued walking towards a forging house. "Hey Ming, what is this one Sure house for?" "It's okay, I'm just entertaining myself." "Will that be our new base from now on?" "No, it's my store, you're just employees." "Why, I also contributed money, so I should be a shareholder. If you don't talk nonsense anymore, I won't let you join." After sending Yagyu Shuji and Yagyu Zaman away, Gojo Xiongyan made a corresponding report to the head of the family. Listening to Gojo Xiongyan talking endlessly about the power of the Zanpakutō, a trace of relief appeared on the old man's face. He clearly felt the change in Gojo Xiongyan's attitude, and he could also feel the importance Gojo Xiongyan attached to Gojo Ming. He was happy to see all of this come pass. After all, instead of letting Gojo Ming seize power from Gojo Xiongyan in the future, it would be better to have a smooth transfer of power. "Xiongyan, do you think that the sword that Ming forged for the Yagyu family was a loss?" The old man saw Gojo Xiongyan's thoughts at a glance. Of course, giving this powerful Zanpakutō to anyone should be able to turn them into a powerful Jujutsu master. Just in exchange for a volume of moon code, it seems like it's a loss, right? Gojo Xiongyan is also very straightforward. Although Gojo is in charge of the Kyokushin Ryu, he actually doesn't care that much about Kendo. Otherwise, Gojo Shinichi would not be the #1 in the Kyokushin Ryu at the level of Kendo. After all, in the current Jujutsu world, Jujutsu is still king, and Kaikaru is just a small branch of the Gojo family. It is more of a training place for ordinary Gojo family members who cannot awaken to magic. Therefore, in Gojo Xiongyan's view, no matter how precious Mu number 1 is, it can only be used by ordinary people and a very small number of Jujutsu masters who practice swordsmanship. No matter how you look at this kind of transaction, you will suffer a loss. Hearing this, the old man smiled, stood up from the recliner shakily, and walked to the window. Looking at the bleak scenery outside the house, he sighed again. Xiongyan, sometimes we can't keep worrying about temporary gains and losses. The actions of the Yagyu family are of great significance to Ming. If you know the history of Daxia, you should know that there's a story about buying horse bones for 1,000 gold. The Yagyu family is the horse bones that Ming bought. Similarly, in the future, anyone with this kind of mentality will use their most precious things to try to trade with Ming. This is what Ming wants. Furthermore, from the family's perspective, this transaction has also won a firm ally for the entire Gojo family. The old man tugged at the corner of his mouth with difficulty and turned to look at Gojo Xiongyan. Don't you think that Neru is really an innocent child and has no guard against the Zanpakutō sent out? Ming's thoughts are deeper than yours and mine. He is born to know, and may be even more special than Satoru. Xiongyan, the future of the Gojo family is in your hands. After saying that, the old man sat back on the recliner and began to close his eyes and rest. Gojo Xiongyan was silent for a moment, and finally prepared to leave. Wait a minute. You and I will go to the forge house together. I want to see Ming again. The matter of the fire curse tool must be taken seriously. The old man's voice sounded again. Gojo Xiongyan nodded slightly and sat aside, waiting for the old man to regain his energy. Outside the forge, Zenin and Gojo Ming, who had been called back temporarily, looked at each other. Ming, are you sure you want me to fight with all my strength? Zenin looked suspicious. He didn't know what was wrong with Gojo Ming, and he actually wanted to confront him head-on. Gojo Ming nodded, looking at the experience gauge that was stuck at 99.9%, and he realized that only by passing Zenin's assessment could his free experience be successfully broken through. What follows is the process of Gojo Ming refining the mixed experiences he has absorbed during this period. Okay, as long as you hit anything other than my arm, I lose. Zenin touched the wound at the corner of his mouth, feeling a burning desire to fight in his heart. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida by Da's experience plus 10. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida by Da's experience plus 10. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida by Da's experience plus 10. The sounds of fists and flesh hitting each other continued, and the last 0.1% of experience seemed to be endless. Just like the previous Kendo breakthrough, in the end, the system prompted that the gained experience had become 0. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida experience plus 0. Afterwards, Gojo Ming entered that mysterious state. The previous scenes of learning in vain kept reappearing in my mind. Then, it was Gojo Satoru's learning experience, and then, it was Gojo Shinichi's learning experience. These experiences are constantly integrated into Gojo Ming's consciousness. In the process of mechanically punching, the wasted experience gained in Gojo Ming's system began to decrease rapidly. Waste experience, 99.9%. Waste experience, 90.9%. Waste experience, 80.9%. Waste experience, 10.9%. Waste experience, 0%. During this mysterious process, the wasted experience in the experience tank completely returned to 0, and at the moment when the experience value returned to 0, Gojo Ming was shocked. The stagnant white fighting skills are completely integrated with himself. Gojo Ming, who could only barely defend himself at first, was able to fight back at this moment. Feeling the blunt sensation of the elbow on his abdomen, Zenin's face was filled with surprise. How many years has it been? How many years had it been since anyone had been able to hit him? With his bare hands, he had absolute confidence, but this time his confidence was shattered. The 6-year-old boy in front of him actually surpassed his reaction in physical skills and successfully hit him. At this moment, Zenin flashed such a thought. Gojo Ming called this so-called heaven and tyrant. Did he have to change it after just a few days? According to Zenin's idea, before Gojo Ming reaches the age of 13 or 14, his level of physical skills should far exceed Gojo Ming's. Now, he found himself in danger. Gojo Neru cannot be measured by normal people at all. Has he already begun to exert the power of heavenly restriction at the age of 6? Zenin didn't know the free-playing ability of Gojo's system, so he could only attribute Gojo's increased free-playing level to the influence of heavenly restriction. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Gojo Shuichi, Gojo Satoru, and Gojo Takui, as bystanders, witnessed the two people's hand-to-hand fight like a violent storm. I also witnessed Gojo Ming's miraculous dodges and attacks. As Zenin said, Gojo Ming hit him somewhere other than his arm, and Gojo Ming won the sparring match. Very coincidentally, accompanied by Gojo Xiongyan, the head of the Gojo family also saw this scene. The old man's eyes were full of shock. Has Ming been able to have a reciprocal fight with Zenin? As the head of the Gojo family, he knew much more about the battle at Zenin's house than others. As the strongest person in the Zenin family at the moment, Zenin's physical strength cannot be measured by numbers at all. He had guessed before that this might be the strengthening of the body by heavenly restriction, but like Zenin, he did not expect that 6-year-old Gojo Ming could perform like this. Gojo Xiongyan had become a little numb at this time. He had always believed that Gojo Ming's strength lies in the Sodi Shiryuki in his hand. If he loses his Zanpakutō, Gojo Ming will probably be just an ordinary person. Now, all his conclusions about Gojo Ming have been overturned. The Gojo Ming in front of him was able to compete with Zenin without using his Zanpakutō. Although Zenin was definitely not using his full strength, this was enough to prove Gojo Ming's current strength. After all, this is just a 6-year-old boy. The two 6 eyes gods of the Gojo family, one masters unlimited techniques and the other masters heavenly restriction. The two of them are inside and outside. One is positive and the other is negative. They seem to be the perfect partners. Not to mention, Gojo Ming also has the unique skill of forging Zanpakutō. Gojo Xiongyan's prejudice against Gojo Ming completely disappeared. Doubt Gojo Shinichi. Understand Gojo Shinichi. Become Gojo Shinichi. Gojo Xiongyan finally understood why Gojo, who had always been his supporter before, suddenly chose to support Gojo Ming so neatly, even to the point of disobeying his orders. Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru, the two most outstanding twins of the Gojo family, are indeed worthy of all the resources the Gojo family spends. At this moment, Gojo Xiongyan made up his mind. At all costs and means, we must do a good job on behalf of the Gojo family and provide all support for the future of the Gojo family. In the center of the battlefield, as Zenin stopped, Gojo Ming slowly calmed down his breathing. When Gojo Ming came back to his senses and felt the shocked eyes around him, he also realized that his breakthrough was in vain. Opening the system panel, sure enough, the proficiency level for this piece of work has been reached, and new functions have been enabled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving 100% proficiency in Fist for free and successfully opening Walk Shumpa proficiency. The mysterious realm just now was the feeling of Gojo Ming breaking through the shackles of being in vain. If it happened again, Gojo Ming might not be able to dodge Shi's attack and throw out that punch. However, after reaching this level of physical skills, he has mastered many things. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. Now that the fist has been achieved, the next thing Gojo Ming should focus on is the walking aspect. Shumpa represents speed and flexibility. In this regard, Gojo Ming was a bit confused and didn't know who to learn from. If there are no learning objects and not enough experience packages, then this Shumpa may be stuck for a long time. Pa bang bang! Applause suddenly came from the side. At this time, Gojo Ming and other spectators realized that the head of the family and Gojo Xiongyan had been standing aside at some point. Ming, the Gojo family will fully support you. That high-quality fire-type curse tool is wrapped around me. The first words the old man spoke gave Gojo Ming a surprise. In the forging house, the old man stroked the remains of the failed forging of Lu Run Ruahua, his wrinkled face full of shock. On the side, Gojo Xiong Yin was holding another piece of debris, and his heart was equally shocked. These two failed products actually have such momentum? If Gojo Ming really succeeds in forging it, what will this Zanpakutō look like? So Ming, is a first-level curse tool of the fire system sufficient? The old man asked in a deep voice. Gojo Ming hesitated and nodded. The first-level curse tool does meet the minimum conditions, but if it is a special-level curse tool, the success rate should be higher. The strength of the Rukinwaka is far superior to other Zanpakutō. As a fire-type Zanpakutō, it requires high-intensity training. If the cursed tool is not strong enough, it is very likely that it will be scrapped like the two previous secondary curse tools. Gojo Ming was also helpless. He didn't expect Ryurin Wakahu to have such high requirements for materials, which completely overturned his previous view of cursed tool materials. Is the blade like fire? The old man murmured these 4 words, his eyes filled with light. Although he had not seen the appearance of Lu Rinruahua with his own eyes, from this name, he seemed to have felt the blazing flames coming toward his face. Gojo Xiong Yin on the side silently recorded Gojo Ming's request. A cursed tool, a rare fire-type curse tool. This is really hard to find. I have an idea of a first-level curse tool now, but if it's a special-level curse tool. The old man hesitated for a moment, unable to give a definite answer. I've seen a special grade curse tool before, it's fire-type. Gojo Xiong Yin suddenly spoke and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Gojo Ming silently looked at the current representative of the Gojo family in front of him. No one thought that Gojo Xiong Yin would have such important news. So, are you ready to trade with me? The thought came to Gojo Ming's mind that if he exchanged this news for a Zanpakutō, well, it seemed to be quite worth it. After all, it's for the sake of the blade Ruohuo. Gojo Ming made up his mind and prepared to use his chips. However, what surprised him was that Gojo Xiong Yin had no intention of selling out. When he knew that he needed this cursed tool very much, Gojo Xiong Yin didn't even control his actions at all. That curse tool is in the Kamo family. It is the ancestral curse tool of the Kamo family and has been enshrined by the Kamo family for generations. Fire and red blood are the same color, so they have a very important status in the Kamo family. Currently, as far as I know, this cursed tool is mastered by Kamo Jun, the cursed tool master of the Kamo family. After Gojo Xiong Yin told the information, he continued to return to silence. He could only provide some key information. As for how to obtain the cursed tool from the Kamo family, it only depends on what price the Gojo family and Gojo Ming are willing to pay. At least in his opinion at this time, if this special grade fire-type cursed tool can help Gojo Ming forge the Ryukin Roho, if Rukinwaka is really as powerful as Gojo Ming said, then this deal is worth it. However, this is the cursed tool enshrined by the Kamo family after all, and it will definitely be very difficult to change it. Unless something can be found about the Kamo family. Unless the Kamo family can be involved in the scandal of the criminal jujutsu master Kamo Shinlin 150 years ago, it will be really difficult to obtain this cursed tool. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the cursed object matter of the Kamo family that the head of the family had talked to him about before, and subconsciously looked up at the old man. At this time, the old man was also looking at him. Obviously, both of them wanted to go together. At this moment, Kamo has really been targeted by 2 old silver coins from the Gojo family. But President Kamo Jun doesn't seem to be interested in Ming. I applied for Ming to join the association before, but he has not approved it yet. Gojo Juye felt that this news was useless. Although Kamo Jun was just delaying the approval, he could still feel the resistance of Kamo Jun and the Blacksmith Association to Gojo Ming. In Gojo Juye's view, trying to obtain the special grade curse tool from Kamo Jun is tantamount to grabbing food from a tiger's mouth. However, what he didn't expect was that the head of the family and Gojo Yin put down the remains of the Ryukin in their hands at the same time and chose to leave directly. We will find a solution for this cursed tool. Before leaving, Gojo Yin said such a sentence, which made everyone present confused. On the other hand, Zenin felt the courage of the old man and Gojo Yin. The Gojo family hasn't decayed to that extent yet. Zenin Shurer stroked the handle of Huatian Kwangu's knife and curled his lips. At least it was much better than a garbage dump like Zenin's house. Gojo Satoru did not agree with Zenin's remarks, but he did not say much at this time. In his opinion, although Gojo Yin has always been on the opposite side of Gojo Ming, it has to be said that he is still very skillful. In the absence of external intervention, Gojo Yin will use all means to make the situation turn on his side. Since Gojo Yin said so, he will definitely find a way to obtain this cursed tool. Gojo Ming, who was at the center of the incident, looked indifferent. He also saw the transformation of Gojo Yin, and he did not care about his deeds or intentions. As long as Gojo Yin helps him, he will not be obsessed with what Gojo Yin is thinking in his heart. Since the head of the family and the representative asked him to wait, then he should just wait. It's time to take advantage of this time to check out the progress of the Wanshuo house, the main room of the Gojo family. This cursed object comes from the Kamo family. Gojo-chun, a close confidant of the family head, pointed to the burning image in the vessel beside him. Then, he opened the record book in his hand and whispered. Today, the Kamo family sent a message indicating that Grandmaster Kamo wanted to visit the Gojo family and check whether Master Gojo Ming's qualifications are enough to join the association. According to the investigation, Grandmaster Kamo Shindai has repeatedly expressed his disdain for the Zanpakutō on various occasions, and also expressed his strong dissatisfaction with Master Naru. Based on the interaction between Master Ming and the Kamo family, the chance that others will send a fire minister to assassinate Master Ming is basically zero. So, the probability that the fire sign belongs to Kamo is really high. The old man coughed slightly and looked up at Gojo Yin. The two looked at each other, each with a plan in mind. If Kamo really comes to visit Gojo's house, there's a high probability that it won't be because of Gojo Ming. Gojo Yin's eyes flashed with determination. His goal should be to burn this cursed object. He should have a way to sense cursed object in his hand. We need to take advantage of this. The old man chuckled and continued Gojo Yin's words. Catch him at Gojo's house, and you'll get all the loot. The Kamo family can't bear such a bad reputation again. The Kamo family needs to pay for the special curse tool that Ming needs and the lives that Kotetsu has ruined. Gojo Yin nodded, with a trace of sternness on his face. Since he had already calculated on the Gojo family, don't blame him for being ruthless. The next day, Kamo really visited Gojo's house. Gojo Yin personally received him, accompanied by Gojo Juye, Gojo Ming, and Gojo Satoru. The standards were extremely high. At the banquet, Kamo really praised Gojo. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves for a while. After the banquet, Gojo Ming left due to exhaustion. Kamo took a walk in Gojo's garden as an excuse to sober up. After a while, he appeared in Gojo Kotetsu's room. Is it true that it didn't succeed? I didn't expect that the Gojo family took such good precautions that they didn't even have a chance to get burned. Fortunately, after the burn phase leaves the human body, it doesn't look very eye-catching. Let's recycle it first. The moment Kamo Junji reached out and touched the burning phase, he realized something was wrong. The surface of the burned object is actually wet, which is not consistent with reality. If no one has ever discovered this cursed object before, the burned object should have stayed here for several days. The surface of the body cannot be wet no matter what. It even looks like it has just been fished out of the water. Kamo's expression changed, and he immediately wanted to leave, but three figures had already appeared around him. Ahem, Grandmaster Kamo. I'm sorry that Gojo's family didn't give him a chance to burn his camera. Gojo Yin helped the old man out. Kamo really knew that he had been exposed. When he saw Gojo Ming, a young boy, he felt cruel and was ready to kill him. As long as he is not caught at the scene, the Gojo family will have no other evidence to prove the relationship between the fire phase and him. Kamo was really decisive and immediately activated the technique and prepared to attack. But in an instant, he suddenly felt a biting chill. He saw that the katana Gojo Ming never left his hand at the banquet had now turned pure white. The first dance Uebai. White light emerged from Kamo's feet, and then he lost control of his body, and his whole body was completely frozen. Is this the power of the Zanpakutō? It was the first time that Kamo experienced the Zanpakutō in person, and he truly felt the uniqueness and power of the Zanpakutō. Sure enough, he was right to let Xiaoxiang kill Gojo Ming. If this kind of Zanpakutō continues to develop, it will definitely turn the traditional curse tool into a clown. They, the blacksmiths who make a living from the traditional curse tool, will completely lose their status, which Kamo Jun absolutely cannot accept. It's a pity that the photo firing failed. Moreover, he actually fell to the point where everyone gets the stolen goods. Half an hour later. What? You want Kamo's special curse tool, Kage Flame? Hearing Gojo Xiongyan's request, Kamo's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that Gojo's family was looking for a fire-type curse tool. There was a second-level curse tool that passed out from his hands before. Now, after the Gojo family realizes what they have done, what they want is not the reason for what they did, but Kage Flame. Yes, you hand over the Kajiro family to the Gojo family. We will not pursue the consequences of your use of cursed object, and the death of Gojo Kotetsu will be wiped out. Gojo Xiongyan's eyes flashed with fierceness. Kotetsu was also a disciple of his dojo and had extraordinary talent. He could not accept his death like this. However, as the representative of the Gojo family, he must make a choice. Currently, the most important thing is to obtain this fire-type cursed object. This is the highest priority goal, and everything else can give way to it. Haha, I understand. Does the Zanpakutō, forged by Gojo Ming, need Kage Flame? Fire-type cursed tool. Fire-type cursed tool. Your little brat is really arrogant. You want to use the rarest fire-type cursed tool to forge a fire-type Zanpakutō. Kamo's expression turned cold as he recalled Sodi Shirayuki's technique. The ice-type Zanpakutō is already so powerful. If Gojo Ming is really allowed to forge a superb fire-type Zanpakutō, then Gojo Ming's momentum may be unrivaled. In this case, if he really handed over Yang Yin, he would be siding with the enemy. Don't you Gojos underestimate the special grade curse tool? The kid really dares to think about it, and you really dare to help him find it. With the kid's ability, it is impossible to reforge the special grade curse tool, let alone forge it. Become a Zanpakutō. As far as I know, the cursed tool used by the kid before seems to be the highest level cursed tool, right? A kid who has not successfully forged even the special grade curse tool cannot possibly reforge the cursed tool Kage Flame that has been enshrined by the Kamo family for generations. Outside the house, Gojo Ming paused slightly as he pushed the door open. From Kamo Jun's words, he could feel that the communication between Gojo Xiongyan and Kamo Jun was not smooth. However, Gojo Ming didn't care too much. At the moment, this is just the most common method. Kamo really naively thought that as long as he died at Gojo's house, the matter of burning the face would go away. It is impossible. With the current strength of the Gojo family, as long as they fight in person, the Kamo family will definitely not be the opponent of the Gojo family. Handing over Yang Yin is also inevitable. However, Gojo Xiongyan does not want to go to that step yet. Although the Kamo family is currently not prestigious, it is still one of the three major families after all. No matter what disagreements they have with each other, the Gojo family does not want to come to the end. Of course, if Kamo is really stubborn, then Gojo Xiongyan wouldn't mind completely showing off the matter, secretly hiding the evil cursed object, and manipulating the evil cursed object to assassinate Gojo's six-eyed son. This kind of thing will definitely plunge the Kamo family into the same public opinion crisis 150 years ago. I don't know if this result is what the Kamo family wants to see. The great master of Kamo. Gojo Nero walked in with a smile and sat opposite Kamo Jun. Kamo's expression changed, and his whole face was full of malice. He underestimated Gojo Ming. If Gojo Ming hadn't been there at that time, he might have successfully escaped by now. Regarding such undisguised emotions, Gojo Ming's childish face showed a hint of curiosity. Master Kamo, there's been no grudge between you and me in the past, and there's been no enmity recently. Why do you want to kill me with the help of burning images? If I remember correctly, today should be the first time we meet, right? Kamo really didn't answer. It seemed that the person who praised Gojo Ming so much at the banquet was not him. Gojo Ming smiled, with a cruel curve at the corner of his mouth. Then let me guess. Is it because I forged the Zanpakutō? Is it because the Zanpakutō threatens the traditional curse tool? Is it because you rotten creatures are scared of me who made the Zanpakutō? Gojo Ming asked rhetorical questions one by one slowly. Shock flashed through Kamo Jun's eyes. He knew that Gojo Ming was very smart, but he never thought that a 6-year-old boy could have such a sharp vision and see through the whole incident and its reasons. The person in front of me is not the 6-eyes divine son of the Gojo family, but more like a 6-eyes demon boy who can see through people's hearts. Come on, Grandmaster Kamo. Let's play a game and make a bet. Based on what you are best at, do you think I can't reforge the special grade curse tool and then forge a brand new Zanpakutō? Gojo Ming caressed the white blade of the sword that had just begun to untie the snow on the back sleeve, and his tone was full of comfort. When it comes to his most professional field, Kamo will not back down. You are bound to fail. Special grade curse tools can be destroyed, but they cannot be reforged. Their abilities are fixed the moment they are forged. Kamo's true tone is sonorous, and he is an authority on cursed tool forging. Is it? Gojo Ming casually placed Yuki on Kamo Makoto's neck. The biting cold made the hairs on Kamo Makoto's neck stand up, as if the sharp blade would cut his own throat in the next moment. Kamo Jun shivered and closed his eyes. Kill me, Gojo kid, you can't forge it successfully. Oh, then please let Master Kamo die. Gojo Nero chuckled softly and put Yuki's knife on Kamo's true neck and made a light stroke. This strange touch seemed to freeze Kamo's true neck in an instant. Kamo Jun's body trembled, his eyes filled with despair. Although he was ready to die at Gojo's house, before he died, he found that he still couldn't be so open-minded. Haha, Kamo is really a great master. Just a joke. Gojo Ming untied the Zanpakutō's first sword, and in an instant, warmth returned to the room. Kamo really touched his neck, and there was no wound. He immediately felt lucky to have survived the disaster. At this moment, Gojo Ming's smile was like a spring breeze blowing away the cold, and he went to the side to pour a cup of hot tea for Kamo Jun. Since Master Kamo thinks I can't reforge the special curse tool, let's make a bet. Kamo really looked at Gojo Neru, who looked nothing like a boy except for his age, and asked subconsciously, "What bet?" Gojo Ming smacked his lips and smiled playfully. Just bet on whether I can reforge the special grade curse tool and reforge the Kage flame you mentioned into a Zanpakutō. If I don't succeed in forging, then the Gojo family will pretend that the burning of the phase has not happened. You are still the president of the Blacksmithing Association and the only great master in the blacksmithing world, and the Kamo family will not be affected in any way by this incident. Kamo Jun's face twitched slightly, and there was something moving in his heart. What if I lose? Then please return to the Kamo family and settle the matter on your own. The debt will be wiped out after death, and the Gojo family will still pretend that the burning incident never happened, and it will not affect the current reputation of the Kamo family. Gojo Ming pinched his earlobe and gave an ugly smile. After all, you have a Gojo family life on your hands. Now that the suffering owner wants to come to collect debts, you are not willing to put anything on the gambling table, right? Kamo took a deep breath and turned his attention to Gojo Xiongyan. Gojo Ming is making a decision on behalf of the entire Gojo family. He does not believe that Gojo Ming has such authority. Gojo Xiongyan turned his head and looked at Gojo Ming. He had already realized what Gojo Ming wanted to do. Forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, he nodded affirmatively. What Gojo Ming said is fine. As a representative of the Gojo family, I approve this bet. Is this the Gojo Ming I have been ignoring? How could such a strong and soft wrist be possessed by a 6-year-old child? Have I become blind after all these years? Never noticed the characteristics of Gojo Ming? Is this what the head of the family said, the terror of those who are born knowing? Just a few words, Kamo's true psychology has been grasped. Kamo was still a little hesitant. At this moment, the door opened again, and the old man walked in slowly. On behalf of the Gojo family, I agree to the bet between you and Neru. The content of the bet is whether Neru can forge a Zanpakutō with Kage Flame. The appearance of the old man became the last piece of weight to defeat Kamo's true psychological defense. With the endorsement of the head of the Gojo family, Kamo has completely believed in Gojo Ming's bet. Okay, I accept. Gojo kid, don't underestimate the special grade curse tool. There is an essential difference between the special grade curse tool and the first level curse tool. I've been waiting to see how you lose. After Kamo realized that he didn't seem to be dead, his mood slowly stabilized, and he also began to use verbal taunts to influence Gojo's mentality. However, Gojo Ming didn't care at all. Grandmaster Kamo, please arrange for someone to bring over the fire curse tool, Yangyin. As long as you can forge the blade Ruoho, everything else has to stand back. Wait a minute, I have a request. Kamo suddenly spoke again. Gojo Xiong Yin frowned slightly. Kamo Jun, don't go too far. The bet proposed by Ming is already very kind to the Kamo family. Kamo really shook his head. I don't want to change the bet, but I want to watch the whole process of Gojo Kid forging the Zanpakutō to prevent you from doing anything. Kamo really has his own little Jujutsu in his heart. He was sure that Gojo Ming could not reforge the special curse tool. In this case, he could also take this opportunity to understand the forging process of the Zanpakutō. Know thyself, ever victorious. After this incident, Kamo really realized that there would definitely be bad blood between the Gojo family and the Kamo family. You must prepare in advance how to counter the Gojo family, and the best way at the moment is naturally to learn the forging method of Zanpakutō. Kamo is actually the only curse tool master, and he has such confidence in this regard. He believed that as long as he carefully observed it, he would be able to find the key points of Gojo Ming's forging Zanpakutō. This, Gojo Xiong Yin looked hesitant. To be honest, Kamo's suggestion was really not too much. After all, it was related to the life and death of others. However, this also involves Gojo Ming's secret, and he is also worried that Kamo will really learn Gojo Ming's forging skills secretly. Although he now trusts Gojo Ming very much, it has to be said that there is a certain probability that Gojo Ming's forging fails. Even if it is a small probability event, as the representative of the Gojo family, he should prevent it. Thinking of this, Gojo Xiong Yin was afraid that Gojo would be embarrassed, so he was ready to directly refuse Kamo's really reasonable request. Now the Gojo family is the sword, and the Kamo family is the fish. A subject who is at the mercy of others. Why should we pay attention to fairness and reasonableness? However, just as he opened his mouth, Gojo Ming smiled and said, "Yes, this request can be satisfied. The Grand Master wants to be a sensible person on the road. How can we, the younger generation, not even meet this requirement?" Gojo Xiong Yin nodded numbly. Gojo Ming was really acting out of common sense, wasn't he? It's a shame that I'm still thinking about him. Inside the forge, in a huge room, Gojo Ming felt a little crowded for the first time. This is the first time that so many people have been accommodated in the forging house. The two parties to the bet, Gojo Ming and Kamo Jun, Gojo Satoru, Gojo Xiong Yin, Gojo Shuani, Gojo Zhuya, and Zenin. Gojo Neru forged the Zanpakutō alone while 6 people watched. Gojo Ming touched the warm curse tool Kage Flame, and then touched the things in his pocket that he had improvised from the owner of the house, and his mood slowly calmed down. Blade like fire, this is Gojo Ming's last chance. If he missed this forging, it would be difficult for him to find a fire-type curse tool material. If it fails this time, Gojo Ming will basically say goodbye to Ryurin Wakahu in this world. The furnace was turned on, and the rumble echoed throughout Gojo's house. Everyone realized that Gojo Ming was on fire again. I heard that the president of the Cursed Tool Masters Association came to visit Gojo's house today just to check whether Master Ming has the qualifications to join the association. Master Ming was able to join the association at the age of 6. His talent is too high. This forging should be the assessment of the true master of Kamo, right? I believe that Master Neru will be able to reach the standards of Kamo's true grandmaster. After all, Master Neru's Sodi Yuki and Master Saru's Senbenzakura, which one is not a cursed tool that transcends the times? Yes, even if they were created for outsiders, one of them helped Zenin, an ordinary person, become the strongest person in the Zenin family, and the other directly helped Master Yagyu Zaman become a first-level Jujutsu master. From now on, with Master Ming and Master Wu in the Gojo family, they can basically run rampant in the entire Jujutsu world. Stop saying bad things. We can't embarrass Master Ming and Master Wu. The weather is bad today. It's almost evening, and it seems like it's going to rain heavily. It's really a ghost. It's not going to affect us watching Master Ming forge his sword. What you call watching is just listening outside. Say it like you're not. The members of the Gojo family were silently looking forward to the results of Gojo Ming's forging. They had already begun to imagine that when the news came out that Gojo Ming had joined the Blacksmiths Association at the age of 6, outsiders were shocked. The news received by other families was similar to that of the Gojo family, and they all mistakenly believed that Gojo Ming opened the furnace this time because of Kamo's real assessment. Only a few sensitive families are constantly muttering in their hearts. According to their understanding, Kamo really doesn't like Gojo Neru very much. How could he start the assessment directly after going there for a day to observe? They always feel something is wrong, but they are missing key information. I can only keep my doubts silently in my heart. What they didn't know was that this seemingly ordinary forging was related to the life and death of the president of the Cursed Tool Association. 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers. Gojo Ming did not follow the previous forging techniques this time. This time he decided to strike the cursed tool, Kage Flame, first. The special grade cursed tool is indeed a special grade cursed tool. After being burned in a hot furnace for a long time, the entire blade is still only warm and does not appear hot at all. Seeing this scene, Gojo Ming probably knew why Kamo was so confident. The fire cursed tool itself is rare, and due to its attributes and characteristics, it has extremely high fire resistance. In this case, the difficulty of reforging the fire curse tool is much higher than that of cursed tools with other attributes. However, this is not a problem for Gojo Ming. If you can't finish it in 1 hour, then give it another hour. The body strengthened by heavenly restriction after such a long period of useless training is enough to support Gojo Ming's forging this time. He is no longer the little trash who gets dizzy after forging Sodi Shirayuki. Just like that, the boring burning and forging process began. For an entire hour, Zenin had already given up, Gojo Shuani had begun to rub his eyes, and Gojo Satoru had begun to doze off. Only Gojo Juya, Gojo Xiongyan, and Kamo Mai were left staring at Gojo Ming's movements. Kamo Makoto, this kid Gojo is really strong. He has been swinging the hammer for an hour, and his expression remains unchanged. I really don't want to die until I see the Yellow River, but I want to see what you can turn Yongyan into. Gojo Juya. Ming's forging this time is different from before. Did you encounter any difficulties? I always felt that Grandmaster Kamo looked at Xiong Ming very differently, and his mood was a bit off. Gojo Xiongyan. This kind of will, this posture, this kind of body. In the past, I was really too high-minded and didn't pay attention to Gojo Ming's growth over the years. I have to say that Neru seems to have more control over the Gojo family than Satoru. The 3 people stand from different angles and have different thoughts. However, no matter what they thought, it did not affect Gojo Neru's actions. At this moment, he has completely devoted his energy to this special cursed tool Yongyan. This is a very hard nut to crack, but it also arouses the fighting spirit of Gojo Ming, who is transformed into a sword god. In front of Rikaya Wangyu, there is no weapon that he can't handle. In this way, Gojo Ming struck the Kage Flame bit by bit, and the originally strong blade began to show curvature visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Kamo's expression changed greatly, while Gojo Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Kamo never thought that the 6-year-old boy in front of him could actually change Yang Yan's form. This is a special grade curse tool, and it is also the most difficult fire-type curse tool to reforge. Resonating with the god of swords, Gojo hammered and hammered Yang Yan into shape. This step was slowly progressing and was considered the first step in a long march. Everyone saw hope, but only Gojo Ming knew that there would be more difficulties waiting in the future. After another hour of forging, Gojo Ming successfully tempered the flame attribute of Yang Yan onto the surface of the blade. Then, he began to forge the shallowly struck knife embryo. With Gojo Ming's current strength, he was already very proficient at forging a shallow-cut sword embryo. He completed the forging of the sword embryo in just 20 minutes. Next is the most critical moment. How on earth can Gojo Ming fuse this shallow sword embryo with Yang Yan? How to guide the characteristics of Yang Yan to inspire the soul of Blade Ruoho? Gojo Ming held the shallow blade embryo in his left hand and the curse tool Yang Yan in his right hand. However, when he got closer, he felt extremely uncoordinated. He felt that the shallow blade was repelling Yang Yan. This is something Gojo Ming has never encountered before. Previously, whether it was Sodi Noriyuki, Kayamizu, Simbinzakura, or Hanaten Kwanko, as long as he had a cursed tool with matching characteristics, he could easily guide the soul of the Zanpakutō, and then fuse the sword embryo with the cursed tool. Let the Zanpakutō come to the world. But why does this happen at this time? Everyone looked at Gojo Ming in a daze, and although they were extremely anxious, they did not dare to make the slightest sound. When Kamo really saw this scene, he burst into laughter. He realized that Gojo Neru was in trouble. Although seeing it now, he still doesn't know why Gojo Ming was able to forge a Zanpakutō using the cursed tool material, and he still didn't succeed in stealing it. However, judging from the current situation, he should have won this bet. After many attempts, Gojo Ming found that Yang Yan and the blade could never get close to each other. The two were like the two poles of a magnet, and there was always a slight distance between them. Even Gojo Ming's body that has been strengthened by heavenly restriction, which is far beyond the strength of ordinary people, cannot use brute force to combine Yang Yan and the sword embryo. Are you going to fail? Gojo Xiong Yin felt a little regretful in his heart. He could feel Gojo Ming's efforts and Gojo Ming's determination, but at this moment, the situation had reached a deadlock. Moreover, everything seems to be developing in a bad direction. He was the only person in this room who knew about the bet, so he knew how excited Kamo would be at this moment. In the past, he was cold-blooded and liked to weigh the pros and cons. To him, the death of a clan member might just mean a gift. But since discovering the difference in Gojo Ming, Gojo Xiong Yan's mentality has undergone tremendous changes. In his opinion, everyone in the Gojo family began to have their own meaning of existence. At this moment, he was only speaking from the perspective of being the representative of the Gojo family, hoping that Kamo would really die, just for Gojo Kotetsu, for an ordinary member of the Gojo family. This is the responsibility of the agent and the responsibility of the agent. Gojo Xiong Yan has been secretly planning in his heart. If Kamo really wins the bet this time, then how to find ways to make Kamo die naturally in the future. Kamo on the side was already beaming with joy at this time. When Gojo and Xiong Yan discovered his relationship with the fire phase, he originally thought that he would not be able to escape unscathed. Unexpectedly, I met Gojo Ming and proposed this bet for no reason. He knew that Gojo Ming was for the cursed tool Kage Flame in his hand, but how could he not be tricking Gojo Ming? If Yang Yan is really so easy to reforge, as the Grand Master of Cursed Tool, would he just keep such a special grade curse tool in the family for worship? A special grade curse tool may be able to create a first-level curse tool master. For the Kamo family who are currently in the eyes of the younger generation, a first-level Jujutsu master is already very precious. A first-level Jujutsu master can also help the Kamo family achieve temporary revitalization. It was precisely because he had tried it that he knew how terrifying Yang Yin was. Gojo Ming was still too naive. Although he is much more mature mentally than other 6-year-old boys, he is still a bit immature compared to a human being like him. At this time, Kamo was really waiting for Gojo to put out the fire and admit defeat to him. Following Gojo Ming's days, the entire forging room fell into an eerie silence. Only the roar of the furnace roared regularly. Is it really impossible to forge a flowing blade like fire? Gojo Ming asked himself in his mind. No, there must be something wrong somewhere. Gojo Neru's mind was like a revolving lantern, constantly turning over pictures of forging Zanpakutō. To forge Sodi Shiryuki, he used the ice-type night condensation. Forging Chingworm, the cursed tool with sonic characteristics, is used. To forge Senbon, you use the cursed tool that has the characteristics of Sakura and Split. To forge Huatian Quangu, the cursed tool with the characteristics of Shadow and Ring Sword is used. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming seemed to be close to the answer, but there was still a layer of membrane that could not be penetrated. What exactly is it? Gojo Ming frowned, and the forging failure experience of that month began to resurface. Learn, summarize, reflect. This is an essential process for mastering a new skill. Did you make a mistake somewhere? Therefore, there were some loopholes when forging Qing Chong, Senbon, and Huatian Quangu, but they did not affect the final result. And this loophole was detonated when forging the blade, Ruohuo. In Gojo Ming's mind, the appearance of the Ryuken Wakahu swastika, the charred residual fire sword, and the 4 abilities possessed by the residual fire sword appeared in Gojo Ming's mind. East Rising Sunblade, West Camry Prison Clothes, Nan, Huahua, 10 Trillions Death Burial Formation. The North and the Earth are all ashes. A bright light suddenly flashed in Gojo Ming's mind, and he realized what was wrong. This curse tool material is not attractive enough to Ryuken Wakahu. Sun Flame is only an attribute of flame, which is not enough for Ryuken Wakahu's soul to descend into this shallow blade embryo. Lu Ren Ruo Hua not only has the power to control flames, but also has the power to control death. The Huahua 10 Trillions Death Burial Formation is also the basis for Lu Ren Ruoho to be able to form an army by one person. Although the quality of Yang Yin is high enough, it lacks special characteristics. Therefore, this forging is destined to fail. Gojo Ming is a little regretful about this. If he misses this time, it may be difficult for him to find a cursed tool that has both the characteristics of fire and death. There may even be only one special fire-type curse tool, because the characteristics of Yang Yin have been tempered by himself. Once the forging is completed, Yang Yin will become a piece of scrap metal and cannot be reused. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming took a long breath and gently put down the sword embryo in Yang Yin. Relief filled his face. Although the forging failed, he also knew the reason. This also means that when he forges his Zanpakutō in the future, as long as he is fully prepared, he will basically not encounter failure. Unfortunately, the price is too high. Using the failure of Ryuken Watsu in exchange for the understanding of Zanpakutō forging, Gojo Ming didn't know whether he was losing or gaining. Come to think of it, I must have made a big loss. Haha, Gojo Ming, you lose. Realizing that Gojo Ming had chosen to give up, Kamo's face was full of pride. Although he lost the special grade curse tool Yang Yin, he successfully eliminated the phase-burning incident. Kamo's real laughter was very harsh in the entire forge room, and it also made the other 4 people, except Gojo Xiong Yin, look unhappy. The 4 of them didn't know the bet between Kamo Jun and Gojo Ming, so they naturally didn't know how relaxed and happy Kamo really was at this moment. Noisy, Zenin flashed in front of Kamo in an instant, holding his right fist high, ready to teach him a lesson. Sure, stop. Gojo's voice sounded. Zenin's fist froze in midair, and then slowly lowered it. Gojo Satoru was also staring at Kamo Ming at this time. Six Eyes was full of indifference. In his opinion, Kamo Ming was mocking Gojo Ming and the Gojo family. Gojo kid, I win. Although Zenin's aura was so fierce that Kamo was frightened and stuttered, But after he realized what he was doing, he couldn't help but feel happy inside. Looking at the dancing Kamo, a trace of disgust flashed in Gojo Ming's eyes. If he really wants to put him back, in the future, this person may still use the burning phase to eliminate other people who threaten him, right? Such people are truly the scum of the jujutsu world. I really don't want to lose this bet. Just like that, staring at Kamo Makoto's proud smile, Gojo was in a trance for a while, and at the same time, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in his mind. Fire phase. He thought of the cursed object that he had begged from the owner of the house through some mysterious circumstances. He subconsciously took out the utensils from his pocket. Fire element, death? The cursed object in front of me seems to have such characteristics. It seems possible to give it a try. The light in Gojo Ming's 6 eyes became brighter and brighter. Even Zenin, who had his back to Gojo Ming, could feel the excitement in Gojo Ming's heart at this moment. Dang, dang, dang. Gojo Ming picked up the hammer again and hammered hard. Gojo Shuani and Gojo Xiongyan, who were familiar with the cause of the matter, both noticed the cursed object burning scene that Gojo Ming put aside. They didn't know what Gojo Ming was going to do. But obviously, Gojo Ming seems to have found other ways. A glimmer of expectation suddenly appeared in their hearts. Next to the furnace, after tempering the knife, embryo, and cursed tool Yang Yin again, Gojo Ming opened the vessel and took out the burning phase. Gojo kid, what are you going to do? Amid Kamo's shocked shouts, Gojo Ming threw the cursed object into the furnace. For a moment, the flames in the furnace seemed to be fueled, and the fire became more fierce. The burning phase melts into gas the moment it comes into contact with the flame, filling the entire interior of the furnace. Under the influence of this fuel, Gojo Ming felt the resistance of the blade begin to slowly disappear. Cursed tool Yang Yin and Qian Dao embryo finally merged together. At this moment, the power of Ryurin Wakahu appeared in Gojo's mind, and he thought of every battle in Ryurin Wakahu. At the moment when Yang Yin and the sword embryo completely merged, Gojo let out a low roar. Everything in the world is turned into ashes. The blade flows like fire. For a moment, the flames in the furnace seemed to be absorbed by the katana in Gojo Naruto's hand. The whole room went dark. The next second, dazzling fire shot into the sky. The raging pillar of fire soared into the sky. The pillar of fire overturned the furnace, lifted off the roof, and finally burned away all the dark clouds in the sky. Not a drop of the heavy rain falling outside the house fell into the forge house, and it was all evaporated in the pillar of fire. With the Gojo family mansion as the center of the circle, within a radius of 100 miles, it seemed as if the cold winter had suddenly turned into the hot summer. The moisture in the air seemed to be drained out all of a sudden, and everyone's lips were chapped to varying degrees. The back house of Gojo's house. This pillar of fire. Is this the power of Master Ming's Zanpakutō? How could there be such a terrifying flame? Gojo Dai is an ordinary 4th-level Jujutsu master of the Gojo family. He is not very strong, but compared to other ordinary people, his knowledge is much higher. Whether you can see the technique and the curse is the difference between Jujutsu masters and ordinary people. Gojo Teisho was staring blankly at the pillar of fire soaring into the sky outside the window, and his whole face was illuminated by the red light of the flames. Honey, has Master Ming done something again? Beside Gojo Teisho, his wife Gojo Rin looked out the window with curiosity. As an ordinary person, she could not see the pillar of fire outside the house, but she also felt the changes in the surrounding environment. It doesn't feel as cold as it is tonight. Moreover, it was raining heavily just now, but now it suddenly clears up and the clouds are gone. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of unexplained weather change makes them full of fear of the moodiness of nature. In the eyes of Jujutsu Master Gojo Teisho, all natural changes are traceable. Just like the winter cherry blossom scene shown by Master Gojo Satoru before, just like the heavy rain caused by the previous duel between Gojo Shuani and Yagyu Zaman. Just like what Master Gojo Ming showed at this time, the flames burned the sky. At this time, in the heart of Gojo Taisho, Gojo Ming, who can forge Zanpakutō and perform various miracles, has been regarded as the real son of Six Eyes. Ming, as expected, you did not disappoint me. In the main room of the house, the old man was lying weakly on the recliner, with a trace of relief on his face. Due to physical reasons, he was unable to watch the birth of the blade Rojo. However, looking at the pillar of fire that soared into the sky, he knew that it no longer mattered whether he watched it with his own eyes. All the efforts the Gojo family made for the Zanpakutō were worth it. He could feel the strength of Ryukin Wakaki that far exceeded other Zanpakutō. If Senbenzakura and Hanaten Kwanko are first-level Jujutsu masters among Jujutsu masters, then this Ryukin Wakahu should be a well-deserved special-level Jujutsu master, right? The smile on the old man's lips became stronger and stronger. Gojo Ming, the son of Six Eyes who was raised by him and almost abandoned by his family, truly brought his own miracle to the Gojo family. Zenin Home, Zenin Aohito, Zenin Ogami, and Zenin Shinsuke were all looking at the pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky from Gojo's house. The three people were filled with shock, but the next second, the regret in their hearts completely suppressed the shock. The Zenin family was really upset at this time. Such a terrifying pillar of fire, such terrifying power, let alone the power of a Zanpakutō, even a top Jujutsu master would not be able to explode such power. Who would have thought that the 6-year-old child who almost reached a cooperation with the Zenin family could really forge such a cursed tool that is completely beyond ordinary people's understanding? Gojo Neru's Sodi Shirayuki. Gojo instantly clears the insect. Senbenzakura from Gojo Satoru. Zenin is so crazy. Yagyu Zaman's flower. Plus this newly forged, unknown, more terrifying flame, Zanpakutō. At this time, the Zenin people really wanted to expel their own brothers and nephews from their homes. If they hadn't insisted on giving him these tricks in the first place, at least one of the Zanpakutō that came to his mind just now might belong to the Zenin family, right? In another room, a cold look appeared on Zenin Fan's face. He knew that Gojo Ming despised him, and this sense of unreasonable disgust was very difficult for him to understand. But as a result, even if he was filled with shock about this Zanpakutō, the Zenin family would no longer be able to cooperate with Gojo Ming. And since they cannot cooperate, Gojo Ming will only become an obstacle to the future development of the Zenin family. For the sake of the status of the Zenin family, he had to think about how to suppress the Zenin family and Gojo Ming. If left alone, the Zenin family will have no choice but to completely surrender to Gojo Ming in the future. On the other side, Zenin Shinsuke's face showed a kind of despair. The absolute strength of Zenin and the Zanpakutō created by Gojo Ming. These two ordinary people without magical powers have completely subverted the worldview he had built before. He knew that his previous confrontation with Gojo Ming was his most likely chance to defeat Gojo Ming. Now, with the appearance of this terrifying flame Zanpakutō, he lost Tenebo again. Zenin Shinsuke realized that he might not even be qualified to be Gojo Neru's opponent in the future. I have been chasing Gojo Ming, but in fact, I may not have been in his heart at all, right? Zenin Shinsuke felt his heart was broken at this moment. He has completely lost the intention to compete with Gojo Ming. The Yagyu family. This strange phenomenon in the Gojo family did not arouse the slightest surprise to the three heroes of the Yagyu family. The three men gathered in the courtyard at this moment, expressing their expectations for the future of the Gojo family. Zaman, how do you think this new Zanpakutō, forged by Master Gojo Neru, compares with the Kakahana in your hand? Yagyu Yusuker is not clear about the difference between Zanpakutō. Although he knew that this Zanpakutō with soaring flames was definitely stronger than the Kawasaki, he still wanted to hear Yagyu Zaman's opinion. After all, in his opinion, Nika is a water-type Zanpakutō. Even if it is weaker than this flame Zanpakutō, it shouldn't be much weaker, right? After listening to the words of the family leader, Yagyu Shuji and Yagyu Zaman looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. The head of the house is really too naive. Yagyu Shuji shook his head. Everyone has a close relationship. No matter how generous Gojo Ming is, it is impossible to hand over a Zanpakutō that can rival Senbonzakura to the Yagyu family. The fact that Nika can match Gojo Shinichi's King Mushi is already a surprise to Yagyu Shuji. Yagyu Zaman was even more direct. He took out the flower, placed it on the stone table, and looked at Yagyu Yusuke seriously. "Sir, have you seen it? The flower is trembling." Hearing this sentence, Yagyu Shuji and Yagyu Yusuke subconsciously looked at Nika's blade, but they didn't see anything strange. The two of them raised their heads at the same time, waiting for Yagyu Zaman's explanation. Yagyu Zaman sighed. Niaohua simply does not dare to compare with this newly born Zanpakutō. In Niaohua's heart, that Zanpakutō can be called the strongest Zanpakutō. The birth of this Zanpakutō will definitely elevate the strength of the Gojo family to a whole new level. What our Yagyu family has to do is to follow the Gojo family honestly. The Gojo family's rise is unstoppable. This was originally the consensus of everyone after the birth of Six Eyes. Everyone is waiting for Gojo Satoru to grow up. However, no one thought that the appearance of Gojo Satoru would directly advance the progress by at least 10 years. Yagyu Zaman felt extremely emotional in his heart. In his opinion, Gojo Ming, who has no magical power at all, is the one who can truly change the entire Jujutsu world in the future. Yagyu Shuji and Yagyu Yusuke fell into silence. After a moment, they both nodded at the same time. The Gojo family not only has Gojo Ming at the moment, but in the future there will also be Gojo Satoru, who inherits unlimited techniques and possesses Six Eyes. With this terrifying combination, no one can be a match for the Gojo family, right? Yuri family. Yuri Inamitsu held Shoko in his arms and stared blankly at the pillar of fire rising into the sky from the Gojo family's mansion, feeling extremely regretful in his heart. Why didn't you agree to the engagement between Shoko, the head of the Gojo family, and Gojo Ming? It was obviously the best time at that time. When everyone had not discovered Gojo Ming's potential, everything was decided in advance. Then the Yuri family was the biggest beneficiary. Yuri Inamitsu looked at Yuri Shoko in his arms, his face full of regret. At the beginning, I thought that with Shoko's talent, Gojo Ming, an ordinary person without magical power, was not worthy of it. Therefore, I perfunctorily dealt with the head of the Gojo family. I ignored it first, but now I can't reach it at all. Gojo Ming, who forged such a terrifying flame Zanpakutō, is no longer the existence that no one cares about in the Gojo family. Shoko, have you been to Gojo's house recently? Yuri Daowang looked at his daughter, who was dozing in his arms with a very complicated mood. Although Gojo Ming promised to build a Zanpakutō for Shoko, which was an unexpected surprise, there is a huge gap between this surprise and the regret of losing a peerless son-in-law. Father, Gojo Ming seems to have made a breakthrough in physical skills recently. Zenin even said that Gojo Ming doesn't need to study for the time being, so I don't need to treat him anymore. Yuri Shoko rubbed her eyes and vaguely stated what she knew about Gojo Ming. Hearing Shoko's words, Yuri sighed again. Gojo Ming's potential is really too great. Now, whether it is swordsmanship or physical skills, he is already far beyond ordinary people. Sure enough, Zenin is a replica of Gojo Ming. This heavenly restriction is not a curse. Gojo Ming, who grows up in the future, may be even more powerful than Zenin. Among the two Six-Eyes sons of the Gojo family, Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru, who will be the strongest in the Jujutsu world in the future. Kamo home. Kamo Ming looked at his wife with a very unhappy expression. Two Six-Eyes were born in this generation of the Gojo family. One has inherited unlimited techniques and will definitely be a very powerful Jujutsu master in the future. The other one created an unprecedented system of Zanpakutō. Kamo Ming's face was full of disgust. He was the head of the Kamo family, but none of his descendants born for him by his wife could inherit the ancestral techniques of the Kamo family. The Kamo family's red blood training skills must be inherited. You must give me a child who will inherit the red blood exercise technique. Listening to her husband's incompetent rage, Kamo Mio looked disdainful and didn't take these words to heart at all. Whether I can give birth to a child who will inherit the ancestral techniques of the Kamo family depends on you, isn't it? I don't have the blood of the Kamo family, so don't be blabbering here. You men, don't always blame women for your incompetence. Is it our women's fault that the Kamo family has fallen to this point? Kamo Mio shook her head disdainfully, turned and left, not giving Kamo the honor of being the head of the family. Kamo Ming's face turned red, but he could do nothing about his wife. My wife also comes from a big family, and my words are often useless in front of her. Uncle Clan hasn't come back yet. This time the Gojo family has forged a Zanpakutō. Uncle Clan should have a chance to watch from the sidelines, right? As the only grandmaster of blacksmithing, I wonder if my clan uncle can learn the forging method of this so-called Zanpakutō. If it can be learned, at least this Zanpakutō can temporarily make up for the gap in the Kamo family, where no one can inherit the red blood technique, right? Kamoina looked at the moonlight outside the house and the pillar of flames soaring into the sky in the Gojo family's mansion, with regret and expectation on his face. However, what he didn't know was that Kamo, who was watching the entire forging process at Gojo's house, was filled with despair. In the forge, Kamo trembled and raised his finger to point at Gojo. His chapped lips were slightly open, but he couldn't say a word. As a master forger, how could he not see the power of the cursed tool in Gojo Ming's hand? It was clear that a few minutes ago, he was still mocking Gojo Ming for not being able to reforge the special cursed tool Yang Yin and forge it into a Zanpakutō, and he was still thankful that he could survive. But in just a few minutes, he fully experienced what it means to be extremely happy and miserable. Why? Why did Gojo Ming add the Yaki phase in the process of forging the Zanpakutō so that he could finally make the Zanpakutō take shape? Kamo really can't understand it. He couldn't understand that the burning phase, which he had always relied on as his trump card, had finally become the final yardstick to determine his life or death. He once eliminated many people who threatened him by burning pictures. So, did he have to die because of the burning phase in the end? How did Gojo do it? How can cursed object plus cursed tool be able to forge this mysterious Zanpakutō? Even though he observed the whole process, he still didn't understand the principle of forging the Zanpakutō at all. He finally understood why Gojo Ming had been so confident and allowed him to watch on the sidelines. Feeling the cold gaze of Gojo Yin beside him, Kamo really knew that his ending had been determined at this moment. Gojo Yin pursed his lips. In his heart, he was shocked by Gojo Ming's sword-like fire, and he also felt joy in determining Kamo's true fate. The forging process of this Rikenrohu is very difficult, but its terrifying performance is worthy of Gojo Ming's long-term efforts. In fact, Gojo Yin had a treasonous thought in his mind. Gojo Ming's flow blade, Roho, may even be more exaggerated and rarer than the Gojo family's Eye of Heaven. Before Rukenwaka was born, Gojo Yin still felt that Gojo Ming was able to forge the Zanpakutō, and a large part of the reason should be attributed to his possession of the Six Eyes. Now, facing the pressure of Lubian Ryuo, he no longer had such thoughts. No matter how rare the Eye of the Sky is, how can it be possible to create a more powerful existence than it? He has realized that the root of all this is Gojo Ming. They are all born to know this Gojo family. Because of the existence of Gojo Ming, the Zanpakutō will appear. Regardless of whether he has the pair of six eyes in his eyes, the Zanpakutō will appear in his hands. Gojo Ming is destined to be a game-changer in the future. The Gojo family will become the biggest beneficiaries in the future only by following Gojo Ming's footsteps. At this moment, Gojo Yin completely strengthened his belief. He is not an obstacle to Gojo Ming's future. He will be in charge of the Gojo family and become Gojo Ming's strongest supporter. As for Gojo Satoru, he could only sigh silently in his heart. Compared with Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming will undoubtedly be the most suitable person for the position of head of the Gojo family. This traditionalist completely overturned his inner mantra theory. Spell power? In front of the Zanpakutō created by Gojo Ming, and in front of Zenin's extremely powerful body, the power of the curse is just a god's kindness to the mediocre. I am afraid that mediocre people like them can only get a glimpse of Gojo Ming's strength with the help of magic power. As for Kamo Jun, who is going against the general trend at this moment in Gojo Xiongyan's heart, he is already a dead person. Facing Rukinwaka, Gojo Satoru, Zenin, and Gojo Shuni all grasp the hilts of their Zanpakutō. Just like the katana in Yagyu's hand, the blades of the three Zanpakutō were trembling slightly at this time. Zanpakutō is afraid. The three of them looked at each other, feeling the shock in each other's eyes. They had thought that the Zanpakutō forged by Gojo Ming was very powerful, but they never thought that this Zanpakutō would actually make their own Zanpakutō fearful. Everything in the world is turned into ashes. The blade flows like fire. Gojo Satoru murmured the Hajime words that flowed like fire, and the Hajime words alone were full of domineering power. Zenin Shurer continued to comfort Huatian Quangu, and his expression slowly returned to calm. During this period of time, Gojo Ming had shocked him enough. He knew that there would be more things in Gojo Ming that he could not understand in the future. However, he didn't really care. They are friends, aren't they? Although there's a big age gap, they are both carriers of heavenly restriction, and they can understand each other. And Gojo Shuni's eyes firmly trusted Gojo Ming. He knew that Gojo Ming would never let him down. In his heart, only a Zanpakutō as powerful as Ryukin Wakawi can be worthy of Gojo Nera's identity. Outside the Gojo family mansion, a woman holding a pink paper umbrella looked quietly at the pillar of fire rising into the sky and touched the sutures on her forehead. Zanpakutō, I didn't expect it to have such a powerful power. This generation of the Gojo family is so amazingly talented. Kaori smiled to herself while talking to herself. She can feel the potential of this Zanpakutō, but she also knows very well that in Gojo Ming's current state, he cannot yet unleash the full power of this Zanpakutō. Gojo Neru, you who forged the Zanpakutō, can you keep this Zanpakutō? I like this Zanpakutō very much. Please give it to me. A seductive smile appeared on Kaori's delicate face, but it was the 6 eyes of the Gojo family, and it was not like she had not killed it before. Originally, she didn't care about the 6 eyes twins of Gojo's generation, but now, Gojo Ming might be worthy of her paying more attention to. If she can obtain this brand new Zanpakutō, her future plans may be implemented more smoothly. Inside the forge, Gojo Ming stroked the hot blade, and his heart was filled with joy. I was about to give up before, but I didn't expect that the blade Rō was finally forged successfully. The fact that he got the burning phase by mistake was really the key among the keys. However, he should also thank Kamo Jun for his final provocation. If Kamo hadn't made such a bold statement, I might not have been able to associate it with the characteristics of Yakusuji. Gojo Ming gently swung the blade, and the pillar of fire that soared into the sky slowly shrank and was finally completely absorbed into the flowing blade like fire. The heat in the air began to disappear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakutō Ryukin Wakaho. The system's beep confirmed the successful birth of the Zanpakutō Ryukin Wakawi. In the Zanpakutō showroom on the system panel, Ryukin Wakawi also appeared in it. Zanpakutō, Sodi Yuki, Possessor, Gojo Neru, Borrower, None. Zanpakutō, King Mushi, Possessor, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Gojo Shinichi. Zanpakutō, Senbenzakura, Possessor, Gojo Neru, Borrower, Gojo Su. Zanpakutō, Kaden Kwanko, Owner, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Zenin. Zanpakutō, Nakahana, Possessor, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Yagyu Zaman. Zanpakutō, Ryukin Wakahara, Owner, Gojo Ming, Borrower, From this moment on, Gojo Ming himself possesses 2 Zanpakutō, 1 ice and 1 fire. The sleeves are white and the blade is like fire. These two Zanpakutō are enough for the current Gojo Ming. After all, you can't bite off more than you can chew. At present, he has not even completed the swastika version of Sorcerer Yuki, and it will take more time to make Ryukin Wakahu appear in the state of residual fire sword. In the future, Gojo Ming is no longer prepared to deliberately pursue the forging of Zanpakutō. The main focus is casualness. After all, sword borrowers also have to be screened. Lending a Zanpakutō to others casually is also a kind of blasphemy against the Zanpakutō. Gojo Neru came to Kamo with Ryukin Wakahu in his hand. Grandmaster, it seems that I won the bet between us. The absent-minded Kamo slowly came back to his senses. At this moment, his face became much older, as if all his energy had been drained away. He had thought about not honoring this bet, but the thought only passed through his mind. The Gojo family and the Kamo family are not on the same level at the moment. Compared with the prosperity of the Gojo family, the Kamo family can be said to be in decline. If his plan to assassinate Gojo Ming is exposed, it will be a fatal blow to the reputation of the Kamo family. This is completely unacceptable to him, who has dedicated his life to the revival of the Kamo family. Moreover, all the initiative is currently in the hands of the Gojo family, and he has realized that this bet is nothing more than a charity from Gojo Ming. I see. Kamo's hoarse voice sounded in the forge. He took one last look at the Zanpakutō that cut off his life, opened his mouth with difficulty, and asked the last question he wanted to ask. What's the name of this Zanpakutō? Feeling Kamo's inner desire, Gojo Ming satisfied the dying man's final doubts. The blade flows like fire. Kamo nodded. At this moment, he was a pure forging master. The entire forging process demonstrated by Gojo Ming has been completely regarded as a miracle by him. The blade flows like fire, and its skills are amazing. The blade flows like fire. What a miraculous skill. Kamo sighed and turned to look at Gojo Juyi. Juyi, the future of the association will be left to you. I hope that the Forging Association can become better under the leadership of you and Gojo Ming. Since the birth of the first Zanpakutō, he has been trying his best to suppress this special existence that will definitely change the structure of the cursed tool world. Now, he realized that all he had done was to shake the tree. From the moment the Zanpakutō appeared in this world, it was bound to leave a mark on the entire Jujutsu world. This is the general trend. If I don't understand all this, I can only be crushed in the rolling wheels. Grandmaster, Gojo Juyi didn't know the real bet between Gojo Ming and Kamo, nor what Kamo-jun had done before, so he didn't understand why Kamo-jun would do something to support his son. However, Kamo really didn't talk to anyone anymore. He just dragged his old body and left the forge house and Gojo's house step by step. He wants to return to Kamo's home. He is the master of the cursed tool of the Kamo family and the elder of the Kamo family. His death cannot be blamed at all for the Kamo family's final reputation. Ming, what's going on, Grandmaster Kamo? What did you mean by what you just said? Gojo Juyi frowned. He always felt that something was wrong with Kamo today. Juyi, don't worry. The Grandmaster has just entrusted the association to you, so you have to shoulder this burden. Gojo Xiong Yin patted Gojo Juyi on the shoulder. He knew that this was Kamo-jun's last moment to show his kindness to the Gojo family, and it was regarded as a deal before his death. Use this formed blacksmithing association in exchange for the Gojo family not to pursue any further investigation. Gojo Xiong Yin is also willing to accept Kamo's real interest. After all, the entire blacksmith association is also a very big deal. Gojo's control of this association can further enhance the influence of the Gojo family in the entire Jujutsu world. As long as Kamo really fulfills the bet as agreed, then the conflict between the Gojo family and the Kamo family will be completely over. This is what Kamo really wants to see, and what the Gojo family is happy to see. Wu, Shuani, and Juyi. Ming has been forging for such a long time and needs a good rest. Let's leave first. Sure, you decide based on your own situation. Gojo Xiong Yin greeted everyone. He saw how tired Gojo Ming was at this time, so he started to chase people away. Everyone looked at Gojo Ming, and then at the Ryukin Wakahu in his hand. Although everyone was very curious about Ryukin Wakahu's ability, no one was in a hurry to ask anything at this time. Ming, then you have a good rest. We are going back first. As Gojo Satoru finished speaking, everyone left the forge house. Zenin left the Gojo family mansion immediately. He had to go to the master house to continue supervising the work. After sending everyone away, Gojo let out a long breath. Looking at Ryukin Wakahui and Sodi Shuyuki placed on the knife rest, he began to think about how he should improve in the future. With the advent of Ryukin Roho, Gojo Ming knew that it was basically difficult for him to improve in Cursed Tool. Even if other Zanpakutō continue to be forged, they will only show more functionality. In terms of practicality, Ryurin Wakahui and Sodi Shuyuki are enough to satisfy their daily battles. As for the future Zanpakutō plans, except for the fleshy sword forged for Yuri Shoko, the other Zanpakutō don't seem to be in such a hurry. The most important thing is that just after coming into contact with Ryurin Wakahu, Gojo Ming felt the coldness of Ryurin Wakahu. Caret, add -2 at plus. Although he forged it, he has not yet received its approval. Although he has completed the initial interpretation, he has not yet mastered the technique of flowing blade like fire. Therefore, in the future, he must speed up the speed of mastering the blade Ruoho. As long as he can master the technique of Lu Run Ruo Ho's initial release state, it will be enough to greatly increase his strength. Of course, his ultimate goal is to complete the swastika of Ryukin Roho. As long as the residual fire sword is born, even Ryman Sukuna at his peak state will not be his opponent. However, Gojo Ming has no idea how to improve the intimacy with Ryurin Wakahu, and there is still a long way to go to solve the swastika. In addition to the Zanpakutō, what can quickly improve Gojo Neru's strength is currently studying Shuinpa. Gojo Ming has mastered Kendo and Hakata, leaving only Shuinpa and Kido skills blank. Gojo Ming was a little confused as to how to quickly improve his Shuinpa. Shuinpa, in short, is the embodiment of speed. How to increase speed and how to use movement skills, Gojo Ming currently has no clear target to learn from. In the original work, Gojo Satoru, the fastest jujutsu master in the future, is still the same age as himself, and the second fastest jujutsu master in the future, well, is currently the representative of the Zenin family. Now for Gojo Ming, the most convenient choice at the moment seems to be Zenin. When Zenin fought with Gojo Satoru in the future, his speed was also amazing, no less than the fastest Gojo Satoru. However, Gojo Ming had some doubts in his mind. Can speed really be learned? Zenin's high-speed movement method is purely physical, right? If I want to achieve the speed of Zenin, I will only need to spend at least a few years to let my body grow properly. Since speed is more of the human body's talent, the only thing Gojo Ming can provide at the moment is learning to move. Therefore, Zenin, who relies purely on physical fitness, can naturally be excluded. At the moment, the only ones who can be studied by Gojo Ming are his cheap brother Gojo Satoru and Zenin, who possesses projection spells. However, Gojo Satoru has not yet mastered the use of the Jutsu AO, so he cannot perform high-speed teleportation as he will in the future. Then, it seems that the only option left is the Zenin people. I just kidnapped Zenin from the Zenin family, and now I go to ask the Zenin family to learn the movement of the projection spell. Doesn't this mean that I don't regard the Zenin family as human beings? A trace of helplessness appeared on Gojo Ming's face. If I were a direct Zenin person, I would not be able to accept such a request if I were to put myself in my shoes. It's better to urge Wu to learn the art reversal as soon as possible, so there's no need for me to be so embarrassed. Satoru, this guy must have been slacking off recently. Although I have a brand new equipment like Senbin Zakura, I cannot slack off in learning unlimited techniques. Gojo Ming made up his mind that he must supervise Gojo Satoru in the future and never let his cheap brother mess around. The control of spells that flow like fire. Sodi Shirayuki's practice of swastika. Shuinpa's experience increases. These three items are the top priority for Gojo Ming in the future. For the current Gojo Ming, improving his strength in the future will only be a waste of time. You can pay more attention to matters related to Wanshua later. Well, I need to find someone to repair the forge house tomorrow. The skylight is a bit too wide. The furnace also needs to be repaired, and it must be forged into a blade as sharp as fire. It really almost fills it with all the belongings. Gojo Ming looked at the roofless house and the brilliant stars in the winter sky. He wrapped himself in a quilt and slowly fell into a deep sleep. The other side, Gojo Satoru held Senbonzakura in his hands, feeling very complicated inside. The hand of the old man next to him, who was as skinny as tree bark, was gently placed on his head, and his voice was so soft that it seemed as if it would be blown away by the wind at any time. Satoru, are you a little unwilling? Are you a little jealous? Gojo Satoru's body trembled, and a trace of tangle flashed in the azure six eyes. For her brother to forge a Zanpakutō that can make Senbonzakura fearful, she is happy from the bottom of her heart. However, Gojo Satoru felt very disappointed when everyone's attention was attracted by Gojo Ming. Although the old man had told him before that this kind of thing would happen, and also said that Gojo Ming was more suitable to be the head of the Gojo family than him. He himself agrees with this view. However, when this thing actually happened, he still felt uncomfortable. He had always wanted to protect his younger brother, who had no magic power because of him, but now his younger brother had grown to the point where he no longer needed his protection. In fact, Gojo Neru, who possesses Ryukin Wakahu and Sodi Shiryuki, is stronger than himself. This is something that Gojo Satoru, who has always been immersed in the praise of others, finds it difficult to adapt to. The head of the family said that I was unwilling to give in and that I was jealous. Maybe there are some. Gojo Satoru said to himself in his heart. Rather than feeling jealous, he actually felt more disappointed. Satoru, you don't have to think that you're inferior to Ming. You haven't completely mastered the true unlimited technique yet. When you master all the techniques of unlimited techniques, you will not be weaker than Ming at that time. So, Satoru, you should pay more attention to the practice of your own techniques and the practice of your own Zanpakutō. Early the next morning, after thinking about it all night, Gojo Satoru took the initiative to find Gojo Ming and told Gojo Ming about his future plans. He was going to take a long retreat to completely master the unlimited technique. Hearing Gojo Satoru's positivity, Gojo Ming was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Does this cheap brother of mine know his inner needs and suddenly become so motivated? When Gojo Ming heard this, he didn't give up at all and kept nodding. Satoru, you must study the technique Shunden Song carefully. Take it apart and crush it to pieces and learn it thoroughly. Huh? Oh well, I've been in contact with Song before, so I should be able to master it quickly. Gojo Satoru felt that Gojo Neru's reaction was a little strange. No, I don't want you to simply stop at Song's basic learning. You have to master Song's advanced uses. If you use them well, you should be able to master teleportation. Gojo Ming's face was full of excitement. Teleportation, how cool that sounds. After you master the teleportation technique, you must come over and teach me. Satoru, I can only rely on you for my future Shunpa. Gojo Satoru didn't react until he was sent to the training room by Gojo Ming. He had no idea that Gojo Ming would attach so much importance to the reversal of spells with no lower limit. He even thought about letting himself master Song's advanced skills and then teach him. Song's advanced skills? Teleport? This to sound pretty cool. Gojo Satoru suddenly felt motivated in his heart. The unlimited technique would make Gojo Ming envious. This is indeed an ability that only he can master. You must master the technique Shunhuan, Song well, and then teach Ming well. Gojo Satoru's initiative saved Gojo Ming a lot of energy. But seeing Gojo Satoru being so serious, Gojo Ming suddenly felt that he couldn't be so casual. Holding the warm Ryukin Wakahu, a trace of determination flashed in Gojo Neru's eyes. As long as the iron pestle is sharpened into a needle, he must also learn from Gojo Satoru and retreat for a period of time to get along with Ryukin Wakahu. Just do it. During this day, the two 6 eyes gods of the Gojo family entered a state of retreat at the same time. After hearing the news, Gojo Xiongyan's expression was very calm, and he knew Gojo Ming a little more. Having just forged such a terrifying Zanpakutō, he was able to calm down and practice in seclusion. To be able to achieve such an achievement at such a young age is not something that a person who is born with knowledge can achieve. Obviously, Gojo Ming's self-control and character determine his current achievements. If this situation continues, Gojo Ming's future will undoubtedly be stronger than the present. Grandpa, many people from the Jujutsu Master family have recently sent in messages, asking Master Gojo to help their family forge a Zanpakutō. Gojo Jiniki respectfully reported on the work he was currently doing. As the acting grandson of the Gojo family, he is responsible for the entire family's interactions with other families. His previous knowledge of Gojo Ming was very one-sided, but since the Yagyu family traded Suki no Soho for Nakaha, other small Jujutsu Master families have gone crazy. Every time he met with him, he would ask insinuatingly about Gojo Neru's situation, hinting whether he could ask Gojo Neru to forge a Zanpakutō for their family. Previously, he had temporarily declined these Jujutsu Master families on the grounds that Gojo Ming was forging the Zanpakutō he needed to use. However, yesterday, the pillar of fire that soared into the sky had already indicated the birth of Gojo Ming's new Zanpakutō. The Jujutsu Master family who knew this news rushed to Gojo's house like sharks smelling blood, hoping to get Gojo's approval and let Gojo forge Zanpakutō for their family. They don't expect to get a Zanpakutō as terrifying as yesterday. They only hope to get a Zanpakutō like the one obtained by the Yagyu family. A Zanpakutō can make a first-level Jujutsu Master, and a first-level Jujutsu Master can support the facade of a family. This kind of transaction, let alone giving away the ancient books passed down by the family, can even involve sacrificing oneself. In just half a day, Gojo Schwani has received many guests. Now, he really doesn't know how to deal with it, so he can only ask his grandfather for help. Gojo Xiongyan looked at the helplessness on his grandson's face, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. He has always been worried about the fact that he, as a middleman, personally led to the transaction of Nawa to the Yagyu family. Although the Yagyu family currently follows the Gojo family, the fact that such a powerful Zanpakutō was handed over to the Yagyu family and a first-level Jujutsu Master was born in their family was nothing to Gojo Xiongyan's opinion. The question is a big lost trade. Now, this group of small families still want to learn from the Yagyu family and collect wool from the Gojo family. Having had experience, he is unwilling to make the same mistakes again. Gojo Xiongyan snorted coldly. Xian-yi, continue to deal with them. Isn't Ming already in seclusion now? This is just the reason to send them away. Not everyone can use Gojo's Zanpakutō, although Neru has his own criteria for judging. As his clan members, we should also assist him in the first round of screening. Gojo Xiongyan's determined attitude gave Gojo Schwani the confidence. The Gojo family, which owns 6 eyes, also has the confidence to reject other families. After all, not all families are big 3 sorcerer families. Moreover, what about the Kamo family, one of the big 3 sorcerer families? Why don't you just obediently send your family's special curse tool to Gojo's house and let Gojo Ming forge the Zanpakutō? Gojo Jiniki, who doesn't know what Kamo really did, misinterprets the Kamo family's fear of the Gojo family. However, he was thinking pretty well at this time. Even the Kamo family, one of the big 3 sorcerer families, is no longer a rival to the current Gojo family. Upon hearing that Gojo Ming was in retreat, many family envoys sighed deeply. They didn't know whether this was Gojo Ming's perfunctory response or the Gojo family's rejection, but they could only bring the news back to their respective families. Many families whose requests were fruitless did not dare to be dissatisfied with the Gojo family and could only silently curse the Yagyu family in their hearts. They all knew that the Gojo family would reject their proposal, probably because the Yagyu family's performance after receiving the Zanpakutō Kika was so amazing. That tough guy from the Yagyu family is really convinced. You have obtained the Zanpakutō yourself, and you know how powerful the Zanpakutō is, so why don't you just enjoy it secretly? Why are you so ostentatious? You have been promoted to the first level of Jujutsu Master with your Zanpakutō, but you still don't know that you have to hide your strength and bide your time. And you have to go to Gojo's house to show off? Will you die if you don't show off? The Zanpakutō duel between Yagyu Zaman and Gojo Shinichi is no secret. Yagyu Zaman's Zanpakutō, clasping the flower in his hand, was too eye-catching, completely cutting off the way for this small family to obtain the Zanpakutō. The common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying the jade. The Yagyu family was affected in this way and became the object of hatred of many small sorcerer families. Gojo Ming stayed in seclusion for 15 days. And during these 15 days, a big event happened in the Jujutsu world. The Kamo family elder, the president of the Blacksmithing Association, and the cursed tool forging master Kamo died in the Kamo family. Before his death, Kamo left his last words and handed over the position of president of the Blacksmithing Association to Gojo. The Kamo family lost a pillar and became even less powerful, while the Gojo family gained the position of president of the Blacksmithing Association, making the entire family even more powerful and famous. Except for the participants and witnesses of the bet, no one knows the true cause of Kamo's death. Only the beneficiary of the whole thing, Gojo Satoru, had some guesses. He felt a little regretful that Kamo really died. After all, as the only great master in the cursed tool forging world, it was a pity to die like this in the struggle between the Gojo family and the Kamo family. However, he also knew that Kamo must have done something that made the Gojo family angry. So the Gojo family would make such a decision, and at the same time, Kamo himself would choose death so directly. Gojo Satoru shook his head. He obtained the position of president out of thin air, but he did not have the ability to manage the association. Now, he can only pretend to be powerful and rely on Gojo Ming's momentum. Gojo Ming, who forged the sword like fire, has been regarded as a godlike existence in the entire cursed tool forging world. With Gojo Ming on his side, I believe that the blacksmiths in the association will not make too many mistakes. Although I didn't actually teach Gojo Ming too many forging skills, it didn't stop others from thinking that I was Gojo Ming's master. 15 days of seclusion did not bring any obvious gains to Gojo Ming. The relationship between him and Lu Renruo was still tepid. After he shouted out the initial solution, Liu Bianruo could complete the initial solution, but he still couldn't use the spell after the initial solution. It's like a beautiful woman taking off her clothes and lying on the bed, but she still can't get hard. Gojo Ming was also very frustrated inside. However, he also knew that it would take more than just spending time to complete the running in with Liu Bianruo. Perhaps you need to experience some other things with Lu Renruo. He recognized the pride of Ryukin Wakahu. After all, its last owner was the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society, the captain of the Godai 13th Division, Yamamoto Jinryaнаji Sai Shigekuni. It would be strange if such a powerful weapon had no character of its own. The news of Gojo Ming's release alarmed Gojo Xiongyan. Gojo Ming had just returned to the forge, and Gojo Xiongyan followed him in. Ming, are there any gains from seclusion? Gojo Xiongyan had a smile on his face, and there was no trace of his resistance to Gojo Ming in the past few years. Facing Gojo Xiongyan, Gojo Ming's attitude was average. However, after all, respecting the elderly and loving the young is the traditional virtue of Huxia people. Gojo Ming still replied politely. Nothing has changed. If you want to truly unleash the power of Ryukin Ruoho, it may take a lot of time. Sensing the disappointment in Gojo Ming's tone, Gojo Xiongyan no longer dwelled on this topic. He is just the representative of the Gojo family and does not have a deep understanding of Zanpakutō. This kind of thing can only be adjusted by Gojo himself. He said that there are many mistakes. Thinking of this, Gojo Xiongyan took out a booklet from his arms and handed it to Gojo Ming. This is a request made by various Jujutsu master families during your seclusion. They hope that you can forge Zanpakutō for them. Here are the results after my screening. I think things like Zanpakutō are strategic materials and should not be handed over to other families casually. However, the trading items these families can offer are indeed good. Just make the appropriate decision based on your own needs. After Gojo Xiong, Yin gave the booklet to Gojo Ming. He stopped giving any suggestions. He didn't know what Gojo Ming would need or what would be useful to Gojo Ming. So he simply left everything to Gojo Ming's own decision. Although Gojo Ming is only 6 years old, Gojo Xiong Yin already treats Gojo Ming as an adult. Taking the thing from Gojo Xiong Yan's hand, after roughly looking through the transaction booklet, Gojo Ming shook his head. He is not in the mood to forge Zanpakutō right now. Although the items in this book are precious for him at the moment, they have no practical use and are all useless. Reject them. Gojo Ming's response made Gojo Xiong Yin highly agree. The preciousness of the Zanpakutō is obvious to all, and it is indeed not something that can be exchanged for other treasures. Well, I will let Xian Yi refuse one by one. Gojo Xiong Yin nodded, with an expectant expression on his face. Ming, do you need any other curse tool now? If it is not in the family's library, the family can help find it through other means. Gojo Xiong Yin understands the value of Zanpakutō, so he naturally hopes that Gojo Ming will have as many Zanpakutō as possible. There is no other Zanpakutō like the Rukinwaka. Zanpakutōs like Senbonzakura and Hanato Kwanko are also rare. However, Gojo Ming should be able to forge Zanpakutōs at the level of Kayamizu and Nika with ease. If Gojo Ming can forge and arm more members of the Gojo family, the strength of the entire Gojo family can be greatly improved in the Jujutsu world. I've been a little tired lately. Gojo Ming's answer made Gojo Xiong Yan's expression freeze. I won't be building Zanpakutō for a while now. I have to relax. Gojo Ming's next words completely shattered Gojo Xiong Yan's plan. Seeing the tiredness on Gojo Ming's face, Gojo Xiong Yan didn't ask any more questions. During Gojo Ming's retreat, Gojo Xiong Yan also gained a new understanding of curse tool forging because Gojo Zhuyi took over the blacksmithing association. Every cursed tool master who wants to forge a cursed tool above the first level will spend a huge amount of time and energy. In his opinion, Gojo Ming forged 5 Zanpakutō in such a short period of time, which was indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people and completely inconsistent with the rules of cursed tool forging. It is indeed time to let Nera take a good rest. The forging of a Zanpakutō is not about chopping melons and vegetables. It will definitely consume a huge amount of mental energy. Flowing Blade Rojo has been forged for several hours before. If it continues like this, I'm afraid it will destroy the body. Gojo Xiong Yin finished his self-PUA, nodded to Gojo Ming, told him have a good rest, turned around and left directly. After he left, just as Gojo Ming was about to lie down and take a rest, Zenin appeared in the house. Young Master Gojo Ming, is he finally out of seclusion? Gojo nodded lazily. Sure, a long time no see. Zenin walked straight to Gojo Ming and said, the house of everything has been built. How about it? Do you want to take a look? Gojo Ming, who was still listless, his eyes widened and he suddenly became energetic. One day ago, Death Star Palace. A woman with long, silky hair and a loose kimono was sipping tea leisurely. Next to him stood a tall woman with short blonde hair and a tall figure. This generation of Gojo's 6 eyes really exceeded my expectations. The kimonoed woman put down her teacup with a hint of curiosity on her face. If possible, I really want to see this 6 eyes who shouldn't have been born. Zanpakutō, this does not belong to this world, but it is very novel. Yuki, how well do you know about Zanpakutō? Looking at the kimono woman slumped on the chair in front of her, the blonde woman looked very helpless. With this look on the outside, no one would believe that this woman was the famous Tengen-sama in the entire Jujutsu world. 99 Yuki sighed. Tengen-sama, there are currently 2 Zanpakutōs of the Gojo family leaked out. One is in the hands of Yagyu Zaman and is named Nika, and the other is in the hands of Zenin Jinji and is named Hanaten Kwanko. I've been with you recently and haven't gone out. How can I know more? Everything is just hearsay. As astral bodies, 99 Yuji has a very special relationship with Tianyuan. Ever since he learned that he was an astral body, his family would regularly send him to the Xingxing Palace to get along with Tianyuan. Although it was nominally for him to accept the teachings of Lord Tianyuan, it was actually so that he could accept the fact of the astral body as a matter of course and be able to assimilate with Tianyuan when needed. In fact, Juju Yuji didn't pay too much attention to the fact that she was an astral body. However, she felt that it was better to be free. Of course, Tianyuan's lazy personality was beyond her expectation. It was hard for her to imagine whether she would become like this after merging with Tianyuan. Tianyuan stretched his legs and looked at Juju Yuji. Although he is much older than Yuki, Yuki's figure is much plumper. A hint of envy appeared on Tianyuan's face, and he whispered, "Yuki, go find out about the Zanpakutō. Go meet that Gojo Ming, and come back and share it with me. This Xingxing Palace is very boring. It's rare to meet such an interesting person." Juju Yuji looked a little surprised. He sat across from Tianyuan, looked at this woman whose face was younger than him, and sighed deeply. "Lord Tianyuan, are you sure you want to do this?" "Uh-huh." Tianyuan nodded, clasped his hands together, and turned a blind eye. "Yuki, please, please." 99 Yuki nodded helplessly and coughed slightly. "Then I understand. I will contact Gojo Ming, but I don't know if he is willing to see you. I always feel that a boy who can forge a Zanpakutō might not care much about your identity as Tenjin." A smile appeared on Tianyuan's face. "Wouldn't that be nice? Chatting without any inhibitions sounds great." 99 Yuki shrugged and ignored the woman in front of him. She was also very curious about Gojo Ming. At her age, she could already be considered a genius in the Jujutsu world, and Gojo Ming, a boy who created the Zanpakutō at the age of 6, shouldn't he be considered a genius among geniuses? And Gojo Ming is said to be a carrier of heavenly restriction without any magical power. Compared with the Zanpakutō, this identity is more attractive to 99 Yuki. She has had enough of the endless curses in this world and the endless elimination. It would be great if there was a way to completely solve the curses. And Gojo Ming, a being without any magical power, may be able to provide her with some new ideas. It was an hour before Gojo Ming left for the master house. Itadori Kaori watched Zenin go to Gojo's house from the newly built house. She had already made plans for the future. This everything room seems to be quite important to Zenin and Gojo Ming. If Gojo Neru really leaves Gojo's house because of this master house, this may be the best opportunity to snatch the flame Zanpakutō. The corners of Itadori Kaori's mouth raised slightly. She was bound to get this flame Zanpakutō, even if she had to use all her strength. However, the only thing she needs to pay attention to right now is Zenin, who is by Gojo Ming's side. She is not one of those stubborn old Zenin people who would look down upon Zenin, who has zero magic power. If you want to get the Zanpakutō from Gojo Ming's hands, the best thing is to wait for Gojo Ming and Zenin to separate. She was not in a hurry. She had enough patience for this mysterious flame Zanpakutō. As long as Gojo Ming and Zenin choose to go to the master house, her plan can be implemented smoothly. Sure enough, if you have money, you can build anything very quickly. Gojo Ming, with Ryukin Wakahui and Sodi Shuriyuki on his waist, followed behind Zenin and set off towards the master house. Thanks to the financial support of Gojo Satoru, the master house was completed much faster than planned. Gojo Ming is also full of expectations for this future base. Although it is actually just an ordinary building, this is the obsession of Huxia people for their own house. Although Gojo's huge mansion will belong to Gojo as long as he wants it, Gojo still hopes to have a house that is truly his own. And this all-purpose house is Gojo's first step towards independence. Although all the funds for the house came from Zenin Shur and Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming did not pay a penny, but this does not prevent him from being the actual owner of the house. "Sure, how are you getting along with Huatian Kwangu? Have you found the way to the swastika?" Looking at the two Zanpakutōs on Zenin's waist, Gojo Ming felt a little confused. Judging from the current progress, Zenin Shur and Huatian Kwangu should have the best compatibility. Therefore, among all the sword borrowers, Zenin Shurer should be the one most likely to complete the swastika interpretation. Swastika? Zenin paused and shook his head. When he was supervising the construction of the Wanchua house, he had been exploring ways to solve the problem of Huatian Quangu, but it was not satisfactory. Although Huatian and Quangu did not reject communication with him, they basically received no response when they asked them to assist him in completing his swastika interpretation. After understanding Shurer's current situation, Gojo Ming also had a look of regret. However, he actually didn't have high expectations. After all, he himself had not yet completed the Zanpakutō swastika, and he had no right to demand it from others. The two of them walked in silence for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, Zenin stopped suddenly. Gojo Ming behind him looked forward playfully. A hint of excitement flashed in his 6 eyes. It seems that every time I go out with Shire, I will be attacked. Judging from its strength, this curse should be level 1. Gojo Ming looked at the curse blocking him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He also found it very interesting that the first level curse appeared here and had such a clear purpose. The reason why the burning phase attacked him before was because Kamo Jun ordered him to do so. So, why did this level 1 curse attack him now? The first level curse already has corresponding intelligence, so perhaps we can capture it and interrogate it. When Zenin Shinner raised his fist and was about to physically remove the obstacle, Gojo Ming stopped him. The first level curse in front of him was a very good target. Perhaps he could try to fight the curse and see if he could activate the compatibility between Ryujin Jaka and himself. After all, it is the Zanpakutō with the strongest attack power, so he should be very interested in fighting. Shinner, leave this curse to me. I want to try out Ryujin Jaka. Hearing Gojo Ming's request, Zenin Shinner nodded and stood aside. He knew Gojo Ming's strength. A first-level curse spirit was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, even if this first-level curse spirit had a trump card, he had the confidence that he could crush it before this curse spirit revealed it. Ryujin Jaka, please fight with me next time. Gojo Ming held the Ryujin Jaka and took the initiative to face the first-level curse spirit. And in the distance where no one noticed, Itadori Kori quietly watched Gojo Naruto fighting the curse, analyzing the ability of the Zanpakutō in Gojo Naruto's hand. The first-level curse is indeed not a threat to Gojo Naru. However, Kori also noticed the helplessness that Gojo Naru showed throughout the battle. This first-level curse spirit was killed by Gojo Naruto with his Zanpakutō. During the entire process, the fire-type Zanpakutō did not release any techniques. A smile appeared on Kori's face. Sure enough, such a powerful Zanpakutō has not been completely controlled. With Gojo Naruto's current strength, he is still unable to use the true power of that Zanpakutō. If that were the case, it would be much easier. Kori muttered to herself and turned around silently. This first-level curse had already revealed enough information for her and was no longer of any use. That's too much. That's too much. You are a Zanpakutō after all. How is this performance different from an ordinary katana? The opponent is cursed. Can you show a little dignity of your Zanpakutō? Even if you just set off a small flame to burn the opponent to death, it will be considered as refreshing your presence. Gojo Ming held the warm Ryujin Jaka and looked at the curse that had been cut into pieces by him in front of him, feeling very depressed. Although Ryujin Jaka is the most powerful Zanpakutō, it is no better than a fire stick in his hand at this moment. So, the Shikeu that I mastered is actually just a disguised trick, right? After reciting the first words, he transformed into Ryujin Jaka, and then everything else was the same as Asachi, right? Zenin Shinji took Gojo Ming's complaints to heart, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Compared to the lack of cooperation of Ryujin Jaka, my own Kaiten Kyukatsu can be said to have too much cooperation. As for your temporary unwillingness to cooperate with Bankai, then just let it be. I won't force you. After all, Xiaohua is a cool and aloof person. If she were to complete her Bankai too easily, her character would probably be ruined. Let's go, Master Gojo Naruto. Or should I give you another half an hour to communicate with Ryujin Jaka? Zen and Shinner's joke immediately made Gojo Ming's face pull long. Let's go to the Wanshuwu quickly. Itadori Kaori turned around and prepared to leave, but the next second, her body suddenly froze. Beside her, a blonde girl appeared out of nowhere. Well, the angle here is really good. Are you here to pay attention to Gojo Naruto as well? Jujo Yuki looked at the beautiful woman beside him, his big eyes full of curiosity. The woman in front of me has short hair, the same as myself, but she is much more dashing than myself. She was somewhat envious of the woman's temperament. Very cool, but a little pitiful. There are sutures on the forehead from surgery. Could it be that he just had a craniotomy? Which sorcerer family is this from? Even in this state, he still has to come out to gather intelligence. Facing Jujo Yuki beside her, Itadori Kaori was silent for a few seconds, and then a bright smile appeared on her face. Yes, after all, Gojo Naruto is a hot figure in the entire world of curse arts, so we have to pay more attention to him, right? This girl looks like she is only in her teens, but she has such abundant cursed energy. How come I have never heard of this person? Blonde hair, very young, incomprehensible. Moreover, it seems that she's also coming for Gojo Naru. I don't know what her purpose is. Well, it's better to wait and see. Itadori Kaori nodded slightly to Jujo Yuki. Little sister, are you here to keep an eye on Gojo Naru? But don't be too careless. If you get too close, you'll be spotted by Zen and Jiner next to Gojo Naru. Although Chanyuan Shur doesn't have any cursed power, he is now the undisputed #1 in the Chanyuan family. Itadori Kaori's reminder made Jujo Yuki's eyes light up again. She had heard before that Zen and Jiner had defeated 2 first-level sorcerers of the Zenin family at the same time with his physical body and Zanpakutō. The most important thing is that Zen and Shinji and Gojo Ming are both carriers of the sky and curse with 0 spell power. Isn't this a coincidence? The 2 people she was most interested in actually met each other. This was an opportunity given to her by God. Everything is just right. From Hongxing Palace to here, it is all God's arrangement. Perhaps she could analyze the reasons for the appearance of 0 curse power and curse binding through Gojo Naruto and Zen and Shinji. I hope Gojo Naru and Zen and Shinji can cooperate with her. Of course, if they are unwilling to cooperate, she doesn't mind using her own methods to make them cooperate. Well, thank you for telling me, big sister you. Kujuku Yuki withdrew his gaze from Gojo Naru and Zen and Shinji. And just when he was about to thank her, he found that the dashing woman who was beside him just now had disappeared. Do you want to know her name? With such a strong curse and such obvious characteristics, we should be able to find out if we go back and ask around. I just wonder what she's thinking by paying attention to Gojo Naruto here. Forget it, it's too troublesome. The world of curse arts is always so chaotic and complicated. Juji Yuki shook his short golden hair. If Gojo Naruto is rated as a sorcerer and can exorcise a first-level curse directly with a samurai sword, what level should he be rated? Well, he can exorcise a first-level curse without a spell, and after using the Sodi no Shirayuki spell, there should be nothing wrong with being rated as a first-level one. The Zen temple is so beautiful, the 5-line ringing sound. Jujo Yuki murmured the names of the 2 people and followed them from a distance to the door of the Yurizuya. Yoshiya. Looking at the plaque hanging on this quaint house, Jujo Yuki felt very curious. She didn't know why Gojo Naru and Zen and Shinji came to this place. Could it be that these 2 people from the big 3 sorcerer families actually needed help from others? Jujo Yuki hesitated at the door for a moment and finally decided to go into the Yurizuya to take a look. Yeah, pretty good. After following Shinner around the Yurizuya, Gojo Ming nodded with satisfaction. Although this quaint building doesn't quite match the surroundings, what does it matter? Anyway, as long as you like it, it's fine. Jukai and Bleach have already linked up, so adding Gintama shouldn't be a big deal, right? Moreover, Bayasha also has white hair, and I also have white hair. It is obvious that I'm doing a good job as a boss. As for what exactly is the Wanshuwu going to do? Gojo Naruto hasn't made up his mind yet, but since he and Shinji are both members of the big 3 sorcerer families in the world of sorcery, They should focus more on solving the problems of the world of sorcery. After all, the problems of the secular world do not really interest them. Shinner, let's find someone to make a disguised tent for the Yurizuya later. If someone other than a sorcerer enters here, it will be a bit troublesome. Gojo Ming put forward some of his own requests, and Zen and Shinner nodded and took note of them. For him, this Yurizuya will be his new home in the future. If he is often disturbed by ordinary people, his life will become unstable. This room is mine. You can arrange the remaining rooms yourself. Oh, by the way, remember to leave one for Wu. After all, he is also a shareholder. For the living area on the second floor, Gojo Naruto chose a room with the best lighting, and he also did not forget to make some arrangement for Gojo Satoru. When Zen Yuansheng, who was standing nearby, heard that Gojo Satoru might live here in the future, his expression suddenly became a little bad. The conflict between two people will not disappear with the passage of time. However, thinking that Gojo Satoru had indeed invested a large amount of money, Zenyuan Shinner could only hold his nose and express his approval. After all, there's still many rooms upstairs. Even if Gojo Satoru is not assigned a room, he can live directly in the guest room in the future. Even then, other places need to be decorated as well, and some flowers and plants should be prepared as decorations. Don't be too straight. When you are in a relationship, you have to bring the girl home to see her. Being too cold will make people feel scared. The most important thing is that your deadpan face combined with your frigid family style is really going to turn girls off. Gojo Ming looked at Zen and Shinner, who had been hanging around the Yurizuya recently, and his expression was a little conflicted. He did want to introduce the girl from the Gojo family to Zen and Shinji, but according to the original work, Shinji and Huima should have a very good relationship. What if Fushiguro Megumi disappears because of my meddling? Gojo Ming shook his head and decided to wait and see. Zen and Shinji never expected that a 6-year-old child like Gojo Neru would interfere in his love life. A frown appeared on his face. He placed his right hand on the top of Gojo Ming's head and said with a frown, "Since you have time to care about my love life, why don't you consider your relationship with Shoko? Ever since you inexplicably offered to forge a Zanpakutō for Shoko last time, she's been looking at you differently." Zen and Shinner's observation ability is amazing. During this period of time, he secretly observed everyone around Gojo Neru, so he naturally understood the changes in Yuri Shoko's emotions towards Gojo Neru. Gojo Neru looked embarrassed when he heard Shinji suddenly mention Shoko. That's not necessary, is it? Shoko is only 6 years old." Zen Yuan shrugged his shoulders. "You are 6 years old, and she is 6 years old. Aren't they the perfect age for childhood sweethearts? Besides, Shoko, who possesses the reverse curse technique talent, must have very high standards. She probably won't look down on anyone else since she's been with you and Gojo Satoru every day. I think there might not be enough guest rooms upstairs. Maybe in a few days, one of the guest rooms will be given away by someone, right?" Gojo Ming smiled awkwardly at Zen and Shinner's sarcastic hint. This is really something he would do. If Shoko really wants to live in this Yurizuya, as the owner, I will never make the decision to drive the guest away. Gojo Ming was just about to explain a few words, but the next second, Zen and Shinner's eyes subconsciously looked at the floor beneath his feet. It seems someone is coming. Gojo Ming also lowered his head. He was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone would come in as soon as the door of the Yurizuya was opened. Are you just a curious person? No, he's still a sorcerer. Gojo Neru's 6 eyes saw the appearance of the person who came, and also sensed the technique that this person possessed. The Zen temple didn't even have 6 eyes, but the senses that were strengthened to the extreme by the heaven and the curse were able to clearly feel the specialness of the visitor. Well, let's go down and take a look. Zen and Shinner and Gojo Ming looked at each other, nodded, and turned to go downstairs. They were also very curious. Could it be that Wanshuwu had already received business on the first day of its opening? Jujutsu Yuki walked into the Yurizuya and looked at the empty room with a surprised expression. The whole room is very large, but the only thing that comes into view is a very quaint counter that looks a bit like the Edo period. Next to the counter is a wooden staircase leading to the second floor. Gojo Nerwa Zen Temple is not even on the first floor. Yuki looked up at the wooden ladder and decided to wait for a while. After all, the first floor is generally considered a business place, but the second floor is a private space. Although I have no hostility towards you, intruding into someone else's private space without their consent will definitely cause them to feel disgusted. However, since Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinji went up to the second floor, it meant that her previous guess was wrong. Gojo Ming and Zenin Jiner did not come to this Yurizuya to seek help. The two of them should be the owners of this Yurizuya. She was indeed curious. Why would the strongest man of the Zenin family, the six-eyed son of the Gojo family, who is currently in the limelight, build a strange Yurizuya in this place? Is it because family life is too boring? This shouldn't be the case. Gojo Naruto is now a very popular figure in the entire sorcery world. Many small sorcerer families are lining up to ask Gojo Naruto to forge their Zanpakutō. How could this young master of the Gojo family have the time to open this Yurizuya? There's a problem. Yuki wanted to explore the thinking logic of Gojo Neru and Zenin Shinji as if he had discovered a new continent. Just as Yuki was about to enter the counter to learn more about the situation in this Yurizuya, footsteps came from the bed upstairs, and the voice of a young boy sounded in his ears. "Miss, our Wanchawu is not open today. If you need anything, please come back another day." Yuki looked up at the stairs, and Gojo Noa, Zen and Shinner walked down the stairs slowly. Gojo Neru and Yuki, who were walking in the front, looked at each other. What a cute little boy. Is he Gojo Naruto, who has recently been shaking up the world of sorcery with the help of his Zanpakutō? Well, this head of white hair, combined with blue eyes, is really adorable. It was the first time that Yuki saw Gojo Neru at such a close distance. The moment she saw Gojo Neru's face clearly, she realized that this little boy in front of her was her type. Gojo Ming looked at the girl in front of him with short golden hair, who was a few years older than himself, and felt that she looked familiar. Although he was sure that he had never seen this woman before, the familiarity in his heart would not lie. There is no doubt that this person must be someone I am familiar with in the original work. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming looked at the girl more carefully. Looking at her shoulder-length golden hair and her already plump figure, her future image became clearer and clearer. Yuki. This girl is Yuki. Gojo Ming widened his eyes slightly and confirmed the girl's identity. Why is Yuki in Tokyo? Shouldn't her home be in Kyoto? Yuki should be in junior high school now. So how come he is here and even appears in his own Yurizuya? Seeing Gojo Neru staring at her, Yuki suddenly blushed. At this moment, she is not yet the plump and tall big sister who would ask everyone she meets in the future, "What kind of woman do you like?" Although the 12-year-old Yuki looks mature physically, she is still just a teenage girl mentally. This time she came to see Gojo Naruto more because of Tianyuan's request. Otherwise, although she was curious about Gojo Naruto, she would not have rushed into someone's house like this. The blush on Yuki's face made Gojo Ming feel a strong contrast. At this moment, it is difficult for Gojo Ming to associate the short-haired and pure Yuki with the future dashing biker with long flowing hair and a voluptuous figure. Out of curiosity about the reason why Yuki came to the Yurizuya, Gojo Neru, although he already knew his identity, still pretended not to know him. "Miss, although the Wanchawu has not opened for business today, if you have any questions, you can come and tell us. You're also a sorcerer. Are you facing any curse problems? Or do you have any other needs? It just so happens that the ace shopkeeper of the Wanchawu is in the store today." Gojo Ming pointed at Zen and Shinner behind him and instantly gave him a position. Ace shopkeeper equals gold medal thug, no problem. Being stared at by Gojo Neru's 6 eyes, Yuki was a little hesitant. She didn't know whether she should reveal her identity. Tenjin is highly respected in the entire sorcery world. If I bring up Tenjin's mission, Gojo Naruto and Zen and Shinji might give Tenjin some face. However, the girl also has her own pride in her heart. Since Gojo Neru is her type, even though there is an age gap between them, she still hopes that their interactions can be simple when they first meet. What do you need? It seems like there's none. Should I just say that Tengen-sama also wants to know about Zanpakutō? The Yurizuya. Yuki thought about the plaque outside the door, and an idea came to his mind. Since it's a jack of all trades, you should be able to tell us whatever you need. Understanding Zanpakutō is Lord Tengen's requirement, but for myself, I want to study Gojo Neru and Zenin Jina more. Seeing Kujuku Yuki staring at himself and Shinjiro's Zanpakutō on his waist, Gojo Naruto had some guesses in his mind. Even if he's a future special grade sorcerer, Yuki Kujuku would be interested in Zanpakutō. Well, but doesn't Kujuku Yuki have a Shikigami Ho-Rin? The Ho-Rin should be her best weapon. Does she still need a Zanpakutō? However, Kujuku Yuki seems to be a very good sword borrower. If I could become my sword borrower, it would be an experience package comparable to Gojo Satoru's. Gojo Naruto had no objection to forging a Zanpakutō for Kujuku Yuki. After all, they're the 4 great special grade sorcerers of the future, people who are at the top of the entire sorcery world. If you build good relationships with them in advance, and then get a lot of experience points from them, it can be considered a win-win situation for both parties. But what kind of Zanpakutō should be forged for Kujuku Yuki? Gojo Ming was already thinking in his heart what kind of trading items he should ask for after Juju Yuki made the request. After all, this is a serious industry, and I have to ask for compensation after completing the commission. Just when Gojo Naruto was thinking about which Zanpakutō was suitable for Kujuku Yuki told him the content of his commission. This commission was completely beyond the imagination of the two, and made Gojo Naruto and Zen and Shinji fall into complete silence. Gojo Neru, I want to study your body. Juju Yuki raised his head, exposing his slender neck to Gojo Neru's eyes. He looked like a proud swan, and expressed a request that Gojo Neru didn't know how to refuse. What kind of lewd words is this person saying? Gojo Naruto didn't realize what Yuki Q was really thinking. She just thought that it sounded very erotic for a teenage girl to study a boy's body. Zen Temple's expression was stiff. Are all girls nowadays so straightforward? If you're interested in boys' bodies, go and relearn your junior high school physiology class. Zen and Shinji and Gojo Ming just stared at Kujuku Yuki with their eyes wide open, and the whole room was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Seeing the reactions of Gojo Neru and Zen and Shinner, Juju Yuki was a little confused at first, but then she paused and realized the ambiguity of her words. Her pretty face immediately blushed, and she waved her hand quickly, saying, "No, that's not it. Don't misunderstand." There was constant steam coming out of Juju Yuki's head, and it seemed that a pot of water could boil above his head at any time. How can I say such ambiguous words? Studying boys' bodies makes others sound very indecent. Looking at Yuki Kyuju's blushing reaction, Naruto Gojo probably realized that he had misunderstood. However, seeing the scene of the royal sister blushing, he felt much more relaxed. "Miss, please relax a little." Gojo Ming smiled and took the initiative to break the awkwardness in the store. "Since you know me, you must know me too. However, we don't know you yet. Since there's really a commission, then we should first get to know the first customer of the Wanchawu, right?" Realizing that it was Gojo Neru who handed over the step, Juju Yuki breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Gojo Neru deeply, and began to introduce himself. "I'm Yukiji Kujuku, and I have a dream." Yuki Kujuku's self-introduction gave Naruto Gojo a sense of déjà vu, as if he had met Martin Luther King. However, after listening to her real request, Gojo Ming finally remembered that the woman in front of him was a person who acted unconventionally but had a firm goal. Being a star plasma, he refused to assimilate with Tian Yuan, hate the curse, and always want to find a way to completely eliminate the curse. Because of the conversation with her, the special grade sorcerer Geto Summer Oil clarified his own path, became a sorcerer, and walked on it unswervingly. Taught the outstanding first-class sorcerer Atoi to do. In the end, in order to protect Tian Yuan and to achieve the established plan, he died in the hands of the rope in the Hongxing Palace without even opening his domain. There is no doubt that this is a complex and charming woman, but her final outcome is the same as Gojo Satoru's, and she was caught in a plot killing. Kuju Yuki wanted to study her own body because she was a person with zero cursed power. Gojo Naruto could understand that. After all, in the original work, she had tried to study Zen and Shinji, but was rejected by him. However, although we understand, we cannot agree to such things casually. Miss Giorgio, you said you wanted to study me because I have no magical power. But Jiner is also a being without magical powers. Why don't you ask to study him? This is somewhat different from the original book. In response to Gojo Naruto's question, Kujuki Yuki's eyes quickly swept over Zen and Shinji and Gojo Naruto, and he began to murmur in his heart. There is no difference between the two of you. Both of you are heaven and curse with zero spell power. But since you want to do research, you have to choose a research subject you like, right? Zen and Shinji looks fierce, and he is not easy to get along with. Even if I ask him to do something, he probably won't agree, right? Although he thought so in his heart, Juju Yuki couldn't say it out loud. Although both of you have no curse power, Zen and Shinji's body has already taken shape, while you, Gojo Naruto, are still young and your body is still developing. You should be able to study the reason why your cursed spirit is zero. Juju Yuki made up an excuse. Gojo Ming looked suspicious, as if to say, I think you are lying to me, but I can't find any evidence. That makes sense. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Gojo Ming nodded. From a scientific point of view, children's bodies are indeed more creative and unknown than those of adults. Shinner, you seem to be disliked. Gojo Ming patted Zen and Shinner, his eyes full of teasing. However, Zen and Jiner would not pay any attention to Gojo Naruto. He raised his eyebrows and said, This Miss Jujio is obviously interested in you. Do you really think there is any difference between us? Although you are 6 eyes, my observation ability is much more careful than yours. Seeing Zen and Shinner's mouth shape to read Shoko, Gojo Naruto was choked. That's because I'm more popular than you. Gojo Naruto retorted stubbornly, but unfortunately Zen and Shinji was not willing to pay any attention to him. He squeezed past Gojo Naruto and sat behind the counter, leaving the space for Gojo Naruto and Kujuka Yuki. Take him to the back to chat. He's the first guest the Yorizuya receives. It's not good to let him stand and chat all the time, right? I won't accompany you anymore. Chan Yuan Shinner pointed to a door curtain next to the counter and pursed his lips. After being reminded by Shinji, Gojo Ming realized that the hospitality was indeed a bit inconsiderate. He glared at Zen and Shinji, and then called Juju Yuki to go to the reception area at the back. After following Gojo Naruto into the door curtain, Kujuku Yuki discovered that the entire Yorizuya was a different world. Compared with the empty area at the front with only a counter, the furniture in the reception area is much more substantial. However, Juju Yuki felt that the reception area did not live up to its name. This area was more like a living room of a home, with a kotatsu and a TV in it. It did not look like a place to entertain guests in a store at all. Looking at this reception area, which did not look businesslike at all, Gojo Ming smiled a little awkwardly. It did not seem like there was any place here to entertain people. Sorry, the hospitality is not good and the facilities are not very complete. How about we get into the kotatsu? Gojo Ming asked tentatively. After all, there are differences between men and women. It always felt a bit too abrupt to invite a girl to sit in the kotatsu in an unfamiliar place. However, to Gojo Naruto's surprise, Kujuki Yuki actually nodded, took off his shoes, walked to the kotatsu, and got in. It's so warm. Jujo Chio lay directly on the table of the kotatsu and stretched his whole body. Kotatsu is the perfect match for winter. Realizing that Kuji Yuki only treated him as a little boy, Gojo Naruto stopped hesitating and went straight into the kotatsu. In Neon, the kotatsu is a magical tool for winter. The two of them curled up their legs in the kotatsu. The winter chill was slowly dispelled, and they began to get down to business. Well, Gojo Naruto, does your attitude just now mean that you agree to my commission? Jujo Yuki's heart was full of anticipation. Judging from the conversation between Gojo Neru and Zenin Shinji just now, Gojo Neru doesn't seem to be very resistant to this proposal. In this way, not only can he get to know the six-eyed son of God of the Gojo family, but he can also analyze the reasons for the formation of Zero Curse power. This is a double gain for her. As for the task assigned to her by Tian Yuan, she had completely forgotten about it at this moment. Facing the expectant look on Kujuku Yuki's face, Gojo Neru smiled, looked at Kujuku Yuki, and pointed to his own eyes. This is the secret of the Gojo family. Your proposal will never be accepted. Please allow me to refuse, Miss 99. Gojo Neru's polite refusal made Jujutsu Yuki a little disappointed. However, she was unwilling to miss such an opportunity. After chatting with Gojo Neru for such a long time, the two of them became much more familiar with each other. Jujutsu Yuki frowned slightly, and a bold and embarrassing idea emerged in her mind. If you agree to let me study it, I can be your girlfriend. People like my sister are very popular. Moreover, my spells are very powerful, and I am definitely the best choice for a girlfriend. Gojo Naruto, would you like to consider it? Ahem. In the front area, behind the counter, Zenin Shinner, who was drinking water, suddenly choked. With his sharp ears and eyes, he never expected to hear such words from Jujutsu Yuki. Although he had just noticed that Jujutsu Yuki seemed to have some feelings for Gojo Neru, but it shouldn't be that serious, right? The teenage Kujuku Yuki is old enough to fall in love, but Gojo Naruto is only 6 years old. If Shoko and Gojo Neru are considered childhood sweethearts, then Kujuku Yuki and Gojo Neru are the older and younger of the two. Kuji Yuki's words made Gojo Naruto somewhat doubt his own ears. He stared into Jujutsu Yuki's eyes, looking for any sign of a joke. But unfortunately, Jujutsu Yuki's expression was very serious, and there was no sign of joking at all. Miss Jujutsu, Gojo Ming reminded gently. I don't mind, I like it. Jujutsu Yuki responded directly without any hesitation. Miss Jujutsu, there's a big age gap between us. It seems that we are not that suitable for each other. Gojo Ming looked at his body and suddenly felt powerless. This kind of thing is not good. It's okay. We sorcerers don't need to care about it. Jujutsu Yuki seemed to have already thought of what the future would be like, which made Gojo Ming speechless. Miss Jujutsu, you can't trade feelings for something like that. Besides, this is our first meeting today, so we're probably not familiar with each other yet. Gojo Naruto didn't know how to deal with Jujutsu Yuki. Before traveling through time, he was not very good at dealing with this kind of proactive girl. Now that he has traveled through time and space to this world with his memories, he has not changed much. And Yuki Kujuku seemed to realize that this was where Naruto Gojo was not good at, and he became more proactive. Then Gojo Naruto, do you think I'm pretty? Jujutsu Yuki asked very bluntly. Gojo Ming smiled bitterly, was silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded. Kujuki Yuki can indeed be regarded as the most handsome person in the entire Curse Return world. So, am I the type you like? It doesn't have to be the only type you like, but is it the type that would offend you? Jujutsu Yuki continued to ask. Gojo Ming was a little helpless, but still nodded. There will be no conflict. Hearing Gojo Neru's answer, Jujutsu Yuki smiled happily. That's it. I'm pretty, and you don't offend me. Kuju Yuki supported herself on the kotatsu table with both hands and suddenly approached Gojo Neru. The girl's breath sprayed on Gojo Neru's face, making it difficult for Gojo Neru to dodge. So, it shouldn't be a problem to meet my research requirements. Before, Kujiyuki was the kind of girl who would blush when this topic was mentioned, but without Zen and Shinjiro, it seemed like she had become a completely different person. You were so familiar with the route. You must be a veteran driver. Isn't this contrast a bit too great? Gojo Naruto looked at Kujiyuki and felt that the future top-grade sorcerer seemed to be in front of him, with the main focus being a contrast. Ms. Gyojio, although I have no objection to you, I cannot accept your request. As the first client of Wanshu, we also want to complete our first commission, but unfortunately, Wanshu is unable to help you. Gojo Ming didn't dare to continue discussing the topic of boyfriend and girlfriend with Jujutsu Yuki. This was an area he was not good at. Moreover, at his age, it was indeed not the time for him to care about this. Yuki was a little disappointed to see Gojo Naru change the subject so abruptly, but she was still unwilling to give up. Although it was a bit abrupt, she felt that with her charm, Gojo Naru, a little boy with a mature soul, should not be able to resist. Yuki's competitive spirit was immediately aroused. Although she had no other love experience, she had seen pigs run even though she had never eaten pork. Just now, while persuading Gojo Naru, Yuki had already completed his self-strategy. A burning fighting spirit ignited in Yuki's eyes. She felt that Gojo Naruto didn't know her well enough. If Gojo Naruto saw her true power, perhaps the six-eyed son of God of the Gojo family would know how precious she was. Being stared at like this by Yuki, Gojo Ming felt a chill on his back. Will Yuki be angry because of being rejected by me? When I asked you for a commission in the beginning, I really just wanted to give you a reason to forge your Zanpakutō. If you ask me to forge a Zanpakutō, I will agree to it, but I really cannot agree to any other requests. Gojo Naru, I know you have high standards. No, my standards are not as high as you think. Can we not dwell on this topic? But you may not know that I, Yukiji Kujuku, am also very strong. Don, I know you are very strong. You will be the ceiling of sorcerers in the future. Among the 4 top-grade sorcerers, who dares to say that you are not strong? I know your Zanpakutō is very powerful, and you recently forged a flaming Zanpakutō that can change the sky. Don't mention it, it's all tears. Flowing blade is useless now. It's no different from a fire stick. At most, it's just a sharper samurai sword. It's too difficult. You are now well known in the entire world of sorcery, but I, Yuki Kuju, will definitely not be inferior to you in the future. Gojo Naruto, it's really not easy to find a girlfriend like me. I know this without you telling me, but it's really not time for me to fall in love yet. Let's get back to the point. If you need to forge a Zanpakutō, that's easy. Seeing Gojo Naruto just staring at him without saying a word, Yuki was also very unhappy. He had already taken the initiative, but Gojo Naruto could still be so calm? Is it true that my charm is so poor? Yuki opened his eyes wide and stared at Gojo Naru, insisting on getting an answer from Gojo Naru. Facing this already charming girl, Gojo Ming was a little overwhelmed and his eyes flickered subconsciously. And this dodge allowed Yuki to see through Gojo Naru's thoughts. The girl smiled proudly. She knew that she still had some charm. Although Gojo Naru was only 6 years old, he still had feelings for her. Thinking of this, Yuki wanted to show his strength even more. Although the Kujuku family is not as famous as the Gojo family, it is also a well-known sorcery family in the Kyoto sorcery world. His identity and strength are definitely worthy of Gojo Naru, the 6-eyed son of God. Gojo Naru, stretch out your hand. Yuki stared at Gojo Naru and said seriously. Gojo Ming was a little confused, but he still stretched out his hand. He was also very curious about what Yuki wanted to do. I know you don't have any skills, but I don't care what your family's ancestral skills are. My skills will never lose to the Gojo family. Next, I will let you see my true strength. I will definitely be the strongest girl you have ever seen. After hearing what Yuki said, Gojo Ming had no idea what Yuki was going to do. Gojo Naru might know more about Yuki's technique than she does, and she doesn't want to take on the power of Star Wrath casually. However, when Gojo Naruto wanted to pull back his right hand, Yuki's slender fingers had already touched Gojo Naruto's palm. Gojo Naruto, as long as you can remove my fingers, I will give up my previous commission and will not ask to be your girlfriend. Otherwise, you will be my boyfriend from now on, and you are not allowed to have any ambiguity with other girls. The surrounding environment did not change at all, but Gojo Naruto knew that Yuki had already used her technique, Star Wrath. Even though it was just a finger pressing on his hand now, this finger had been given the power he imagined through Yuki's Star Fury. Gojo Naruto, this is my power. I know you are gifted, but can you withstand my power? There are word traps in Yuki's words. This finger can be said to be the power of Jujutsu Yuki, but does not come from itself. Gojo Naru is not fighting against Kajuki Yuki's own power, but the quality of the illusion bestowed by Kajuki Yuki's technique. However, at this moment, being pressed by this one finger, the power to fight against 99 Yuki was actually fighting against the imaginary mass of Star Wrath. Seeing Kajuki Yuki's slender fingers pressing on his palm, Gojo Ming showed a hint of amusement on his face and chuckled. This force is really strong. Then he tried to withdraw his right hand, but unfortunately, Kajuki Yuki's fingerprints did not move at all. Zen and Shinji in the front area felt the change in Kujiyuki's cursed power, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He had just listened to Kujiyuki's entire conversation, and he also wanted to know how Gojo Naruto would respond. Previously, he was talking about his love life upstairs without any shame. Now it's Gojo Naru's turn. Do you know what it means to talk without any pain? Zen Yuan Shinner drank a cup of tea leisurely, not caring at all about what happened in the back area. Although Kajuki Yuki is indeed very strong, Gojo Naru, who possesses a Zanpakutō, is not inferior to Kajuki Yuki in strength. However, now it depends on the current level of Gojo Ming's physical strength. Zen Engineer was also looking forward to whether Gojo Naru's body, cursed by the heavens and the curse, could withstand the technique of Kajuki Yuki. Gojo Naruto just mentioned weight. I feel like he knows something about me, but something is wrong. I should not have used the technique in front of outsiders. Besides, it is impossible for anyone to guess what the ability of my technique is at first glance. However, what exactly did Gojo Naruto's smile just now mean? Never mind, never mind. With Gojo Naruto's current strength, it is absolutely impossible for him to defeat the imaginary mass of Star Wrath. Jujutsu Yuki was a little surprised by Gojo Naru's reaction, but she was absolutely confident in her own strength. Although the mass she imagined was not high, she only imagined the mass of twice herself, only a mere 180 pounds, but this mass was absolutely unimaginable for a 6-year-old boy. It is basically impossible to lift 180 kilograms with one hand, even for an adult. Therefore, from the very beginning of this bet, she had already had an absolute advantage. Seeing Gojo Naruto trying to pull his hand away, Jujutsu Yuki laughed secretly. Pulling away the palm was indeed the best method. The mass of her fingers was not pressing on Gojo Ming's palm, but was just supporting it in the air. Therefore, if Gojo Ming did not exert force upwards, he would not feel the mass of 180 kilograms at all. But how could she not have thought of it? So she chose to use her fingers instead of her palms. Her fingers poking into Gojo Naruto's palms was like a nail nailing Gojo Naruto's palms. Therefore, unless Gojo Ming used his own strength to lift his fingers up, he would have no chance of winning. However, if Gojo Ming made such a choice, he would be faced with another difficult problem. That is, whether Gojo Ming's own palms were strong enough. Otherwise, if he lifted it forcibly, the fingers weighing 180 kilograms would be enough to pierce his palms. In Yuki Kyuji's opinion, she had blocked all of Gojo Naru's escape routes. In this bet, Gojo Ming is already in a losing position. But, unfortunately, what Jujutsu Yuki didn't know was that she was facing Gojo Naru, who was sure to win every bet this year. Kujiyuki might think that she had calculated everything, but she had no idea how strong Tenyu Jufu's body was. Although Gojo Naruto looks like he is only 6 years old, after training with Zen and Shinji and achieving great success in Hakuda, his body has reached a strength that is unimaginable for ordinary people. Even though he is not as strong as Zen and Shinji yet, a strength of 180 kilograms is no problem for Gojo Naruto. Isn't it just lifting 180 kilograms with one hand? A person with a system of cheats can lift 180 kilograms with one hand. Is that okay? Miss Giorgio, if I win this bet, then we shouldn't dwell on this topic anymore. A confident smile appeared on Gojo Ming's face. This made Jujutsu Yuki feel unbelievable, as this was a weight of 180 kilograms. I'm afraid Gojo Naruto's own weight doesn't even reach 1/3 of this weight, right? 5. Just as Jujutsu Yuki was about to open his mouth to question, A powerful force suddenly came from his fingertips, and his fingers actually shook. This kind of force feedback made Yuki stunned. How is this possible? How could a little boy like Gojo Naruto, with skinny arms and legs, be able to exert such power just now? Yuki thought that there was something wrong with his feeling, but then Gojo Ming's palm exerted force again. Under his shocked gaze, Gojo Ming's right hand wrapped around Yuki's fingers and slowly raised it up. With a force of 180 kilograms, Gojo Naruto's expression did not change at all, as if he really lifted up Yuki's arm. How is that possible? How could you have done that? Yuki opened her eyes wide and didn't react until Gojo Naru let go of her hand. Wu Qiaoming's mouth corners slightly raised. Miss Jojo, the mass you imagined is still too light. Don't you want to study my body? It seems that you don't know enough about Tian Yu Zhufu's body. Gojo Ming stood up and stretched. I won the bet. Miss Jojo, please don't bring up the previous topic again. I have to go back too, so I won't entertain Miss Jojo anymore. If you have any other needs, please go to Sure. He will decide whether to accept the commission based on the actual situation. After saying that, Gojo Ming nodded to Yuki, turned around, and left. Gojo Naru's steps were quick. He didn't know what other brilliant ideas Yuki would come up with next. He really couldn't handle such a woman. And Yuki was still staring at his fingers in a daze, his face full of disbelief. Gojo Naru's power is beyond the imagination of normal people and should not be possessed by a 6-year-old boy. Is it a ritual? Yuki wondered if Gojo Naru had some technique that allowed him to raise his hands. But then she wanted to laugh at her own thought. How is it possible? Gojo Naru was recognized by the entire magic world as a person without magic power, so it was impossible for him to possess a magic ritual. Therefore, there is only one truth. Gojo Naru's power is really that strong. Just as he said, he wanted to study the powerless heaven and the curse bearers, but his understanding of heaven and curse was still too one-sided. Is this the strength of heaven and curse? Yuki looked at Gojo Naru's leaving back. An inexplicable smile appeared on his face. He is really a mysterious boy. I am really interested in him now. Moreover, you seem to know my spells very well. Are you saying that the quality of my illusions is not strong enough? You actually guessed the spell of Star Wrath at a glance. Gojo Naru, I won't give up just like that. In the front area, Gojo Ming, who was explaining things to Zen and Shinji, suddenly felt a chill. Zen Yuan Shiner, are you going back alone? Gojo Naru, yes, you help me stop Yuki. I can go back by myself. Chan Yuan Shiner, now you know that women are not easy to mess with, right? You won't run into any danger if you go back alone, right? Gojo Naruto, you are underestimating the power of Sodi no Shirayuki and Ryujin Jaka, aren't you? Gojo Naruto patted the 2 samurai swords on his waist. With these 2 Zanpakutō, Gojo Naruto would not take any other enemies seriously unless they were special grade curse spirits. Zen Temple nodded. In the end, Gojo Naruto chose to run away before Yuki came out. It would be better to go back early. A few minutes after Gojo Naru left, Yuki left the reception area and revealed his identity to Zen and Shinji. Master Tinyuan's messenger? Do you want to stay in this Wanshawu for a while? Zen and Shinji didn't expect that Yuki had such an identity. Considering Tungyen's status in the world of sorcery, even the big 3 sorcerer families had to give him enough respect. That's fine, but I can't guarantee when Gojo Naruto will come. Zen and Shinji could see the real purpose of Yuki, but he didn't care. It was not his business. He would let Gojo Naru solve the problem of the new resident himself. Just like that, without Gojo Naru's knowledge, the Yorizuya had a new resident. On the way back, the image of Yuki would appear from time to time in Gojo Ming's mind. Gojo Naruto still found this future special grade sorcerer very interesting. If he grew up a little, perhaps Yuki would be a good choice as a partner. But now, it is indeed a little too early. Moreover, Yuki Kujuku's thinking is as eccentric as Gojo Satoru's, and he doesn't want to play with problem children anymore. However, Gojo Naruto also knew that he should improve his relationship with Kajuka Yuki. After all, she is also the future top combat force in the entire cursed world. When facing Noso and Ryaman Sukuna, Kujiyuki will also be a very powerful assistant. Let's think about what kind of Zanpakutō to forge for Jujo Yuki and collect this super large experience pack as soon as possible. This way I can grow faster. The images of mini Zanpakutō appeared in Gojo Naruto's mind, and he began to think about which Zanpakutō would be more suitable for Kajuka Yuki. Hurrying along the way, when he entered an alley that was the only way home, Gojo Ming felt something strange in the air around him. For some reason, Gojo Ming found that his body seemed to become very heavy all of a sudden. Is it Jujo Yuki? Is she angry out of shame? The effect of this technique is very similar to Kajuka Yuki's Star Wrath, but Gojo Naruto reacted immediately. This is not Kajuka Yuki's Star Fury. Star Fury can only act on Kajuka Yuki himself and the Shikigami Honan. Therefore, the reason why I feel my body getting heavier cannot be due to Kajuka Yuki. There are other enemies. Gojo Naruto's expression instantly became serious, and Six Eyes quickly looked around. In the sight of Gojo Naruto's Six Eyes, an inexplicable barrier had appeared around him at some point, and in the corner of the barrier, a figure was locked by Gojo Naruto's Six Eyes. Come out! Gojo Ming looked coldly at the location of the figure and exposed the enemy's disguise. Pa pa pa! Crisp applause rang out, and then a hoarse and charming voice came into Gojo Ming's ears. As expected of you, you are the Six Eyes son of God of the Gojo family. You can see through my position at a glance. You are so perceptive. I was thinking of treating you well first. Now it seems that we have to go straight to the main course. A tall woman with short hair appeared in front of Gojo Ming. When he saw the person in front of him, Gojo Ming just felt that she looked familiar at first, but when he saw the suture line on the woman's forehead, he immediately confirmed the identity of the person in front of him. Noose, or rather, Itadori Yuji's mother. Gojo Ming subconsciously took a step back, his eyes full of surprise. He didn't expect that Najuo would come to find him. Seeing Gojo Naruto's actions, Itadori Kaori's mouth corners slightly raised and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Why, Gojo Naru-kun, do you know me? Gojo Ming shook his head. I don't know her, but I didn't expect that the person who trapped me was actually a woman. He is not arrogant enough to directly expose the identity of the Nosuke. I don't have the strength to fight against Luosa head-on now. If I reveal Luosa's identity, I will probably attract more attention from him in the future. Gojo Ming knows his advantage, which is that he is familiar with the future development situation and he is in the dark. Therefore, even when facing a noose, he would never easily reveal more information about himself. Itadori Kaori frowned slightly. Oh, really? She felt that Gojo Naruto seemed to be hiding something, but she really didn't know what Gojo Naruto was thinking. This was the first time she met Gojo Naruto, so Gojo Naruto should not know her identity. So, sister, what's the matter with you stopping me here? I have to hurry home. Gojo Ming moved backwards calmly. The person in front of him is the biggest boss in the entire world, and he is not capable of dealing with him at the moment. If Ryujin Jaka can be obedient, perhaps he can still give it a try. However, now Ryujin Jaka is just a fire stick, and his body is not yet fully grown, so he will definitely not be a match for the noose in front of him. The best choice now is to run as fast as possible. Looking at Gojo Naruto's little movements, Itadori Kaori smiled playfully. Gojo Naru-kun, I just want to borrow something from you, okay? I have no ill will towards you. Gojo Naruto frowned and looked at Itadori Kaori cautiously. What is it? I don't have anything good on me that's worth borrowing, right? Itadori Kaori shook her head. Of course. You are so young now, and you have to carry 2 samurai swords with you. This is a bit too tiring. Can you lend me a sword? Itadori Kaori's gaze stayed on Ryujin Jaka. This Zanpakutō contained a powerful technique. Once it was unleashed, it would be an absolute earth-shattering force. Ryujin Jaka, Itadori Kaori's words made Gojo Naruto's body tremble. He thought that Noso was aware of the possible threat he would pose in the future, so he came to nip him in the bud, but he never imagined that his target was actually his Zanpakutō. "Sister, this is just an ordinary samurai sword. Nothing special." Gojo Naruto covered it up. Although Nozomi said that he was only targeting his Zanpakutō, Gojo Naruto still did not dare to relax at all. Itadori Kaori's eyes lit up. "Ryujin Jaka? This sword has a nice name. I like fire very much. So, can you lend me this sword? I'll return it to you later. Besides, my sister just likes ordinary samurai swords, so please don't take it too seriously, Gojo Naru-kun." Itadori Kaori showed her determination to obtain her Zanpakutō. This was a Zanpakutō that clearly made her feel threatened, and she absolutely could not let it go easily. As for the potential threat of Gojo Naru, she really didn't take it seriously. In the past many years, she had killed the 6 eyes of the Gojo family before, but 6 eyes could not be killed. Therefore, her murderous intent did not appear to be that strong. If possible, she hoped that Gojo Naruto could cooperate honestly to avoid disrupting her next plan. Realizing Nozomi's determination, Gojo Naruto was also making a choice in his mind. Because of the existence of the system, even if Ryujin Jaka was taken away by Nozomi, Nozomi's strength would not be improved. After all, as long as he wanted, the Ryujin Ruka in the hands of the Nozomi would only become a real fire stick. However, he absolutely did not want to lose Ryujin Jaka unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, he knew the potential of this Zanpakutō, and it was also his trump card to fight against Noso and Ryomen Sukuna in the future. The self with Ryujin Jaka and the self without Ryujin Jaka are definitely on different levels. Well, since my sister likes it, I am willing to help her. Is it this one? Gojo Ming grasped the hilt of the sword and drew out Ryujin Jaka. Itadori Kaori's eyes lit up and she nodded. This is it. She was a little surprised to see Gojo Naruto being so tactful, but the next second, Gojo Naruto swung the Ryujin Jaka in his hand and chopped back fiercely. There's really no need to struggle. Gojo Naruto-kun, I've been observing you for a long time. You haven't been able to use the technique of this Ryujin Jaka yet. The sharpness of this Zanpakutō alone cannot break my barrier. Seeing that Gojo Naruto was still fighting stubbornly, Itadori Kaori also knew that Ryujin Jaka was not so easy to obtain. Gojo Naru-kun, this barrier is invisible to others. I designed it. It is an advanced version of the tent. Not only is it invisible to ordinary humans, but even sorcerers cannot detect it. Unless there is a sorcerer who is willing to spend a lot of magic power to explore this place. Otherwise, you and I will never be discovered. I know you want to delay time, but are you sure you want to continue struggling and wasting each other's time under this situation? After hearing Nozomi's explanation about the barrier, Gojo Ming's heart skipped a beat. Just as Nozomi said, even someone as strong as Flowing Blade like fire would not be able to break this barrier. 10 minutes is enough for me to kill you 100 times. So, let's save some time and effort, okay? Itadori Kaori revealed the existence time of the barrier, which is the weakness of the barrier, but she didn't care at all. In Itadori Kaori's eyes, Gojo Naruto had no power to resist at all. He only relied on the power of his other Zanpakutō, Sodi Shiryuki, and was not afraid at all. However, to her surprise, Gojo Ming's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing that the barrier would only exist for 10 minutes. You're not really expecting someone to come here, are you? If you think so, aren't you being too disrespectful to my strength? Itadori Kaori narrowed her eyes slightly. She had already seen through Gojo Naru's thoughts. Since words of persuasion didn't work, then she would have to use force directly. She took a step towards Gojo Naruto. Until this moment, Itadori Kaori thought that everything was going as she planned. However, what she didn't know was that although this barrier could block out sound and sight, making it difficult for people to detect him, Gojo Ming was not an ordinary person. If you just use the same method to deal with ordinary sorcerers to deal with him, you'll suffer a great loss. At the moment when Ryujin Jaka failed to break the barrier, Gojo Naruto had already used the system's function to send a message to every person who borrowed the sword through his Zanpakutō. The swordsmith is in danger. Location coordinates. Itadori Kaori could never have imagined that at this moment, the Gojo family, the Yagyu family, and the sword borrowers from the Uraziya had all received the information and location passed on by Gojo Naruto. The Five family. Gojo Satoru, who was in retreat, heard the message from Senbizakura. His expression changed, and he rushed out of the retreat room. The person who came towards him was Gojo Shinichi, who also had a serious expression. Shuni, did you receive the message too? Master Wu, yes. The two looked at each other, and Gojo Satoru gave the order directly. Shinichi, you go find the head of the family and the agent. I will go to the location to find Ming. Gojo Shinichi felt that he shouldn't let Gojo Satoru go out alone, but he couldn't care less now. Master Wu, you have to be careful too. Gojo Satoru nodded and disappeared directly in front of Gojo Shinichi. During the period of seclusion, he had already mastered the basic technique of Shun Zhuan Tsang and paid special attention to Tsang's movement skills. Ming, wait for me for a moment. I'll be there soon. The Yagyu family. Yagyu Zaman brought Suzu and knocked on Yagyu Hidetsugu's door. What's wrong? What happened? Yagyu Hidetsugu looked confused, but Yagyu Zaman had no time to explain anything. Follow me, Hidetsugu. Master Gojo Naruto is in danger. The moment the voice fell, Yagyu Zaman had disappeared in front of Yagyu Hidetsugu. Upon hearing this, Yagyu Hidetsugu's face changed drastically, and he directly used the technique to follow Yagyu Zaman. Gojo Naru is the current treasurer of the Gojo family. If anything goes wrong with him, the entire world of sorcery will probably be in turmoil. The two first-level sorcerers from the Yagyu family are rushing to the corresponding location. In the Uraziya, Zenin Shinji, who was communicating with Kajuka Yuki, froze, and then a strong, murderous aura shot out from his eyes. Jujo Yuki, who was standing opposite him, only felt a powerful aura pressing towards him. She summoned the Phoenix Wheel immediately. She felt that Chanyuan Shinner seemed to want to attack her, and her life was under severe threat. You will die if you don't fight back. However, all this was just Jujo Yuki's illusion, and Zenin Shinji did not attack her. The murderous intent she felt was not directed at herself. Gojo Naru is in danger. Chanyuan Shinner just threw down these words and disappeared directly into the Wanshawu. After hearing the news, Kujiyuki's expression changed, and he directly urged his magic power to catch up with Zenin Shinji. She didn't know why Zenin Shinji knew about this situation, but since it was related to Gojo Naru, she absolutely could not stand idly by. The three forces are quickly gathering towards the barrier. Gojo Naruto knew their movements through the vision of his Zanpakutō and also determined his next strategy. I am currently unable to defeat the news, so I just need to delay it until everyone arrives. As long as Chanyuan Shinner can arrive at the scene, then Loasoa should completely give up this robbery. After all, with the current strength of Chanyuan and Huatian Quangu, the noose that controls Tiger Mom may not be able to determine the winner in the short term. So, at the same time Itadori Kaori walked towards her, Gojo Naruto had already drawn out Sodi no Shirayuki, and at the moment of drawing the sword, Sodi no Shirayuki had already completed the Shurikai. The pure white blade exudes extreme chill. Gojo Ming waved Sodi Shirayuki and drew a circle directly using the barrier as a line. First dance, Moon White. Gojo Naruto used all his strength to activate Sodi no Shirayuki, even wrapping himself in it, just to try to freeze the noose for a few seconds. The breath of ice gushed out from the circle on the ground, directly filling the entire barrier. In an instant, the noose that was walking towards Gojo Naru and Gojo Naru himself were directly surrounded by ice. Gojo Ming did not make any defense. His only wish was that Yuebai could hold on a little longer. However, it is obvious that this is Gojo Ming's delusion. Yuebai's power is nothing compared to Itadori Kaori, and she can't even put a dent in her. At the moment when Yuebai froze the entire barrier, Itadori Kaori had already used her own technique, anti-gravity mechanism. When the technique is performed in the forward direction, Itadori Kaori's ability becomes anti-gravity. The moment the moonlight created by Sodi Shiryuki touched Itadori Kaori, the ice instantly floated and began to condense from the top of the barrier, as if it were weightless. Uebai cannot threaten Itadori Kaori. Seeing this, Gojo sighed. However, he had expected this in his heart. Uebai was only Sodi Shiryuki's most basic technique. If Uebai alone could stop the noose, then the noose would not deserve to be called a hidden boss. Gojo Neru-kun, I advise you not to resist any longer. You still have a move called by Lian, right? You don't have to waste your energy on it. Kaori Itadori's face was full of calmness. She controlled gravity and was like a god in this barrier. However, giving up is not in Gojo Naruto's character. The second dance, White Ripples. The white snow waterfall of Gojo Ming has gushed out. And just as Itadori Kaori said, although the white ripples are extremely powerful, under the influence of anti-gravity, this huge snow waterfall cannot touch Itadori Kaori at all. Itadori Kaori smiled slightly. Although these two large-scale ice spells were powerful, they posed no threat to her at all. But in the snow waterfall, a little bit of cold light suddenly flashed. Behind the white snow waterfall, there was actually Gojo Ming's close attack hidden. Gojo Neru's speed was extremely fast, but Itadori Kaori still did not take it seriously. If he wants to stab himself, with Gojo Naruto's current speed, he will need to practice for at least several decades. Under the influence of the techniques forward rotation and anti-gravity, Gojo Neru's body began to become unstable when he approached Itadori Kaori. When Gojo Naruto lost his balance due to anti-gravity, Itadori Kaori prepared to defeat him with one strike. But the next second, she suddenly felt an inexplicable crisis. Gojo Naruto's body was clearly out of control, and Sodi no Shiryuki was also very far away from him. So why did he feel the danger? Itadori Kaori wanted to continue attacking, but the sense of crisis made her choose to believe in herself. She quickly retracted her fist and took a step back. At the same time, she finally saw Gojo Naruto's attack that made her feel threatened. Ritual, 3 dances, white sword. Gojo Neru's Sodi Shiryuki suddenly became twice as long. At this distance, if Itadori Kaori didn't dodge, she would definitely be stabbed by Sodi Shiryuki. Seeing Itadori Kaori dodge, Gojo Neru's expression was a little regretful. In this wave of attacks, just now he not only used the 3 dances white sword, but he also lowered his body temperature to minus 18 degrees Celsius and used the technique minus 18 degrees. As long as the noose can be pierced, the frozen blood will definitely slow down the speed of the noose. But, unfortunately, even though it was the first time he saw the white sword, Nozomi still managed to dodge it successfully. Facing the sudden increase in the length of Shiryuki Sodi and the chill emanating from Gojo Naruto, Itadori Kaori frowned slightly. She didn't expect that Sodi no Shiryuki had other techniques. Moreover, this technique could actually make her feel a little threatened. She suddenly felt that the Zanpakutō forged by Gojo Neru seemed to have greater potential. Since there is a new technique that I don't know about, will this Sodi no Shiryuki have other techniques? Although 4 techniques are already very outrageous, Gojo Naruto seems to have another trump card. Itadori Kaori never thought that Gojo Neru could be so calm when facing her. After all, the person in front of him was just a 6-year-old boy, and the difference in strength between them could be seen at a glance. Now, this young man actually took the initiative to attack him, which means that Gojo Ming has other confidence. Itadori Kaori felt that she should deal with it seriously. If she was too casual, she suspected that she might fail because of this boy. Under the influence of the anti-gravity technique, Gojo Ming barely managed to stand. As expected of the body that was hit by the noose, this technique was indeed invincible. Now it was just the forward rotation of the technique. Gojo Ming remembered that the noose could use the anti-gravity mechanism to reverse the technique. He is also one of the only 2 people in the entire world line who can use the technique reversal besides Gojo Satoru. The reversal technique has not been used yet, which is probably because Nozomi doesn't take himself seriously enough. However, Gojo Ming thought this was a good idea. If he could hold on for another 2 minutes, the nearest Yagyu Saiman would arrive, Gojo Satoru would arrive in about 3 minutes, and Zen and Shinji would arrive within 5 minutes. As long as he could hold on for 5 minutes, if he didn't want to be completely exposed, he would have no choice but to retreat. However, just as Gojo Naruto was thinking about the support issue, Itadori Kaori had already put away her contempt for Gojo Naruto. Spell reversal, gravity. The technique reversal that Gojo Naru was thinking about just now was directly used by Itadori Kaori. The gravity within the barrier suddenly increased several times. Gojo Ming only felt that his body suddenly became much heavier, and his movements became slower. Gojo Naru-kun, your Zanpakutō really gave me a big surprise, which also proves that you're worthy of my attention. So, to show my respect for you, I will show you what a spell reversal is. There was a smile in Kaori, Itadori's eyes. As the only person who could use the reversal technique, she had enough capital to be proud of. However, to her surprise, Gojo Ming's reaction was too calm. Forget it. You are still young and don't know the power of the spell reversal. I don't blame you. Itadori Kaori shrugged, thinking that Gojo Naruto was ignorant. Unfortunately, what she didn't know was that Gojo Naruto already knew this trick. Therefore, the moment he realized that the gravity had doubled, he had already used the technique of minus 50 degrees Celsius. In the previous moment, all the moisture inside the entire surface of the ground was frozen, and he also used the coldness of the condensed moisture to stand. Itadori Kaori wanted to continue approaching Gojo Naru, but the ground suddenly shook violently. Earthquake! Itadori Kaori stood firm. She didn't expect an earthquake to happen at this time. Although Japan is a country prone to earthquakes, this wave of earthquakes just now was too sudden, wasn't it? Itadori Kaori didn't care too much about the vibration that just came. However, as she continued to walk, the entire ground began to shake again. When she stopped, the ground stopped at the same time. It seemed as if this earthquake was following her footsteps. After discovering the situation, how could Itadori Kaori not guess that this strange phenomenon came from Gojo Naru? Itadori Kaori shook her head and stamped her feet. Under the influence of gravity, the originally solid ground was directly crushed by it, and the ice silk condensed on the surface appeared in Itadori Kaori's eyes. I see. The vibration just now came from these ice silks, right? I didn't expect that a Zanpakutō would have so many strange techniques. Is this Sodi no Shirayuki? There was a glimmer of madness in her eyes. If you have any other techniques, use them, Gojo Naru-kun. I want to let you see what true despair is. Gojo Naru looked regretful. Sister, Sodi no Shirayuki's techniques are no longer available. I didn't expect you to be so strong that you could force Sodi no Shirayuki to use so many techniques. I'm really curious about your identity, sister. Gojo Ming felt a little uncomfortable with his disguise, but for the ultimate victory and to tip the balance of power, he had to commit a deception that went against his character. Is that so, Gojo Naru-kun? You're already very good. As long as you give me Ryujin Jaka, you'll gain my friendship. Hearing the tone of submission in Gojo Naru's words, Itadori Kaori's eyes flashed with satisfaction. In her opinion, Gojo Naru had run out of ammunition and food, and had made all the efforts, and finally chose to accept this ending. Sister, you are so strong. I am lucky to have your friendship. In your hands, Ryujin Jaka should be able to show its true power. Gojo Ming sighed, with regret and reluctance showing on his face, and drew out Ryujin Jaka once again. Feeling that the ice in the ground had melted and seeing that Sodi no Shirayuki had returned to her sheath, Itadori Kaori thought that Gojo Naru had given up. Her mood was slightly relaxed at this time, and she walked straight to Gojo Naruto, ready to take the Ryujin Jaka. However, the moment she stretched out her hand, she felt a sudden fluctuation of magical power all around her. Yagyu Zaman and Yagyu Hidetsugu. Why did they appear here? Moreover, they landed directly and accurately around the barrier. Is Master Gojo Naruto here? Why can't I see any trace of him? Yagyu Hidetsugu was extremely anxious. Twisting the flowers told me that it was right here. Yagyu Zaman was also anxious, but there was no point in being anxious now, so he could only search carefully. Inside the barrier, Hearing what Yagyu said, Itadori Kaori's expression changed. The two people from the Yagyu family were attracted by Gojo Neru. What Tsunika told Yagyu was the first time she knew that Zanpakutō actually had the ability to transmit information. Gojo Ming did not give in at all. Since he was able to pass the information to Yagyu through the twisting flower, then Gojo Satoru, who owns the Senbonzakura of the Gojo family, and Gojo Shinichi, who owns the Kaimushu, should have also received it. Likewise, it is impossible that Hua Tian Kuang Gu did not pass the information here to Zen Temple Shinur. In other words, at present, the strong men from the Gojo family, the Yagyu family, and the Zenin family are already gathering here. A fierce light flashed in Itadori Kaori's eyes, and she knew that she was tricked by Gojo Naruto. In a flash, she jumped back. Gojo Naruto wouldn't be so obedient as to hand over Ryujin jacket to him. There must be something fishy going on. Once again, Kaori Itadori's intuition helped her avoid a crisis. Gojo Neru didn't expect that it was the person he asked for help who arrived and let Itadori Kaori know the trap she had designed. Because he is not the master of the barrier, Gojo Naruto has no idea what is happening outside the barrier. He also doesn't know that Yagyu and Yagyu Hidetsugu coincidentally appeared outside the barrier when he was deceiving Itadori Kaori and talked about information about twisting flowers. Even if he knew, Gojo Ming could only sigh that everything was too coincidental. As Itadori Kaori jumped back, Gojo Naruto swung Sodi Shirayuki and delivered the final slash. Absolute zero. The temperature around Gojo Ming at this time dropped to absolute zero, minus 273.15 degrees Celsius. In this case, the body of the enemy hit would be frozen instantly. As long as Itadori Kaori was hit by the absolute zero Sodi Shirayuki just now, then the outcome of everything would be decided. But, unfortunately, due to a strange combination of circumstances, Gojo Ming's most important attack missed. At this moment, Gojo Neru, who was in a state of absolute zero, exuded a terrifying coldness all over his body. Even someone as strong as Itadori Kaori could realize that if she got close to Gojo Neru, she would be hurt by this coldness. She didn't know how long Gojo Neru could last in this state. Thinking that the sorcerer from the Gojo family and Zeninginer were on their way, Itadori Kaori realized that she could not delay any longer. If Gojo Ming could hold on for a few minutes, her barrier would be discovered. Itadori Kaori's expression became extremely serious. Gojo Neru-kun, you really surprised me. You were able to force me to use the domain expansion. He was seen stretching out his hands and making seals in front of his chest. Looking at this scene, Gojo Ming, whose body temperature was gradually recovering, felt a sense of surprise. He could only hold on for 4 seconds in the state of absolute zero. If he had waited a few more seconds, he would have been able to break free from the absolute zero. And, most importantly, the release of absolute zero must be done gradually, otherwise it will harm the body. Now, because of the absolute zero, Itadori Kaori has used her domain, which has forced Nozomi to reveal a trump card. Once the field is unfolded, this barrier should be able to be observed. After all, the power of the domain is absolutely extraordinary. As if guessing what Gojo Neru was thinking, Itadori Kaori smiled disdainfully. Gojo Neru-kun, don't dream. Even if all your supporters arrive, they won't be able to break through before the barrier is automatically lifted. This transformation barrier can be integrated into the domain of the caster. Even if I use the domain to make the barrier observable, the person you seek help from will not be able to break the domain that is integrated with my barrier. Gojo Neru-kun, I'm angry. So, I will take away Ryujin Jaka, and I will also take away your life and body. And the people you ask for help, whether it's Gojo Satoru or Zenin Shurji, they will all watch you die in my hands outside. The smile on Itadori Kaori's face turned into a grim smile. She didn't want to do this, but Gojo Neru brought all of this upon herself. Being forced to this point by a 6-year-old boy was already a shame for Nozomi, who was good at setting up traps. The territory is expanding, and the fetus is everywhere. Outside the barrier, Zenin, who was moving at full speed, arrived even earlier than Gojo Satoru. Looking at Yagyu Zaman and Yagyu Hidetsugu who appeared in front of him, Zenin Shinji's expression was very solemn. He knew that the two people in front of him must have come because of Gojo Naru's request for help. "Have you found Gojo Naru?" Yagyu Zaman shook his head. They had only just arrived a short time ago. Before, Yagyu Zaman was still wondering if Tsuchika had conveyed the wrong information. But now that he saw Zenin Shinji also appeared here, it meant that there was nothing wrong with the information. Hateful, Zen Yuanshin frowned. Behind him, Jujo Yuki finally caught up. After witnessing Zenin Shinji's true speed, Jujo Yuki finally understood what the body bound by heaven and curse was. Is Gojo Naru in danger? Isn't he there? When Jujo Yuki saw a young man in a kimono appear in front of her, her eyes lit up. Didn't Zenin Shinobu say that Gojo Naru was in danger? Now he's standing right in front of me? But then, the young man in front of him who looked exactly like Gojo Ming appeared next to Shigeru. "Where's Ming? Didn't he go out with you? Why did he get into danger?" Gojo Satoru's expression was very gloomy. Chanyuan Shinner shook his head and did not respond, but walked towards the direction of the barrier based on his intuition. He couldn't see where the barrier was, but his absolute perception had already detected something wrong around him. Master Gojo Satoru, the most important thing now is to find Master Gojo Naruto. Yagyu Hidetsugu whispered a reminder that Zenin Shinner was the strongest among them, and this was definitely not the time to create conflicts. When he heard Yagyu Hidetsugu's address, Jujuyuki realized that the young man in front of him was different from Gojo Naru. This young man possesses cursed powers and techniques. He is another six-eyes son of God in the Gojo family and the twin brother of Gojo Naruto. Apart from their cursed powers, it is impossible to tell the two apart. Of course, the Zanpakutō they wore on their waists were also different. Gojo Satoru calmed himself down and nodded to Yagyu Hidetsugu. At the moment, the most important thing is to find Gojo Naruto first. Just as everyone was concentrating on finding Gojo Ming's trace, Zenin Shinner had already relied on his intuition to arrive at the side of the barrier and punched it hard. With just one punch, Jujo Yuki and others felt the ground shaking. Then, a translucent barrier appeared in front of everyone. In the originally deserted alley, Gojo Naruto and Itadori Kaori appeared. Ming! The moment Gojo Satoru saw Gojo Ming's figure, he directly released the technique of forward transformation, blue. At this moment, he did not hold back the cursed power in his body at all, and poured all his strength into the barrier. The eyes of Yuki Kujuku and Hidetsu Yagyu were filled with surprise that Gojo Satoru, who was only 6 years old, actually had such a terrifying reserve of cursed energy. The Gojo family's generation of unbridled magic was shown to outsiders for the first time. As expected of the Gojo family's ancestral technique, this thought emerged in the minds of Kujuku Yuki and Yagyu Hidetsugu. However, the next scene surprised them even more. Even Gojo Satoru's full-strength, unlimited power technique attack failed to break the barrier. The entire barrier only shook slightly, and there was no visible damage at all. At the same time, they felt the change in gravity coming from inside the barrier. Just by standing on the edge of the barrier, their bodies seemed to have become twice as heavy. Feel, Hidetsugu Yagyu's expression changed. He had never expected that the person who attacked Gojo Naruto this time actually mastered the ultimate secret field of the Sorcerer. And Jujo Yuki looked at the person who was deploying the barrier inside the barrier, his face full of shock. This person was the short-haired dashing woman that he had met before. He had never expected that the ultimate purpose of this person observing Gojo Naruto's fight was to attack Gojo Naruto. Jujo Yuki felt that the situation was extremely complicated, but the threat this woman posed to Gojo Naruto was already very obvious. As the domain unfolds, it is difficult for Gojo Ming inside the barrier to survive. Kujuku Yuki immediately summoned the Phoenix Wheel, ready to assist Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji in breaking the barrier, but Yagyu Hidetsugu, beside her, stopped her. "Let's not mess around. Make trouble." This was the first time that Juju Yuki was disliked by someone. Her strength was much stronger than the uncle next to her. So how could she be causing trouble? Just as Kujuki Yuki was about to refute, suddenly, 3 powerful forces shot out from the hands of Zenin Shinji, Gojo Satoru, and Yagyu Saman. The flower wind is in turmoil. The flower god is crying. The sky wind is in turmoil. The sky devil is sneering. The flower god is crazy. Let the water and sky roll back. Twist the flowers. Scatter. Senbenzakura. The 3 Zanpakutō completed their Shurikai at the same time, and the true appearance of the Zanpakutō appeared before Kujuki Yuki. Amidst the sky full of cherry blossom blades, the double sword Hua Tian Quangu and the long spear Zhihua simultaneously launched attacks on the barrier. Inside the barrier, feeling the attack of Zenin Shinji's punch, Itadori Kaori's expression became more solemn. Fortunately, she had released the domain before. Otherwise, the attacks from Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru would have been enough to break the barrier. However, even if the barrier is still strong at the moment, after withstanding the next round of Zanpakutō attacks, the barrier will only last a short time. Itadori Kaori knew that she had to quickly obtain Ryujin Jaka and then prepare to evacuate. If time goes on, it will be very disadvantageous to her. After expanding the domain and maintaining the barrier, Itadori Kaori no longer took Gojo Naru seriously. Just now, Sodi Shiryuki's absolute zero did make her feel a little threatened, but this time, Gojo Naruto had completely exited that state. In addition, since she was in her own territory, Gojo Naru was already in her pocket. Itadori Kaori raised her right hand and then pressed it down suddenly. Gojo Ming on the opposite side only felt that his whole body was 10 times heavier. If it weren't for his body strengthened by heaven and curse, he even suspected that his bones would be crushed under this gravity. Gojo Naruto knew that this was the ability of Itadori Kaori's domain, similar to Sukuna's indiscriminate slash, manifested as indiscriminate gravity. He also knew that if he couldn't survive Itadori Kaori's domain attack, then everything would be over. Although Zenin Jiner and the others were all outside the barrier, it was only a matter of time before the barrier was broken. However, if he couldn't hold on until the end and died at Itadori Kaori's hands before the barrier broke, then even if Itadori Kaori was torn to pieces by Zenin Jiner afterwards, it would be meaningless to him. Therefore, in front of Itadori Kaori's territory, Gojo Naruto knew that he could only save himself. In order to survive, Gojo Naruto must block Itadori Kaori's attacks. But what other cards can I reveal? Kendo? For Kaori, Itadori, who can manipulate gravity, it is almost impossible to hit her with my Kendo. In vain. Under this unusual gravity, even your movements will be distorted. Unless you can use the power after Ryujin Jaka's Shurikai, or complete Sodi Shiryuki's Bankai. However, both paths are extremely difficult. But for Gojo Naruto, this is already a desperate situation. No matter how difficult it is, he must break through. Gojo Ming clenched the Sodi Shiryuki in his hand, and his heart was as cold as ice. Under extreme gravity conditions, he forced his body to stand upright. Are you really ready? A gentle voice sounded deep in Gojo Naruto's heart. A woman wearing a white kimono, who looked like a Yamato Nadeshiko, appeared in front of Gojo Naru. A gleam of determination flashed in Gojo Ming's eyes. He nodded. The anthropomorphic Sodi Shiryuki smiled gently and embraced Gojo Naru in her arms. The whole person merged into Gojo Naruto's body. An extremely dangerous battle broke out in Gojo Ming's consciousness. That was the battle between Gojo Naruto and Sodi Shiryuki. A battle that determines whether or not the Zanpakutō can enter a state of submission. A battle that would determine whether Sodi Shiryuki could finally complete her Bankai took place in a flash. A battle that would decide Gojo Ming's life or death broke out. If Sodi Shiryuki wins, Gojo Ming will die. If Shiryuki is defeated, Gojo Ming will be born. Gojo Naru-kun, please stop resisting. This barrier is strong enough for me to kill you dozens of times. Itadori Kaori walked leisurely to Gojo Naruto and directly pulled out the Ryujin Jaka from his waist. She was still very surprised that Gojo Naruto was able to stand in her own territory. But it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, she has already got Ryujin Jaka. Gojo Naru, I believe you will feel that your death is worthy of being able to die on the Zanpakutō you forged yourself. Itadori Kaori touched the warm handle of the knife, and a hint of fanaticism flashed in her eyes. This powerful Zanpakutō will belong to you in the future. Just because Gojo Naruto is unable to perform the sword technique doesn't mean she can't. She believes that this Ryujin Jaka will bloom with incomparable colors in her hands. Before that, let's use the blood of the swordsmith Gojo Naruto to sharpen this Ryujin Jaka. Itadori Kaori draws out her Ryujin Jaka and slashes at Gojo Naruto. Everything will end. Ming, Gojo Naru, Gojo Satoru, and Zenin Shinji's eyes were filled with rage. The barrier before them was about to be shattered. If they could hold on for a few more seconds, everything would be over. The group of Gojo family sorcerers brought by Gojo Shonyen were also constantly using spells to bombard the barrier. Everyone was trying their best, and they had already seen the gap between Gojo Naruto and Itadori Kaori. With the field unfolding, Gojo Ming, who was only 6 years old, no longer had a chance. Juju Yuki looked at Gojo Naru, who was trying to stand inside the barrier, his face full of pity. The Phoenix Will continued. She had already opened up the fantasy quality of the technique to the maximum, but it still had no effect on this barrier. Yagyu Saman and Yagyu Hidetsugo looked at the situation inside the barrier, and they were filled with panic. The Zanpakutō Tsunika, forged by Gojo Naru for the Yagyu family, can be said to have helped the Yagyu family gain a firm foothold in the world of sorcery. If such a person died in front of them, the two really didn't know how to face the Gojo family. Gojo Kumamoto watched everything at the scene in silence. Although the Gojo family had many sorcerers, when they really encountered a strong man, they could basically only act as cannon fodder. With such a large number of sorcerers, even the future of the Gojo family cannot be saved. Gojo Shun held the insect cleaner in one hand, and the red locust was ready, but it was too late in time. Gojo Satoru looked at the crisis of Gojo Ming within the barrier. His eyes were about to burst into tears, and a faint trace of blood was already flowing from the corners of his eyes. The unlimited technique and the Senbonzakura were almost drained by it. Chanyuan Shinner had fallen into madness at this time, and Huatian Kwangu had been used as a hatchet by him, chopping at the noose barrier continuously at a speed that ordinary people could not even see clearly. The barrier was already shaky under the attacks of everyone and could break at any time, but it was all too late. Itadori Kaori inside the barrier has already drawn her Zanpakutō Ryujin Jaka. It will all be over. Gojo Naru-kun, it's over. A cold light flashed on the blade of Ryujin Jaka, and Gojo Naruto was about to be beheaded by Itadori Kaori. The faces of the people outside the barrier were filled with despair. Dying at the hands of the Zanpakutō, he forged himself. What a tragic ending. Many sorcerers of the Gojo family had subconsciously closed their eyes. They did not dare to watch the scene of Gojo Ming being beheaded. But just as the flowing blade Jaka was about to pass through Gojo Ming's neck, a voice as cold as 1,000-year-old ice rang in everyone's ears. Bankai, Gojo Satoru, Zenin Shinji, Gojo Shinichi, and Yagyu Zaman all subconsciously looked at Gojo Ming inside the barrier. They all knew about the existence of Bankai, but none of them had ever seen it. Suddenly hearing the word Bankai, a glimmer of hope ignited in everyone's heart. By Xia punishment. Gojo Ming coldly shouted out the 3 words by Xia Fa. The moment the voice fell, everyone shuddered subconsciously. They only felt the temperature in the air drop instantly. In just a blink of an eye, Gojo Ming within the barrier completely changed into another appearance. At this time, the light blue kimono on Gojo Naruto's body turned completely white, as if the whole person was covered with a layer of frost. The originally pure, white Sodi Shiryuki also turned transparent, like a transparent ice blade. This is Sodi no Shiryuki's Bankai. This sentence appeared in the minds of all those who borrowed the Zanpakutō. This is also the first time that Zanpakutō's Bankai appears in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Inside the barrier, when Itadori Kaori heard the word by Sia Fa, her expression changed instantly. She had never expected that, in this situation, Gojo Naru's Sodi Shirayuki still possessed an unexposed technique. What kind of power is hidden in this technique that can change the appearance of Gojo Naruto? Itadori Kaori clearly felt a threat from Sodi no Shirayuki, but she still did not retreat. The opportunity to kill Gojo Naruto is right in front of her. She absolutely cannot let it go. This time, she has completely become an enemy of Gojo Naruto. If she does not completely kill the six-eyed son of God of the Gojo family, then her future plans will definitely be affected by Gojo Naruto. If he takes just one more step, Gojo Ming will have his head chopped off by himself. With the sharpness of Ryujin Jaka, Gojo Naru's body would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, she was very worried whether this so-called Baisha punishment would have other effects. However, Itadori Kaori also has confidence that under the influence of the gravity of her own domain and the sharpness of Ryujin Jaka, even if Gojo Naruto has a trump card, it will be too late for him to open it. Just as Ryujin Jaka was about to slash across Gojo Naru's neck, Gojo Naru and Itadori Kaori looked at each other. With just one glance, Itadori Kaori felt a chill from the depths of her soul. It was a lifeless coldness, as if everything in time was equal in the face of this coldness. Clang! The flowing blade hit an ice knife. At the most critical moment, Sodi Shirayuki blocked Ryujin Jaka. Although Sodi Shirayuki and Ryujin Jaka are not at the same level, at this time Sodi Shirayuki has already completed her Bankai, while Ryujin Jaka Shurikai is still on the surface, so Ryujin Jaka actually fell into a disadvantage in the fight with Sodi Shirayuki. Seeing this, Itadori Kaori's expression changed, and she wanted to pull back Ryujin Jaka. Her sixth sense told her that she could no longer kill Gojo Naruto. Stop while you're ahead. Now that the Zanpakutō Ryujin Jaka is already in hand, there is no need to worry about Gojo Naru for the time being. Anyway, as long as she masters the technique of Ryujin Jaka, this Zanpakutō will definitely be stronger than the Sodi no Shirayuki in Gojo Naruto's hand. However, what Itadori Kaori didn't know was that from the moment Gojo Naru completed her Bankai, all of this would no longer be in accordance with her wishes. The moment Ryujin Jaka touched Sodi no Shirayuki, the blade was covered with a layer of frost and was actually frozen in midair. It was not until this moment that Kaori Itadori realized that her entire realm was filled with extreme cold. At some point, a large disc-shaped piece of pure white cold air appeared in the sky above her territory. Then a beam of cold air shot out from the ground, piercing through the sky. At the same time, cold air suddenly began to surge and dance on the ground like a giant wave. Cannot touch. Absolutely cannot touch. Itadori Kaori felt the absolute threat in this cold air. If I were to touch this cold air, I would really die. Sister, you should run away. This enchantment is the most suitable place for Baisha Fa's cold energy. If you still covet the flowing blade Ruo, then you can also try to get in touch with Baisha Fa's cold energy. This cold air will freeze everything within the attack range. Everything touched by the cold air will be frozen all over and eventually wither and shatter like shattered ice. Gojo Ming explained calmly. Itadori Kaori frowned. She could feel that Gojo Naruto was not lying to her. The threat of this cold air is indeed very deadly. However, she could not accept at all that she had to give up the Ryujin Jaka. Wasn't all for this Ryujin Jaka that I worked so hard to set up the barrier, make arrangements, and even expose my identity? Itadori Kaori wanted to try to take back Ryujin Jaka again, but the cold air of Baik Saifa seemed to have life and rush towards her. In a few seconds, you won't have a chance. A confident smile appeared on Gojo Naruto's face, and under the external attack, cracks began to appear in the barrier that was fused with Itadori Kaori's Taiza's field. Itadori Kaori's gaze kept wandering between Ryujin Jaka and Gojo Naru, who were frozen in midair, and her expression kept changing. Finally, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She decided that it was best to run away. Her current Bankai, Zanpakutō, had already made her feel the crisis. If Zen and Shinji, Yagyu Saman, and others joined Gojo Neru, then she would not be able to retreat smoothly without leaving something behind. As the barrier shattered, Itadori Kaori completely retracted her own territory. The moment the barrier shattered, a powerful cursed force erupted. Under the cover of this surging cursed force, she disappeared on the spot. Itadori Kaori chose to evacuate. But just as the barrier collapsed and she evacuated, she finally realized that Gojo Neru was actually weak. His own barrier was also a barrier to trap the cold air. The moment the barrier was broken, the cold air began to overflow. If he persists a little longer, Gojo Naruto's condition will end on its own. She realized that this cold energy would attack everyone except Gojo Naruto herself. Once the barrier is broken, Gojo Naruto will also release his Bankai in order to protect others. In this case, I still have a chance. But, unfortunately, he made the wrong choice and could only watch Gojo Neru unleash the technique before being surrounded by Zen and Shinji, Gojo Satoru, and others. Gojo Neru, I will remember you. Itadori Kaori's figure moved quickly and disappeared from everyone's sight, and the cold air that was originally protecting Gojo Naruto became an obstacle that affected everyone's pursuit. It's over. A hint of relief appeared on Gojo Ming's face. The state of Saifa really exhausted his last bit of physical strength. If Itadori Kaori had not chosen to leave just now, then he really would not have been able to hold on. Gojo Ming was exhausted and fell directly into Zen and Shinner's arms. No one knew the identity of the attacker, but they all knew how powerful this man was. After all, no one at the scene has a domain. The only two who have the potential to awaken their realms are Yuki Kujuku, who will become special grade sorcerers in the future, and Gojo Satoru. Although the attacker escaped, everyone witnessed Gojo Naruto's true strength. After truly witnessing the Zanpakutō's Bankai, he realized that it could actually compete with the sorcerer's ultimate means. The five bear flames felt the biting cold all around them and looked at the strange phenomenon that changed the weather color. They were shocked beyond compare. When he saw Yujin Jaka's sky-high pillar of fire that was powerful enough to change the sky, Gojo Kamain thought that this Zanpakutō must be unique, right? Now that he saw Sodi no Shiryuki's Bankai technique, he realized that he had still underestimated the true power of his Zanpakutō. At least in that state just now, Sodi Shiryuki's power is not inferior to Ryujin Jaka, right? Gojo Kumamoto was not clear about the difference between Bankai and Shurkai, but he could tell the strength of the technique. The potential of Zanpakutō is too great. At this moment, he was extremely grateful in his heart that Gojo Naruto had held on to the end and survived the attacker who possessed a domain. Hidetsuga Yagyu and Saman Chocho Yagyu came out with a sip of spirit. Yagyu Hidetsuga was shocked by the power of Gojo Neru's Hakuxia punishment, and was also very glad that Gojo Neru did not die, so that the world of sorcery could avoid turmoil. Yagyu Saman's attention was more focused on Gojo Neru's Bankai. Is this Sodi no Shiryuki's Bankai? As young master Gojo Naruto said, the Zanpakutō after Bankai is its final form. Isn't it possible that Sodi no Shiryuki in Bankai state is already far superior to a first-level sorcerer? In the current world of sorcery where there is a vacancy for special ranks, a first-level sorcerer is already considered the top combat force in the entire sorcery world. The fact that Sodi no Shiryuki was able to break through this limit after her Bankai was enough to prove that the influence of Zanpakutō on the entire world of sorcery has not yet reached its limit. If when the Tsuzuru in my hand completes Bankai, when the Kayamushi in Gojo Shinichi's hand completes Bankai, when, in that case, their strength will definitely be raised to a higher level than it is now. A hint of heat flashed in Yagyu Zaman's eyes. He also wants to work hard to complete his Bankai. He wants to see the true power of Twisted Flower, and he wants to climb to the pinnacle of the world of sorcery. Gojo Shinichi put away the insect and stood silently beside Zenin Shinner, guarding the unconscious Gojo Ming. He was shocked by the power of Bankai, but he blamed himself more for failing to protect Gojo Naru. Obviously, protecting Gojo Naruto should be his first responsibility. If I stay by Gojo Naru's side, even if I can't defeat that strange woman, I can at least buy Gojo Naru some time to escape. This time it was Gojo Naru who mastered Bankai and drove away the enemy with his own strength. All of this was so dangerous. If anything went wrong, Gojo Ming might be a corpse by now. Gojo Shinichi's heart was filled with blame for himself, and at the same time he made up his mind that in the future he must do a good job of protecting Gojo Ming. This was the first time Gojo Naru was attacked. Likewise, Gojo Shinichi will guarantee that this is the last time. The sharp cherry blossom blades scattered in the air gathered around Gojo Satoru and condensed into the 1,000 sakura in Gojo Satoru's hands. Facing Sodi no Shirayuki's Bankai, Senbonzakura seemed to be in a somewhat abnormal mood. Gojo Satoru can feel Senbonzakura's yearning for Bankai. He stared blankly at Gojo Ming, who was lying in the arms of Zenuan Shinner with a pale face, and his heart was filled with complicated feelings. He was glad that Gojo Naru successfully mastered Bankai at the most critical moment and eliminated the crisis this time. The power of Baisya Fa just now could be described as terrifying. If anyone was even touched by the cold air, they would probably be frozen to pieces. The power of Bankai shocked even him who possessed 6 eyes. Similarly, Gojo Satoru's heart is full of entanglements. Originally, after finishing his retreat, he successfully mastered the technique of forward, song that even Gojo Naruto envied. He thought that after possessing Song, his strength would surpass Gojo Ming, but he never expected that in front of Baisyafa's strength, he seemed to be still weaker. At least, in Gojo Satoru's opinion, he who possesses the technique of Shanjin Song cannot defeat the woman with the domain just now. And similarly, he cannot avoid Baisyafa's attack. Is the technique that he has mastered, forward transformation, blue, really worthy of the envy of Gojo Naruto? Gojo Satoru has already mastered the basics of the Gojo family's unlimited techniques. With the technique of forward, blue, Gojo Satoru has surpassed most sorcerers in overall strength. However, Gojo Satoru was not satisfied at all. I'm still too weak now. I absolutely cannot be like this. I absolutely cannot continue to be mediocre. Because of the appearance of Gojo Naru, Gojo Satoru had witnessed the top existence in the entire sorcery world at the age of 6. He no longer had the arrogance of the 6 eyes son of God of the Gojo family. If people from other families knew what Gojo Satoru was thinking, and knew that he considered himself mediocre, they would probably think that the 6 eyes son of God of the Gojo family was mentally abnormal, right? The unlimited technique is not enough to protect Ming. All this is not enough. Such a thought emerged in Gojo Satoru's mind. The unlimited technique is very powerful, but I am currently unable to master all of its techniques. Currently, he can only master the forward rotation of the unlimited technique, and he still has no idea about the reverse rotation of the technique in the family records. If Gojo Naru had not been attacked, Gojo Satoru might not have been in such a pressing situation. Now, seeing the gap between himself and Itadori Kaori, and the gap between himself and Zenin Shinji, Gojo Satoru's desire to become stronger is extremely strong. At present, the only thing that can make it even more powerful and still have traces to follow is the Bankai of the Zanpakutō Senbonzakura. Gojo Satoru knew that his Bankai of Senbonzakura would definitely not be inferior to Sodi no Shirayuki's Hakuka Kakashi. With Senbonzakura's Bankai, he should be able to fight against the strange woman who just attacked Gojo Naruto. You must master Bankai. Gojo Satoru made up his mind at this moment that only by mastering Bankai could he not be left too far behind by Gojo Naruto. Zenin Shinner looked at Gojo Ming, who was lying in his arms with a pale face, and his heart was very calm. He has memorized the face of the woman just now. If this person appears in front of him in the future, he will get rid of this woman immediately. The body strengthened by Tianyu Zhubin is extremely strong, but in the face of certain specific spells, pure physical strength is still too simple. Just like just now, if his power could be stronger and he could break the barrier faster, perhaps Gojo Naruto would not have been in a situation where he was almost beheaded by Ryujin Jaka. Before this battle, Chanyuan Shinner had absolute confidence in his body. Even a powerful sorcerer would be like a chicken or a dog in front of him, and not worth mentioning. However, after seeing himself powerless in front of the barrier, Zenin Shinji realized that pure physical strength was powerless in the face of a spell that had been set up in advance. The technique, after Kaiten Kayakatsu's initial release, is more suitable for one-on-one combat. Now that I have Huatian Quangbone, I should also add more ways of attack. The Zen Temple even began to reflect on itself. He still relied too much on past experience and did not try to integrate Huatian Quangu into the battle. The technique of Huatian Quangu was so strange. Wasn't a waste of Huatian Quangu to treat and use it like this? This time, Gojo Naru relied on Sodi, no Shiryuki's Bankai, Hakuxia penalty, to fight for a glimmer of hope. Bai Xiaofa's power is so strong that it can threaten everyone present. This kind of power is absolutely extraordinary. Chanyuan Shinner believed that the Huatian Quangu in his hand was not inferior to Shio Bai Shue. Master Bankai as soon as possible. We need to enrich our fighting methods. Watching the Zanpakutō in the hands of Zenin Shinji, Gojo Satoru and others begin to change and return to their plain and simple appearance. Kajuki Yuki witnessed the magic of Zanpakutō for the first time. She could understand why the world of curse art said that the emergence of Zanpakutō would change the entire world. Zanpakutō has transcended material existence and possesses the ability to completely violate the rules of the world. Transform from an ordinary Zanpakutō into a sky full of cherry blossom blades? Transformed from an ordinary Zanpakutō into 2 black broadswords? Transform from an ordinary Zanpakutō into a slender long halberd? It transforms from an ordinary Zanpakutō into a transparent ice blade, and even the user's clothing and appearance change as a result. Jujo Yuki had a hard time understanding what kind of rules the Zanpakutō forged by Gojo Naruto followed. She finally realized why Lord Tianyuan was interested in Gojo Naru. The existence of Gojo Naru is a complete anomaly in the entire world of sorcery. Even though he was very confident in his own strength, Jujo Yuki knew that he would die if he faced Gojo Naruto, who was in the state of Baisha penalty just now. The power of ice and frost has surpassed the limits of the world, and seems to have surpassed the essence of ice and frost and mastered the rules of the world. It's hard to imagine that this was used by a boy who was only 6 years old. Moreover, Gojo Naruto used this so-called Bankai to defeat a truly powerful person at the top of the world of sorcery who possessed a domain. This is the power of Zanpakutō, and also the power of Gojo Naruto. Kajuki Yuki looked at Sodi no Shiryuki, which had turned into an ordinary samurai sword in Gojo Naruto's hand, and at Ryujin Jaka, which fell beside it, and a guess began to arise in his mind. If Ryujin Jaka can also achieve this so-called Bankai, how terrifying will this Zanpakutō be? The Zanpakutō that was worth the powerful woman's special effort to snatch must have potential that is definitely beyond the imagination of outsiders. Perhaps it would be nice if Gojo Naruto could help me forge a Zanpakutō. Jojo Yuki became even more curious about the young boyfriend in front of her. This young man who can attract Tianyuan, this young man who can make her heart beat, is worth her spending more time and energy on. At this moment, Yuki Kajuku made up her mind that she wanted to get to know Gojo Naru more deeply, to understand this boy with 6 eyes who would definitely change the whole world in the future. Zenin Shinner picked up Gojo Naruto and turned around to leave. "Shinner, where are you going?" Gojo Xiongyan called out to Zenin Shinner, but Zenin Shinner did not turn towards the Gojo family. "Go home." Zenyuan Shinner's voice was very cold. "You're going the wrong direction. Ming needs to go back to the Gojo household to recuperate." Gojo Xiongyan's tone was very serious. "I will take him to his home." the Gojo family is no longer strong enough to protect him. Xinyuan Shinner told the truth that Gojo Xiongyin was unwilling to admit, but which was extremely heartbreaking. With the current strength of the Gojo family, if they were attacked again by the woman just now, they would still be unable to stop her. Currently, none of the Gojo family is able to expand their territory. The truly top fighting forces were only 6-year-old Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru. He originally wanted to stop Zenin Jiner from taking Gojo Naru away, but after hearing what Zenin Jiner said, Gojo Kamain had already realized that the Gojo family was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Although, with the blessing of Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō, the Gojo family has a very high status in the entire world of sorcery and has the momentum to completely suppress the Zenin family and the Kamo family. However, his lack of top-notch combat power made it impossible for him to refute Xinyuan Shinner. In front of Zenin Shinji, who possesses a Zanpakutō, and in front of a strange woman who possesses a domain, the team of sorcerers that the Gojo family has always been proud of are probably just rotten fish and shrimp in their eyes, right? Grandpa, are you just going to let Xinyuan Shinner take Master Ming away like this? Gojo Schwani whispered in Gojo Xionyin's ear. At present, only Zenin Shinner is the most suitable person to protect Gojo Naruto. Wu Tiaoxiong Yin shook his head, or rather, this was the most suitable method at the moment. Schwani, go and ask the chief of the Yuri and Amazu clan to come to the Urazuya and ask him to help heal Ming. Ming's body seems to have been under a lot of pressure after using the technique called Baisha Fa just now. Please pay more attention to him, Mr. Inamizu. Since he couldn't bring Gojo Naru back to the Gojo family, he could only make logistical arrangements. Got it, Grandpa? Gojo Jin nodded. The Gojo family had known about the Urazuya when it was first established. Now, the Zen temple even regarded the Urazuya as the safest place, so there was nothing wrong with it. After all, the place where the Zen temple is located is indeed the safest place at the moment. Shinner, I'll go to the Urazuya with you. Gojo Satoru's face was full of seriousness. As Gojo Naru's older brother, he had to stay by Gojo Naru's side when he lost consciousness. Gojo Shinichi also expressed his attitude. Finally, Xinyuan Shinner took a look around and expressed his agreement. Yuri's house. Upon hearing the news from Gojo Geniki that Gojo Naru was attacked, Yuri Inami was extremely shocked. What? The attacker is actually a sorcerer with a domain. A sorcerer who can manipulate gravity? Yuri Inami had never heard of such a person, but since he would take the initiative to attack the Gojo family, it undoubtedly meant that such a sorcerer did not belong to the camp of the Sorcerer Association. The other party is a curse master. However, Gojo Naru's record surprised Yuri Inami even more. In this era, a sorcerer who possesses a domain is basically invincible. Gojo Naruto is actually able to block the sorcerer's domain attack at this age, which is something that Yuri Inami could never imagine. After getting more details from Gojo Geniki and knowing that Gojo Naruto relied on Sodi no Shiryuki's Bankai, he once again refreshed his understanding of Zanpakutō. Bankai. It turns out that Bankai is a technique that can rival the domain. Yuri Inami had always thought that he took his Zanpakutō seriously enough, but now he thought that he was a little too arrogant. The Yagyu family really made a fortune this time. I believe that once this news spreads, those small families that have not been able to obtain the Gojo family's promise of sword forging will probably be jealous and crazy, right? A Zanpakutō actually possesses a technique that can resist the domain. Although this Bankai sounds extremely difficult, it is at least a hope. Some people previously thought that the Yagyu family gave this Suki no Sho, the foundation of their existence, to the Gojo family in exchange for a Zanpakutō, which was a huge loss. Now that we know the true power of Zanpakutō, I believe that no one will say such a big loss anymore, right? Fortunately, Gojo Naru had already promised Shoko before. At least the Yuri family has received a promise. Thinking of this, Yuri and Nami breathed a sigh of relief. Because of Shoko's existence, the Yuri family at least doesn't need to be as anxious as other families. Zanpakutō is not a wholesale item, and the Gojo family will definitely not allow such a strategic-level weapon to leak out easily. Don't you see that the other two of the big 3 sorcerer families don't have Zanpakutō at all? Compared with the Zenin family and the Kamo family, the Yuri family is much luckier. At least Gojo Naruto even offered to forge a Zanpakutō for Shoko. Although not as far-sighted as the Yagyu family, the Yuri family is also considered to have fallen behind. Moreover, the Yuri family also has a unique talent of reverse curse technique, which is very useful to the Gojo family. Thinking of this, Yuri Inami directly took out Yuri Shoko, who was ready to rest. Since he was going to treat Gojo Naru, Shoko must be brought along. Showing your presence in front of Gojo Naru more often will also make it easier for Gojo Naru to remember to forge a Zanpakutō for Shoko. Let's go. Where are you going? Yuri Inami had forgotten the place Gojo Jiniki had just mentioned, and it seemed that this time he didn't need to go to the Gojo family. Master Inami, go to the Urazuya. Gojo Jiniki reminded. Oh, go to the Urazuya. Yuri Inami nodded. Although he didn't know where this Urazuya was, he knew that he just had to follow Gojo Jiniki. Zen, temple home. When Zen and Naobi learned that Gojo Naru was attacked, his expression became very serious. Although he felt regretful about Gojo Naru, who had already had a conflict with the Zenin family, he did not care so much about Gojo Naru's life or death. Even if Gojo Naru really died in this attack, he would not feel too sorry. The Zenin family was originally the enemy of the Gojo family. The appearance of Gojo Naru completely broke the original balance between the two families. From the perspective of family interests, Zen and Naobi naturally hoped that the Gojo family would decline. However, what surprised him greatly was that a curse master with a domain was not able to kill Gojo Naruto. And all Gojo Naru relied on was the Sodi Shirayuki. Zanpakutō's Bankai. Gojo Naruto really didn't deceive me. Sodi knows Shirayuki really has so many techniques and such a powerful trump card. The Zenin family really missed a lot. Zen and Naobi felt extremely regretful. Now, Gojo Naru and his Zanpakutō system had begun to take shape in the entire world of sorcery. Gojo Naru, who was able to forge Zanpakutō, had become the hope of many small families. Once Gojo Naruto really lets go of the qualification to forge Zanpakutō, then the position of the entire Gojo family in the world of sorcery will definitely not be shaken by the Zenin family. Gojo Naru's experience of fending off the domain cursor with a Zanpakutō was definitely extraordinary. At this moment, no one wanted to delve into the identity of this curse master. They were only shocked at the power of the 6 Eyes godson of the Gojo family and the fact that the legendary Zanpakutō had such an exaggerated power. On the other hand, Shinsuke Zenin and Sennin Osamu Zenin, who have almost been judged as sinners of the Zenin family, are in an awkward position within the family. For some unknown reason, news leaked out that Gojo Naru might have cooperated with the Zenin family. As the opposing party of that cooperation, they completely destroyed the Zenin family's hope of rising again. Perhaps, because of the positions of the two families, the Gojo family would never provide any powerful Zanpakutō to the Zenin family. But that's just if. No one can doubt Gojo Ming's attitude, just because of something that has not happened. After all, Gojo Naru forged a special double-bladed Zanpakutō for Zenin Jiner. Who can guarantee that Gojo Naru won't forge more Zanpakutō for the Zenin family in the future? Such an assumption has no consequences. Therefore, the people of the Zenin family could only attribute everything to Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin Fan. Especially for Chanyuan Shinyi, who was eyeing their status, he didn't mind fanning the flames of such information. As Chanyuan Shinyi's elder brother, and with his own strength not weak, his status in the Chanyuan family was already unique. Zenin Fan no longer makes casual comments about Gojo Naru. Zenin Shinsuke has also completely given up the idea of confronting Gojo Naru. This battle has completely proved Gojo Naru's strength and the power of his Zanpakutō. If before, Zanpakutō was merely classified as a special curse tool without any special measurement standards, this battle thoroughly told them that the true power of Zanpakutō was enough to rival the realm of a sorcerer. All the small families have gone crazy and started rummaging through their boxes and cabinets, just to find the chips that can make Gojo Ming excited. The Kamo family. Without Kamo Shin, the great forging master, the Kamo family's influence became even weaker. There is no one to inherit the ancestral red blood manipulation technique, and the number of first-level sorcerers in the entire family has been caught up by the Yagyu family. If it were not for its 1,000-year history, the Kamo family would probably have been expelled from the big 3 sorcerer families long ago. As the head of the family, Kamo had always been speculating about the sudden death of his uncle who had always been in good health. He knew that this must be related to the Gojo family. Ever since Gojo and Neru forged the Zanpakutō that could release a pillar of fire, Uncle Kamo returned home in despair. A few days later, my uncle began to arrange his funeral arrangements and even specifically handed over the power of the Blacksmith Association to the Gojo family. The most important thing is that Gojo family did not say a word and did not even refuse and directly accepted the qualification. Therefore, it was obvious that his uncle had reached some kind of agreement with the Gojo family, and this agreement required his uncle to pay the price with his own death. Kamo was suspicious, but he didn't dare to explore it at all. Since my uncle used this method to end his life, it means that this inexplicable incident will have a huge impact on the Kamo family. In this situation, he could only choose to play dumb, not pursuing the matter, nor daring to pursue it. However, he still felt jealous of the performance of the new generation of the Gojo family. Gojo Naruto had forged many Zanpakutō and was able to fight against the domain curse master with the power of his Zanpakutō, and Gojo Satoru had also demonstrated the power of his unlimited technique this time. The 2 6-eyes sons of God from the Gojo family seemed to have secured the pinnacle of the future world of sorcery. How long will the Kamo family be suppressed by the Gojo family? Kamo was filled with reluctance. He knew that his family's ancestral technique was definitely not inferior to the Gojo family's unlimited technique, but when would he be able to give birth to a descendant who could master the red blood technique? Thinking of his domineering wife, Kamo didn't want to go back to his room. Have a baby. Give birth to a child with the red blood manipulation technique. This has become Kamo's obsession. Hongxing Palace. He attacked Gojo Naruto and possessed a power that surpassed that of a first-level sorcerer. A trace of doubt appeared on the face of the girl Tianyuan. As a sorcerer with the magic of immortality, she has many old friends in her memory. However, she felt that there was something unusual about this sudden appearance of the domain curse master. It should be an old friend. It seems that Gojo Neru's Zanpakutō is really extraordinary. It can even lure out old friends. Moreover, this Zanpakutō-esque technique can actually fight against the domain. Is it called Bankai? Is this Bankai an ability that only belongs to Gojo Naruto, or does every forged Zanpakutō have such a technique? If all Zanpakutō had such a Bankai technique, then this would be really fun. A smile appeared on the girl Tianyuan's face. Interesting. I wonder if Yuki can convey my message. I'm already looking forward to meeting this son of God with 6 eyes who shouldn't exist. In this long life, there are not many things that can attract Tianyuan's interest. And Gojo Naruto and the Zanpakutō he forged are the 2 things that Tenjin is most interested in at the moment. The Yorizuya. Seeing Kujuku Yuki following all the way back, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi were both confused. They had never seen Kujuku Yuki before, but since they had seen Kujuku Yuki standing with Zen and Shinji before, they assumed that Kujuku Yuki and Zen and Shinji were friends. However, what does this woman want to do by following me into the Wanshawu? Although this woman had made efforts to break the barrier before, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi could not let their guard down. The Yorizuya would be the place where Gojo Naruto would recuperate, and they would not let anyone whose identity was suspicious get close to Gojo Naruto. Facing the suspicion of Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Satoru, Kujuku Yuki once again revealed his identity. Master Tianyuan's messenger. Upon hearing that Kujuku Yuki was the messenger of Lord Tenjin, Gojo Shinichi's attitude changed instantly, and his original shock at Kujuku Yuki's strength became normal. being able to serve as Lord Tinyuan's messenger. This Gojo Yuki is definitely stronger than himself. Gojo Shinichi's original guess about Kyujuku Yuki's strength turned into confirmation. Are you the astral body next to Master Tianyuan? As a first-level sorcerer of the Gojo family, Gojo Shinichi also controls the rights to some intelligence. When he heard the surname Kujuku, he had already guessed the relationship between the woman in front of him and the Kujuku family in Kyoto. Now, hearing that Gojo Yuki was also Lord Tingen's messenger, he had overlapped Gojo Yuki with the information he had collected before. As a member of the 99 family and also the messenger of Lord Tianyuan, there is no doubt that the woman in front of her is the star plasma body of this generation. Astral plasma? Hearing this term, Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji subconsciously turned their heads to look at Kujuku Yuki. Zenin was very surprised at the identity of Kujuku Yuki star plasma, while Gojo Satoru was somewhat curious about it. He had only heard of the importance of Lord Tenjin to the world of sorcery, but he was not very clear about the situation of star plasma. Feeling Gojo Satoru's curiosity, Yuki did not object to revealing his identity and explained the relationship between astral plasma and Tenjin. The so-called astral plasma is a human being that appeared in order to be assimilated by Tengen-sama. When Tengen-sama, who possesses the immortality ritual, ages to a certain extent, he will evolve into a non-human state. Therefore, every 500 years, he must assimilate with the astral plasma to reset his physical memory. Gojo Yuki spoke of the information about the astral plasma in a very casual manner. Zenin Shinji and Gojo Shinichi fell silent, while Gojo Satoru was deeply impressed. Do we need to assimilate with Master Tianyuan in the future? From now on, you'll be Master Tianyuan. Gojo Satoru's perspective was very unique and instantly amused Gojo Yuki. Although Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto look exactly the same, Kujuku Yuki finds that he is not as interested in Gojo Satoru as he is in Gojo Naruto. Master Tianyuan is Master Tianyuan, and we will become one with Master Tianyuan. Gojo Satoru reacted. If the girl in front of him merged with Lord Tenjin, would she still have her own consciousness? Gojo Satoru wanted to ask, but Gojo Shinichi stopped him and shook his head secretly at him. I don't know. What is the relationship between Miss Jujo and Master Gojo Ming? Gojo Shinichi took the initiative to speak. Although Kujuku Yuki had played a huge role in the barrier-breaking operation just now, Gojo Shinichi still needed to understand Kujuku Yuki's purpose. Even if it is Lord Tianyuan, even if it is a star plasma body, he still has to check it carefully to avoid the situation like Gojo Ming being assassinated from happening again. I'm Gojo Neru's girlfriend. Besides, I have my own room in the Wanchu. Gojo Yuki opened his mouth and spoke. Such explosive news made Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi stunned. How is that possible? Gojo Neru had just been in seclusion for 2 weeks, and before that he had been forging his Zanpakutō, so he had no time to get to know Kujuku Yuki. How can I have time to fall in love? However, if the relationship between the two was ordinary, why would Gojo Yuki be so dedicated just now? When did Miss Jujo and Master Ming meet? Gojo Shinichi asked Gojo Satoru's question. He knew that today was the first time Gojo Naruto had gone out in a long time. Could it be that Gojo Naruto and Kujuku Yuki had just met for the first time today? Gojo Shinichi's guess was confirmed. I just met him today, right here. Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi looked at each other speechlessly, then turned their gaze to Zenin Shinji. They felt that this was not like Gojo Neru's style. Although the girl in front of them, Gojo Yuki, was indeed a very beautiful girl, it shouldn't be the kind of girl that would make a 6-year-old boy like Gojo Neru fall in love at first sight, right? Seeing that the two seemed to be very familiar with Zenin Jiner, Gojo Yuki immediately spoke to Zenin Jiner. Which room will I live in from now on? Even seeing what Kujuku Yuki was thinking, Zenin Jiner narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not think of exposing Kujuku Yuki. He could feel that Yuki Kujuku did have a good impression of Naruto Gojo. The most crucial thing is that Gojo Neru's current crisis has not been resolved. If Kyuju Yuki stays in the Yorizuya, it will provide a certain guarantee for Gojo Neru's safety. Although there are Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Satoru, in terms of real strength, Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Satoru are not as strong as Kujuki Yuki at the moment. Just live in a room next to Gojo Naruto. It will be convenient for you to take care of him. When Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Satoru saw Zen and Shinner's reaction, their expressions froze, and they seemed to have temporarily accepted Kujuki Yuki's identity. Juju Yuki herself was a little surprised at Zen and Jinner's cooperation. She had thought that Zen and Jinner would tell the truth, and she had also thought that Zen and Jinner would remain silent. However, she never thought that Zen and Jinner would cooperate with her so much and even arrange his room next to Gojo Neru. She didn't know what Zen and Shinji was thinking, but it was obvious that this man was happy with the relationship between her and Gojo Neru. Okay, since you're Ming's girlfriend, then you may need to spend more time and effort during this period of time. As Gojo Satoru finished speaking, the people who appeared at the door were stunned for a moment. Girlfriend? Yuri Inami, Gojo Jiniki, and Yuri Shoko, who was holding the hand of Yuri Inami, all looked at Gojo Satoru and the person Gojo was talking to, Kujuki Yuki, in shock. None of the three of them knew the identity of Kujuku Yuki. What's going on? Master Ming already has a girlfriend? If I remember correctly, Master Ming is only 6 years old? The girl in front of me looks like she is at least a high school student and must be 6 or 7 years older than Ming, right? Gojo Schwani was feeling doubtful. However, he did not say much. After all, he had witnessed the power of this strange girl before. Since Gojo Satoru has already acknowledged the girl's identity, he has no room for doubt. After all, in this place, his identity and status are the lowest, although he is the grandson of the current acting head of the Gojo family. Unlike Gojo Jiniki's Buddhist attitude, Yuri Inamichi's mood at this moment was very complicated. Although he had not agreed to the marriage proposal of the Gojo family's old patriarch before, in his heart he had always regarded Gojo Neru as his son-in-law. Otherwise, he would not have always let Shoko take the initiative to go to the Gojo family. But now it seems wrong. How can a teenage girl be the girlfriend of a 6-year-old boy? The girl in front of me must have some bad intentions. In an instant, Yuri Inami had imagined in her mind countless beauty traps that other sorcerer families had devised in order to obtain their Zanpakutō. At the same time, he secretly complained in his heart that this group of sorcerer families really had no shame at all and actually sent a girl to seduce Gojo Naruto. Gojo Neru is still just a child, although this girl is indeed a national beauty with an extraordinary appearance. Yuri Inami sighed inwardly, then looked down at her daughter, who was holding her hand. Well, my daughter is also very beautiful, but unfortunately, she is only 6 years old and looks more cute than beautiful. Moreover, it seems that his daughter doesn't seem to have any sense of crisis at all. Is 6 the age when love begins? It doesn't seem so. Alas, love begins at the age of 13 or 14. Yuri Shoko looked at the girl whom Gojo Satoru called Gojo Neru's girlfriend, her eyes full of curiosity. Just as Yuri Inami imagined, at her age, Shoko doesn't care about relationships between men and women at all. After all, she is only 6 years old now. No matter how precocious a girl is, she will not start thinking about falling in love at the age of 6. However, looking at Yuki Kujuku's slightly mature figure, Shoko felt a little envious. Seeing that Gojo Satoru seemed to want to say something to Kujuki Yuki, Yuri Inami interrupted him directly. Where's Gojo Neru now? Shoko and I will go check him out. No matter what, I still have to fight for my daughter. Shoko hasn't fallen in love yet, but that doesn't mean she won't regret it in the future, right? Once Shoko has seen such outstanding peers as Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto, it will be difficult for her to look up to other boys. As a father, he still has to keep a glimmer of hope for his daughter. The appearance of Yuri Inami instantly diverted Gojo Satoru's attention. Master Inami, here, you have to help Ming check it carefully. Ever since he used his Zanpakutō Bankai, he has been in a deep sleep. I don't know what's going on. Led by Gojo Satoru, Yuri Inami and Yuri Shoko entered Gojo Neru's room. Gojo Geniki, quietly came to the side of Gojo Shinichi. As the acting grandson, he naturally had to know something about the people related to Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru so that he could report the situation to his grandfather when he returned. Uncle Shinichi, what is the origin of this young lady? Just now, Master Gojo Satoru seemed to have mentioned that she was Master Ming's girlfriend. Gojo Jiniki asked in a low voice. Gojo Shinichi nodded calmly. After knowing that Gojo Xiongyan had changed his position, Gojo Shinichi no longer had the same tit-for-tat feeling towards Gojo Xiongyan as before. He also told Gojo Jiniki about the origins of Kujuki Yuki without reservation. What? She's actually an astral body? And she is also the messenger of Master Tianyuan? As a traditional sorcerer, Gojo Jiniki has great respect for Lord Tenjin. Lord Tianyuan protects the entire world of sorcery and is the patron saint of the world of sorcery. And Yuki Kujuku, as the messenger of Lord Tenjin, unexpectedly became the girlfriend of Naruto Gojo. This kind of news must be told to my grandfather. Seeing Gojo Jiniki hurriedly say goodbye, a smile appeared on Gojo Shinichi's face. When Zen and Shina responded to Jojo Yuki just now, he already felt that something was wrong. However, the identity of Jojo Yuki Star Plasma is unquestionable, so he can use Jojo Yuki's identity to crack down on other restless members of the Gojo family. Although Gojo Kumahara's position has changed, there are still some diehards of the Gemini Curse faction in the Gojo family. Lord Tianyuan is the most traditional person in the eyes of the traditional diehards. Now, this most traditional person has expressed his importance for Gojo Neru. Such a thing will definitely have a strong impact on the entire diehard faction. Therefore, no matter what the relationship between Kujuki Yuki and Gojo Neru is, Gojo Shinichi doesn't care. Since Kujiyuki himself thinks so and has expressed his attitude, then he and Zen and Shinji will just go with the flow and push forward. Such a development will be beneficial to Gojo Neru. At this moment, Gojo Ming, who was still in a coma, had no idea that his nominal girlfriend had already been locked down with the help of Zen and Shinji and Gojo Shinichi. The Five Family. After hearing Gojo Jiniki tell Kyuju about the identity of the Kisei Plasma and Lord Tengen's envoy, Gojo Kamein's expression was also full of surprise. He never expected that this strange girl had such a mysterious identity. Although the 99 families of Kyoto are not as powerful as the Gojo family in the world of sorcery, they're still considered powerful families in Kyoto. How could such a girl become the girlfriend of Gojo Naruto? Gojo Neru really creates surprises everywhere. In fact, the Kujuku family is secondary. The most important thing is the relationship between Kujuku Yuki and Lord Tenjin. Once Gojo Neru is able to establish a relationship with Lord Tenjin through Yuki Kujuku, it will undoubtedly be a huge boost to Gojo Neru's future development. Okay, I got it. Wu Chao Xiong, Yin nodded thoughtfully. Next, it depends on how he uses this information to make those diehards who are secretly rebelling against him stop. The Gojo family, the Kujuku family, and the Hashinoya clan. If these three forces are added together, even if the entire magic world unites, they would still not be their match, right? Such a delusion emerged in Wu Tiao Xiongyan's mind, but then he shook his head. Lord Tianyuan is the most mysterious sorcerer. What exactly is he thinking in his heart? As an ordinary sorcerer, he dare not make any guesses. However, judging from the current attitude of Kujiyuki towards Gojo Neru, Lord Tenjin should have a positive impression of Gojo Neru. Thinking of this, Wu Chao Xiong Yin felt a little worried again. The importance of the astral plasma to Master Tianyuan is beyond doubt. If Jojo Yuki is an astral plasma, he will definitely merge with Master Tianyuan in the future. Under such circumstances, Yuki Kujuku, who has an independent consciousness, becomes Naruto Gojo's girlfriend. So, if the time comes in the future when Lord Tianyuan really needs to merge, will Gojo Naruto be willing to accept it? In his opinion, Gojo Naruto is not the kind of person who would easily submit to authority. This boy has been challenging the secular rules since the moment he was born. Heaven curse and Zanpakutō. These are Gojo Naruto's tools for challenging and breaking the rules. Zen Temple Home. Zen and Nobito, who had not yet recovered from his Zanpakutō Bankai, was stunned again when he heard about the identities of Yuki's Star Plasma and Tenjin Messenger. He had never expected that Hong Shingon was actually involved in the attack on Gojo Ming this time. That unknown girl turned out to be this generation's Astroplasma, and it is said that he has an inexplicable relationship with Gojo Naru, which makes it even more difficult for Zen and Naobi. Originally, because of the power of Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō, the Gojo family had been invincible in the world of curse techniques. Now, the Gojo family is also related to the Hongxing Palace. Doesn't this make the Gojo family even more powerful? What's the girl's name? Zen Temple Zibrin looked at the intelligence officer in front of him with a very serious expression. Master Naobi, the girl's name is Yuki. The intelligence officers bowed their heads and reported. This name made Zenuan Zibrin sigh. He was just thinking that if it was an ordinary sorcerer, maybe it would be better. But 99, although the surname Kajuku is not very famous in Tokyo, he knows the roots of the Kajuku family in Kyoto. Once the Gojo family and the Kajuku family form an alliance, the two major strongholds of the sorcery world, Tokyo and Kyoto, will become the possession of the Gojo family. Is the Zenin family really going to decline like this? Zenonao Hito frowned. At this moment, he could not see any hope of letting the Zenin family and the Gojo family compete with each other. He was unwilling to accept it. He is now the agent of the Zenin family and has the decision-making power for the family. He absolutely cannot let the Zenin family fall into decline like the Kamo family. If the Chanyuan family really fell into decline in his hands, then he would definitely become the center of the Chanyuan family. A hint of sharpness flashed in the eyes of Zen Temple Zibrin. I was too soft-hearted before. Since the master has asked me to act on his behalf, I should execute the law of thunder. Thinking of his younger brother who had always disobeyed him and the Chiliner in the Zenuan family who had lost his edge, Zenuan Jibi had already made a choice in his heart. If the Zenin family wants to rise, they can only rely on Zenin Shinji, who has no magical power at all and is regarded as a heretic in the family. Unknowingly, Zenin Shinji had established a good friendship with Gojo Naru and, at the same time, gained a recognition of the Gojo family. If Zenin Shinji could successfully return to the Zenin family, then in the future the Zenin family's living space would at least not be compressed too much by the Gojo family. The Zen Temple Zibrin has made up his mind. We must let Chanyuan Shinner return to the Chanyuan family. The current Zenuan family has become too stubborn and corrupt. As the helmsman of the Zenuan family, he must not let the ship capsize under his hands. He wanted to find a new helmsman for the Chanyuan family, even if this helmsman would cause many controversies within the Chanyuan family. The Yagyu family. Yusuke Yagyu looked at Seimin and Hidetsugu, who had hurriedly returned, his expression full of confusion. The Yagyu family has few sources of information, and until now, he still doesn't know what happened to Gojo Naru. I didn't know that Gojo Naru had completed his Bankai. I didn't know that Gojo Naru was attacked, and I didn't know that Gojo Naru had a connection with Hongxingmia. What happened? Why did you rush out? In response to Yusuke Yagyu's question, Seimin Yagyu and Hidetsugu Yagyu looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. This time, although the two of them participated in the rescue operation of Gojo Naruto, in fact, during the whole process, except for Yagyu Seimin Hajime, who released his Zanpakutō twisting flower and attacked the nose ropes barrier, Yagyu Hidetsugu had basically no room to play. The two of them were more of a spectator, watching Zenin Shinji's strong body, watching the transformation of the 1,000 cherry blossoms in Gojo Satoru's hands, watching the terrifying spell of Yuki, watching the Gojo family's large team of sorcerers. Of course, the most important thing is that they watched Gojo Naru's Bankai and watched Gojo Naruto use Sodi no Shiryuki's Bankai to completely repel a curse master with a domain. What? A curse master? And he has a domain? When Yusuke Yagyu heard that the curse master was attacking Gojo Naru, his face was filled with shock. Is Master Gojo Naruto okay now? Yagyu Yusuke asked nervously. He could ignore other things, but he could ignore Gojo Neru, who was closely related to the Yagyu family. Yagyu Zaman and Yagyu Hidetsuga nodded. In the end, it was Master Gojo Naruto who completed his Zanpakutō Bankai and used the power of his Bankai to repel the attackers. An explanation of Yagyu Hidetsugu. You said that Gojo Neru fought off the attacking domain curse master himself. Although Yusuke Yagyu's spell power is not strong, he still has a very clear understanding of the level division of the entire spell world. In this era, there are only a handful of sorcerers who can control the domain, but Gojo Naruto can actually use his Zanpakutō Bankai to directly repel the domain cursor. When Yusuke Yagyu heard about this kind of thing for the first time, he felt it was just a fairy tale. How could this happen? But Yagyu Hidetsugu and Yagyu Zaman in front of him were witnesses of the whole incident. Yes, master. Yagyu Zaman's heart was still filled with shock. He placed the twisted flower on the table and stroked it gently. The power of that kind of Bankai is simply incomprehensible, and Master Gojo Naruto also told us that every Zanpakutō has the potential for Bankai, and whether Bankai can be completed depends on whether the owner of the Zanpakutō can make the Zanpakutō surrender. Twisting Flower has already brought him enough surprises. Now, thinking that Twisting Flower has other hidden powers, Yagyu Zaman can't help but want to explore it thoroughly. If Nika can complete Bankai, will she be able to compete with the Domain Curse Master? As a sorcerer with no talent for cursed power, all he could rely on was his sword skills and his Zanpakutō Twisting Flower in his hand. If he had been asked to face the sorcerer from the upper realm before, he would have had no choice but to surrender. Now that he has seen the power of Zanpakutō Bankai, he has an idea in his mind that he wants to become a person who can fight against domain sorcerers with his Bankai. After Yagyu Yusuke learned the whole story from the two people, his expression became much more solemn. You should be more restrained in the recent period. The Yagyu family has incurred public wrath this time. The other sorcerer families must be jealous as well. So, you must keep a low profile and stay at home if you can. Yusuke Yagyu didn't want to cause any trouble. He was very worried that the Curse Master was coming for Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō. So, without success from Gojo Neru, will he choose to attack the Yagyu family? Gojo Naruto's body is currently suffering from severe frostbite, but his body is recovering fairly quickly. He should be able to wake up after the frostbite is repaired. After coming out of the room, Yuri was still shocked by Gojo Neru's physical condition. He couldn't imagine that a person could survive after suffering frostbite from such low temperatures. That a body that has experienced absolute zero. How is it possible for an average person to lower their body temperature so low? Without anyone's further explanation, Yuri had already guessed that the changes in Gojo Neru's body must be due to the Zanpakutō Sodi no Shirayuki. As expected of Zanpakutō that can repel a domain cursor. However, using this technique also comes at a huge cost. Fortunately, Gojo Naruto's body is strong enough and can still maintain self-repair even under this kind of frostbite. If it were someone else, even their consciousness would probably be frozen by the absolute zero at this time. After hearing Yuri explanation, Zen and Shinji and Gojo Satoru all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he is an authority on reverse curse technique, and with Yuri endorsement, they finally don't have to worry about Gojo Neru's safety anymore. Master Dao Wang, why don't you stay in this Wanshawu for one night? Master Ming's body temperature fluctuates greatly, and we are afraid that something may happen again. Gojo Shinichi, who had just accompanied Yuri on the inspection, tried to persuade him to stay. Although Yuri is the head of the family and has a very high status, for the sake of Gojo Neru, Gojo Shinichi does not care about the abruptness of his behavior at this moment. Gojo Shinichi's words stunned Yuri but then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Ahem, Master Shinichi, Gojo Naruto's body is now stable. You don't have to worry. Even if I stay here, I can't cure Gojo Naruto's frostbite for the time being. But if you're really worried, I'll let Shoko stay here. If Shoko could stay here, it would be like being close to the water and getting the moon first. Originally, Shoko's reverse curse technique was not inferior to mine, so this could be considered as the last effort I, as a father, could make for Shoko. Both Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Satoru chose to accept Yuri Inami's proposal. Although Shoko is young, she has already mastered the reverse curse technique to a high degree. According to Yuri Inamichi's current statement, Shoko's current level is indeed sufficient to cope with it. Finally, Yuri Inami succeeded in keeping Shoko. Yesterday, there was only Zen and Shinjiro in the Urizuya, but today a large group of people have moved in. Zen and Shinji, Gojo Satoru, Gojo Shinichi, Kajuki Yuki, Yuri Shoko, and Gojo Neru. Looking at the group of uninvited guests around him, Chanyuan Shinner felt helpless. Fortunately, there were enough guest rooms on the second floor, which were enough to accommodate so many people. In the end, Zen and Shinji gave one of the two rooms next to Gojo Neru to Kajuki Yuki, so that Kajuki Yuki could keep an eye on Gojo Neru's safety. At the same time, the other room was given to Yuri Shoko. After all, Shoko's current identity is a doctor, so he should be closer to Gojo Neru. As for the other rooms, Zen Yuan didn't care much about them. However, he still left the room with good lighting that Gojo Neru had asked for before to Gojo Satoru. After all, Gojo Satoru was a shareholder of this Urizuya, just like him, so he still needed to be given some attention. After the attack on Gojo Neru was exposed, the entire Gojo family's power began to operate at full speed. The various dormant Curse Master organizations were suddenly attacked by the Spellcasters Association and then uprooted. This was full of surprises. It was really like a fire in the city gate that affected the innocent. These small Curse Master teams didn't even have the chance to commit a big crime before they were wiped out. As if to show goodwill to the Gojo family, many sorcerer families mobilized the power of their tribe and began to clear out the cursors. For a while, the entire Curse Master force was in a panic, fearing that they would be captured by a group of inexplicable sorcerers while they were sleeping. High-level meeting of Curse Masters. Akasawa Shisaka didn't expect Itadori Kaori to be so reckless and directly choose to attack Gojo Neru. The main thing is to attack. It's too embarrassing for a dignified domain sorcerer to not be able to successfully kill Gojo Neru. Akasawa Shisaku, dressed in monk's robes, has begun discussing with other participants to hold Itadori Kaori responsible for the recent losses of the entire Curse Master team. The entire high-level meeting of Curse Masters basically reached a consensus that Kaori Itadori must not be allowed to act recklessly. If they continue like this, these so-called high-level officials will probably be investigated by the Spellcasters Association and executed as criminals. At the scene, the top Curse Masters were waiting impatiently for Itadori Kaori. After being late for a full 10 minutes, Itadori Kaori, who looked unchanged and still as dashing as ever, appeared at the meeting. The girl still had a faint smile on her face, and she seemed not to be affected at all by the failure in snatching Ryujin Jaka. Another meeting is going to be held so soon? Weren't you guys quite cautious before? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Spellcaster Association? Itadori Kaori casually pulled out a nearby chair and sat down. A day had passed since she attacked Gojo Naruto, and the entire Curse Master force was in a state of panic, but she was not affected at all. She naturally also knew the real purpose of Akasawa Shusaku convening this meeting. She came here to attend the meeting just to see what kind of surprises the Curse Masters would bring her. What surprised Itadori Kaori was that as soon as she sat down, Akasawa Shusaku attacked her directly, asking her why she attacked Gojo Naruto. Isn't this the tone you set in the last meeting? You think that Zanpakutō will threaten the future development of Curse Masters, so there seems to be nothing wrong with me getting rid of Zanpakutō at the root? Itadori Kaori glanced at Akasawa Shusaku and other high-ranking Curse Masters, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Akasawa Shusaku's expression froze. They did discuss matters concerning Zanpakutō in the last meeting, but he never expected that Itadori Kaori would directly attack the Six Eyes Miko of the Gojo family. Would a normal person think of doing something like this? Doesn't Six Eyes attacking the Gojo family mean declaring war on the Gojo family? If you put yourself in their shoes, if they were in the Gojo family's shoes, they would probably start the cleanup work directly. Itadori Kaori, we didn't ask you to attack Gojo Naruto. Akazawa Shusaku loudly scolded the woman in front of him. As the leader of the Cursed Masters, he had almost forgotten how terrifying this woman was. A hint of impatience appeared on Itadori Kaori's face. Too boring. The drama she had been looking forward to turned into such boring accusations. This kind of thing really did not interest her. However, when she saw that other participants were agreeing with Akazawa Shusaku, she knew the real purpose of this meeting. Do you want to use yourself as a scapegoat? And then calm the anger of the Gojo family? Itadori Kaori touched the stitches on her forehead and deeply felt the inferiority of human beings. Is there something wrong with this group of people in front of me? Have these high-ranking Curse Masters present at the meeting forgotten why they were able to sit in this position? It was all because of her support and her cleansing that this group of people were able to sit here safely and discuss the future of the Curse Master. Now, these ants actually want to make themselves sacrificed? Are these people seriously ill? Najuo controlled Itadori Kaori's body, picked up a cup of tea on the table, and took a sip gently. I understand your demands. Why? Did someone from the Gojo family contact you? Itadori Kaori squinted her eyes and glanced around. Every participant she saw lowered their heads subconsciously. Even Akazawa Shusaku was no exception. None of them did not feel guilty. It's really evil. Cursors are also human beings. Their bad nature can never be changed. That's it. As expected, cursed spirits seem to be much more trustworthy than humans. Itadori Kaori was talking to herself, and Akazawa Shusaku and others couldn't hear her at all. However, Itadori Kaori's last sentence made him completely frozen. You are really a bunch of scum. Die in front of me. The domain is expanded, and the fetuses are everywhere. Itadori Kaori's domain opened, and the entire conference site was wrapped in energy. The people who originally thought that they could defeat Itadori Kaori together were no match for Itadori Kaori at all. All the participants were crushed to death under the pressure of the Taizu field. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Itadori Kaori shook her head and turned away. She felt that this group of people really wasted several hours of her time. She still has to go back to cook for her father-in-law and husband. At the Curse Masters meeting, many police officers surrounded the scene with warning lines. Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Tsubaki appeared here as members of the Gojo family. This is undoubtedly the same area as before. All the dead at the scene died at the hands of that person. All the Curse Masters investigated by the Gojo family died at the hands of the short-haired woman. This was completely beyond the expectations of Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Tsubaki. Although the strength of this group of Curse Masters is not top-notch, most of them have the strength comparable to that of first-level sorcerers. But this group of Curse Masters actually died at the hands of the same person, and from the looks of their remains, it seemed that they had no power to fight back at all, and they didn't even have a chance to make a move to fight back. Gojo Tsubaki's expression was solemn, as expected of a strong man who can control the domain. Even if it's one on many, he is not afraid at all, because he had not participated in the rescue of Gojo Naruto due to the previous mission. He had no idea about the pressure from Itadori Kaori at the scene. However, now that he saw this group of Curse Masters, who were no less powerful than himself, dying tragically in front of him, he finally understood why young Master Gojo Ming did not return to the Gojo family after the attack. Even the Gojo family might not be able to withstand such an enemy. Currently, among the entire big three sorcerer families, it should be that only Zenin Jiner, who has an extremely strong body, can provide some protection for Gojo Naru. At the same time, he was even more shocked by the fact that Gojo Naruto was able to fight this domain Curse Master on equal terms at the age of 6. He knew that Gojo Naru's reliance was not on physical strength, not on some Kendo skills, not on any physical combat. Gojo Naru's only reliance is the Zanpakutō that he forged himself. Zanpakutō and Bankai. These two words have become the freshest words in the world of spells. These two words currently represent potential and strength in the world of spells. Zanpakutō are rare to begin with, and only Gojo Naruto has successfully comprehended Bankai. Despite this difficulty, the major families still keep coming to the Gojo family, hoping to reach an agreement with Gojo Naruto. The most important thing is that even this group of curse masters want to snatch the Zanpakutō forged by Gojo Naruto. We must report to the Lord first when we return. We must not allow this sorcerer who can release domains to continue to run rampant. They thought that killing all their companions over a disagreement only happened in stories, but they never thought that such an incident would happen right before their eyes. The curse master should clean up properly. Gojo Shinichi's expression was very serious. Since the attacker was so flamboyant, let the curse master camp pay off the debt for Itadori Kaori. The Gojo family may not be able to get rid of a domain cursor, but it is still very easy to clear out a large number of cursors. Kaso didn't know that because of his action, the entire group of curse masters in Japan were attacked at the same time. The real son of God of 6 eyes has not yet grown up, and the curse masters actually still have some time to be active. However, due to Nozomi's action, curse masters are about to become rare animals. In the Wansha room, after being in a coma for 2 days, Gojo Ming finally woke up. Thanks to his strong body recovery ability and adaptability to his Zanpakutō, except for feeling a little dizzy, everything else is normal. Looking at the 2 girls on his left and right, Gojo Naruto was also very confused. He didn't think it was strange for Shoko to be here. But why did Kajuki Yuki also appear in his room? You're awake. Juju Yuki was more energetic and paid more attention to Gojo Naru. So the moment Gojo Naru opened his eyes, she noticed something strange, and her face was full of surprise. Shoko, who was standing by, immediately came to Gojo Naru's side and checked on him after he woke up. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Gojo Naru's body, she turned around and left to inform Gojo Satoru, Zenin Shinji, and others. She had no intention of showing off in front of Gojo Naru. Why are you here? Gojo Ming didn't know about the efforts of Juju Yuki outside the barrier at that time, so he didn't know why Juju Yuki appeared here now. I'm your girlfriend. I stayed by your side when you were injured and unconscious. Isn't that what I should do? Juju Yuki's face was filled with smiles, and his words still had the same flavor as before. Gojo Ming suddenly felt a headache. Didn't he win the bet before and asked Juju Yuki not to dwell on this topic anymore? No matter from which angle you look at it, Kajuki Yuki shouldn't continue to stay in the Urazuya. Ming, you're awake. The appearance of Gojo Satoru interrupted Gojo Ming's thoughts of continuing to ask questions. Woo, you've also come out of seclusion. In the last moments of Bai Xiafa, although he seemed to be awake, he was actually fighting based on instinct. He didn't even know in whose arms he fell in the end, or who came to the scene to support him. He had no idea about these things. Now that he saw Gojo Satoru coming out of retreat, he felt a little guilty. After all, Gojo Satoru should be in retreat learning the technique Shunjuan Tsang at this moment. Now that he has come out of seclusion because of the information he sent through his Zanpakutō, maybe Gojo Satoru's rhythm of learning the technique has also been disrupted by him. Gojo Satoru felt Gojo Naru's emotional fluctuations, and the emotional resonance between the twins allowed him to roughly understand Gojo Naru's thoughts. He smiled and whispered, I have already mastered the rotation of my technique. After you recover, I can also teach you some related techniques. Isn't this what you have always wanted to learn? Gojo Naruto showed surprise. He didn't expect Gojo Satoru to master it so quickly. However, it makes sense. Gojo Satoru is the most talented sorcerer of this era. He shouldn't be judged by ordinary people's eyes. Is this how my method of learning instant steps is solved? Immediately afterwards, Gojo Shinichi and Zenin Shinji also came to Gojo Ming's room, while Kajuki Yuki tactfully left and returned to his room. Shinner, what's going on with this Kajuki Yuki? Why is she in the Urazuya? When seeing Kajuki Yuki leaving, Gojo Ming immediately asked the questions in his heart. Upon hearing this question, Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Satoru were stunned and felt something was wrong. Judging from the tone of Gojo Naru, It seems that the relationship between Kujuki Yuki and Gojo Neru is not that close. However, before, Yuki Kyuji clearly said that she was Gojo Neru's girlfriend, and it was also confirmed by Zen and Shinji. The two of them also focused their attention on Chanyuan Shiner. They wanted to know the answer. Kujuki Yuki is the messenger of Lord Tenjin of the Hashinomiya. It's astral plasma. Very strong, stronger than both of you at the moment. Zen Yuan Shiner uttered 3 sentences and then fell silent. So, why do you assume that Yuki Kujuku is Neru's girlfriend? Gojo Satoru's words made Gojo Ming's body stiffen, while Zen and Jiner glanced at Gojo Satoru and made his words clear. We don't know where the curse master who attacked Gojo Naruto came from, and we don't know if he will come back again. In this case, we can let Jujo Yuki stay to protect Gojo Naruto. Why not do it? A trace of disgust appeared on Chanyuan Shiner's face. Besides, I didn't admit that Yuki Kujuku was Naruto Gojo's girlfriend. You were completely misled. That's you cooperating with her to mislead us. Thinking of the previous scene, Gojo Satoru retorted dissatisfiedly. Zen and Shiner rolled his eyes. If your strength is not as strong as others, there is no need for me to cooperate with Jujo Yuki. I don't think I'm the best in the world. For the safety of Gojo Naruto, it is good to have one more person to protect him. Gojo Ming's eyes were full of helplessness, and he was also a little surprised about Jujo Yuki's identity. He knew the identity of Kujuku Yuki in the original novel, but he did not expect that Kujuku Yuki came as the messenger of Lord Tenjin this time. If it was this kind of identity, there would be no problem for Zen and Shinji to keep Jujo Yuki. The most crucial problem is Yuki Kujuku's own attitude. Hopefully, the identity of Yuki Kujuku as her girlfriend is only spread within the Yurizuya. As soon as this thought appeared in Gojo Ming's mind, Gojo Satoru's next words completely shattered his hopes. However, because of your cooperation, the entire Tokyo Jujutsu community now knows about the relationship between Ming and Miss Jujo. The family was also happy to see this happen. Even in 99 families in the Kyoto sorcery world sent visiting cards to the Gojo family. Zen and Shiner crossed his arms and frowned, not caring about this kind of public opinion at all. Compared with safety, this kind of gossip has no lethality. Besides, isn't it the Gojo family themselves who are fueling all this? Gojo Satoru was suddenly speechless. Indeed, without the Gojo family's instigation, Kujuki Yuki's identity would not have spread so widely in the Tokyo sorcery world. Judging from their identities, Yuki Kyuju and Naruto Gojo are a good match. The only thing that seems abrupt is their ages. Gojo Satoru's performance made Gojo Ming realize that the current situation seemed somewhat out of control. He had only been unconscious for a while, but Kujiyuki had already become his nominal girlfriend, and everyone knew about it. Although he didn't hate Jujo Yuki, he did feel like he was being forced into a task. Is this Jujo Yuki's goal? But a girl shouldn't be like that, right? Does she really have such feelings toward herself? Gojo Neru felt that he should have a good communication with Kujuku Yuki. Moreover, as the messenger of Lord Tenjin, Gojo Naruto still doesn't know what kind of mission Juju Yuki is responsible for from Lord Tenjin. Although he is a time traveler, he still cannot ignore the contribution of Lord Tianyuan to the Japanese magic world. If there was no Tianyuan, then perhaps there would not be the current structure of the magic world. However, Gojo Ming felt very uncomfortable at the thought of meeting the strange-looking Lord Tianyuan. In his mind, Lord Tianyuan was that strange figure with a square head and multiple eyes. If he really wants to meet Lord Tianyuan, he still needs to prepare himself mentally. Ming, you just woke up. Take a good rest first. When Gojo Satoru and others saw that Gojo Ming was in a bad mood, they chose to leave and give Gojo Ming some independent space. Shiner, can you please call Juju Yuki for me? I have something to ask you. A hint of amusement appeared on Zen and Shinji's face, and he nodded slightly. He was looking forward to what would happen between Juju Yuki and Gojo Neru. While waiting for Juju Yuki, Gojo Ming was thinking about future plans. This time, being attacked by a noose was extremely dangerous. Because Nose Bolt did not attack the young Gojo Satoru in the original work, Gojo Naruto never took Nose Bolt too seriously. However, today's experience made him realize that he must not be as careless as before. Nozomi's target is very clear, is his own Zanpakutō. Since he became famous because of his Zanpakutō, he would naturally attract attention because of his Zanpakutō, and it was reasonable for him to endure the attack from a nose. I have to say that Nozomi's vision is still very good. He took a liking to his own Ryujin Jaka at first sight. If there were no system restrictions on Zanpakutō, once Ryujin Jaka was taken away by Noso, that old be asterisk 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 D, Noso could basically be said to be invincible in the world. Gojo Naru could only be thankful that he survived. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to change Gojo Satoru's ending, he would have died tragically. Fortunately, Sodi Shiryuki's Bankai was completed at the critical moment. Sodi Shiryuki with Bankai is really powerful. If Nose Stroke attacks later, as long as all the trump cards are not used, Sodi Shiryuki should be able to barely fight back by herself. Currently in the world of curse arts, the only one who can compete with Sodi no Shiryuki is probably Zenin Shijiro, whose physical state is at its peak. Gojo Satoru's technique has been mastered by Tsong, and I should be able to improve quickly in the field of instant step in the future. This time, Gojo Ming was determined to improve his instant step. After all, the Feng Jinzu technique was never out of date. If he couldn't win, he had to run away quickly. The reason why he was trapped by the noose this time was entirely because he was not proficient in instant movement. If I were proficient enough in instant movement, I should be able to escape in time as soon as I notice something unusual. This fight with Nozomi made Gojo Naruto realize his current shortcomings. Although there is no absolutely omnipotent warrior in this world, he is at least a cheater who is proficient in cutting, punching, and ghost fighting. There should be nothing wrong with making himself as omnipotent as possible, right? Thinking of Itadori Kaori, who was controlled by the rope, Gojo Naru frowned slightly. This time the noose was attacking him, so he had to fight back. Otherwise, he would seem too easy to be controlled. Now that Nozomi has taken over Kaori Itadori's body, she should be living with Itadori's father and the others. Although he doesn't know where Itadori Kaori is now, he knows that Itadori Yuji will study in Sendai in the future. Obviously, the Itadori family should live in Sendai. If you don't let me live well, then don't expect to live in peace. Although he certainly couldn't deal with Nisoko at the moment. After Nisoko attacked him, he and his family could not expect to live a good life in Sendai. Maybe because of his influence, Itadori Yuji wouldn't be born smoothly. In that case, he would like to see how Nozomi will carry out his future plans. There was a hint of coldness in Gojo Ming's eyes. He hadn't even made a move yet, but the noose had already taken the initiative to attack him, which showed that the deterrent power of himself and Zenin Shinner was not enough. In the future, with Zenin Jinner, himself, and Gojo Satoru, the strength of the three of them will have to continue to improve. Letting people attack whenever they want is too embarrassing. We need to speed up the improvement of Ryujin Jaka's affinity so that we can use Ryujin Jaka's Bankai as soon as possible. While Gojo Naruto was thinking, Jujo Yuki entered his room. Seeing this tall and beautiful woman, Gojo Ming felt a little helpless, but he still felt an indescribable pride for being entangled with such a beautiful woman. However, he still wanted to know the inner thoughts of Kujuku Yuki, and also wanted to find out the purpose of Lord Tenjin through Kujuku Yuki. Sit down. Gojo Naru sat up and made room for Jujo Yuki. Jujo Yuki looked at Gojo Naru and sat down with a smile on her face, looking very well behaved, as if the person who had previously advertised that they were boyfriend and girlfriend was not her. Miss Jojo, I am now your recognized girlfriend in name only. Tell me, why did Lord Tianyuan ask you to come here? I don't think Lord Tianyuan wants you to have a romantic relationship with me, right? Jujo Yuki coughed lightly and was about to speak, but Gojo Ming's next words blocked her words in her throat. Do astral bodies have the freedom to fall in love? When Gojo Ming said this, his expression was very calm, and there was no sign of any emotional fluctuations in his expression. Yuki knew that Gojo Neru was very mature mentally, but now that he was so mature, she still didn't know how to respond. Is this what Gojo Neru meant? Yuki was a little unsure. Even if you're an astral body, you still have freedom and love, right? She argued quietly. Oh, after the astral plasma was assimilated with Lord Tianyuan, was it you or Lord Tianyuan who was in love with me? Gojo Ming glanced at Yuki. He wanted to know whether Yuki knew the outcome of assimilation. When seeing that Yuki's expression darkened, Gojo Naruto already knew that Yuki knew the final outcome of being a star plasma body. Since Ms. Jujo knows this outcome, then isn't it a little unreasonable to advertise that you are my girlfriend? Gojo Naruto's emotions were very calm, but under this somewhat cold questioning, Yuki's emotions also began to become unstable. She is an astral body, yes, but she also has her own joys and sorrows. She is an independent person and was not born simply to assimilate with Master Tianyuan. Lord Tianyuan has indeed sacrificed a lot for the entire Neon, but why must he sacrifice himself? After all, Yuki is just a teenage girl now. Although she looks mature physically, she is not yet able to be so free and easy mentally. Now that she had taken the initiative to express her love for Gojo Neru, she was coldly questioned by Gojo Naruto. She felt very hurt inside. Can't astral bodies fall in love? She is also a girl, and she also hopes to have a love relationship. Even though she is destined to assimilate with Tianyuan in the future, she still hopes to be an independent girl and enjoy life in the years before assimilation. Master Gojo Naruto, my self-assertion seems to have affected you. I will clarify it. The girl's expression became very cold. As a powerful sorcerer and a star plasma body, Yuki also has her own pride. Feeling the changes in Yuki's emotions, a hint of surprise flashed in Gojo Ming's eyes. If he had always thought that Yuki was coveting his research on Tian and Shufu's bodies, now, after seeing Yuki's true feelings, he felt the emotions hidden behind Yuki's face. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming's tone suddenly softened. Miss Jojo, that's not what I meant. I've also heard about the astral plasma. If, in the future you don't need to assimilate with Master Tianyuan, will you still choose a boyfriend so hastily? Gojo Ming could feel the decisiveness and straightforwardness of Yuki Kujuku, but he could imagine what was forcing Yuki Kujuku to act so decisively. The only thing that could make a girl so decisive in love is probably her lifespan, which is totally beyond her control. Therefore, if Yuki Kujuku really becomes his girlfriend, he also hopes that Yuki Kujuku will not make the decision under such circumstances. Gojo Neru's words made Yuki's body tremble. She didn't understand what Gojo Neru meant. As a star plasma body, don't I need to assimilate with Master Tianyuan? Master Tianyuan needs to assimilate a young girl every 500 years. This is a long-standing tradition in the world of sorcery. How could it be possible that this has changed on my side? Facing Yuki's shocked eyes, Gojo Ming smiled bitterly. In fact, according to the development of the original work, even if he did not take action, Yuki did not complete the assimilation with Lord Tenjin in the end. Otherwise, why would Tenriko appear in the subsequent part? As to whether it was because Yuki awakened himself and refused the assimilation of Lord Tenjin, or if there was a problem with the assimilation between the two, Gojo Naruto was somewhat unsure. However, now that Yuki has established contact with him and has expressed his attitude, Gojo Naruto naturally also wants to make Yuki his own, whether it's a real girlfriend or a companion standing in the same camp. Yuki is the best choice as a teammate. This is a future top-class sorcerer, and also a reliable teammate who can protect his companions and ultimately sacrifice himself. If Gojo Naruto were allowed to choose, he would be very satisfied with Yuki's performance. In addition to the fact that it influenced Geto Sugiru's future path in the original work, it made Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru take two different paths respectively. However, Gojo Naru felt that this matter should not be blamed on Kyuji Yuki. After all, Geto Suguru had already gone astray under that circumstance. Even if Yuki Kujuku hadn't had that discussion, Geto Suguru would have eventually taken the path he had chosen. Not assimilated with Master Tianyuan? What does that mean? If Master Tianyuan does not assimilate, he will lose his consciousness as a human being and ascend to become a higher dimensional creature, which will have an impact on the entire world. A hint of worry flashed across Jujo Yuki's eyes, but at the same time, for some reason, she was filled with an inexplicable trust in Gojo Naru. The tradition that Lord Tianyuan has maintained for countless years seems to not exist at all in Gojo Ming. Miss Jojo, you came to see me this time with the invitation of Lord Tianyuan. I understand. After I recover, I will go with you to see Lord Tianyuan. In that case, I want to understand Lord Tianyuan's body. Maybe I can find a way to maintain its state without fusing with the astral plasma. Gojo Naru's tone was very calm, but for Jujo Yuki, it was an immense surprise. She did not doubt Gojo Naru's words because she knew that Gojo Naru had no reason to lie to her. Is it a Zanpakutō? Jujo Yuki asked with a nervous look on his face. Gojo Ming nodded. He did have in mind such a Zanpakutō that could solve Tengen's problem, but he still needed to analyze the specific situation. Knowing that it was really related to Zanpakutō, Kujuki Yuki immediately relaxed. Although Gojo Naruto is young, he is the only authority when it comes to the forging of Zanpakutō. Since Gojo Naruto said that Zanpakutō could possibly solve Tengen's problem, then all of this is really possible. As Kujuku Yuki's mood changed, the low pressure in the room suddenly began to change. Gojo Naruto looked at Jujo Yuki seriously. So, after knowing the situation, Miss Jojo, you should think carefully about your future life, right? We are not too old now, so we don't need to make decisions about our lives too casually. Jujo lowered his head from the base and looked at Gojo Ming, who was holding his chin with his hands, and his heart moved. Although there is a big age gap between the two, Yuki Kuju still feels the contrast between Gojo Naruto's mature mind and immature body, which makes him have a strong interest in her. For Kujuku Yuki, interest is the basis of emotion. Only under the premise of interest can everyone truly become a couple. I feel like there's no one else more suitable. Kujiyuki suddenly spoke up. For a girl like her who is gifted with luck, after seeing Gojo Naru's true strength, her standards for a boyfriend have been raised very high. Although Gojo Naru is only 6 years old now, Jujuyuki feels that he can wait. Gojo Ming was stunned. He really didn't expect that he would be so popular. After all, the woman in front of him was the pinnacle of beauty and strength in the future world of magic. If she insisted on being a couple with him, he couldn't seem to find a reason to refuse. Seeing Gojo Ming silent, Jujo Yuki took advantage of the victory and pursued him. Since there is nothing else more suitable, let's give it a try first. We can talk about it later if it doesn't work. Jujo Yuki's frankness made it impossible for Gojo Ming to refuse. The girl has already said this, and it seems a bit unmanly for the boy to still be entangled in this and that. That's all we can do for now. After I go to Hongxing Palace to meet Master Tianyuan, we can re-examine our relationship. Just like that, Gojo Naru and Kujuku Yuki passively became a couple under the influence of public opinion. Although the entire magic world still feels that the age gap between the two is a bit too big. However, thinking about the relationship between Kujuku Yuki and Hongxing Mia and the power of the Kujuku family in Kyoto, this issue completely disappeared after causing a period of commotion. 1 month later, inside the Yorizia, Gojo Naru's body has basically recovered completely, and Kujiyuki has also returned to Hongxing Palace to report the situation to Lord Tengen. And in another 3 days, Gojo Ming will go to Hongxing Palace to meet Tianyuan. During this period of time, in addition to recovering his body, Gojo Naruto also learned the techniques of instant step from Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru, who has mastered the technique of forward shift, blue, can indeed be called the fastest person in the world of sorcery. Although he cannot use the technique without lower limits, Gojo Naruto still analyzed the principle of the technique of forward shift, blew through 6 eyes, and learned the movement techniques. After a month of training, Gojo Naruto's instant step skills were greatly improved, and his fighting posture became more flexible. Even in the confrontation with Zen and Shinji, Gojo Naru, who used instant step, still made it difficult for Zen and Shinji to deal with. Gojo Naruto didn't have too much of an issue with his relationship with Kajuki Yuki, but this time he went to Hongxing Palace to meet Tenjin, partly to solve Tengen's astral plasma problem, and partly to prepare to collect both Tenjin and Kajuki Yuki as his own experience packages. By making the immortal sorcerer Tenjin and the future special sorcerer Juju Yuki his own experience packs, Gojo Naruto could already imagine how much experience he could get from these two people for free. However, he already had an idea about forging a Zanpakutō for Tenjin, but he still didn't have any special ideas about forging a Zanpakutō for Kajuki Yuki. Forging that Zanpakutō for Tenjin could change the future a lot. As long as Tenjin no longer needs the astral plasma, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru will not have the task of protecting Tenshu Riko in the future. At the same time, Geto Suguru will not let his inner views be shaken by Tenshu Riko's death. The most important thing is that there is no reason for Zen and Shinji and Gojo Satoru to fight each other. Although, with Geto Suguru's extreme personality, he might still embark on the path of purging humanity in the future, but this path can at least be delayed for a few years. Maybe I would have found a way to completely resolve the curse by then. Looking at Zen and Shinji and Gojo Satoru who were resting on the side, Gojo Ming shook his head silently. In the end, he still had to bear everything alone. Now, these two people can live in harmony here. All the credit goes to me. At the same time, when the news that Gojo Ming was summoned by Hongxing Palace spread to the world of sorcery, many sorcery families were shocked. If they were already shocked that Gojo Naruto had a girlfriend with star plasma, now, Lord Tianyuan was actually preparing to personally summon Gojo Naruto in Hongxing Palace. This kind of thing was too unbelievable. After all, in the past 100 years, apart from the star plasma, no one else was qualified to enter the Hongxing Palace. Now, is Gojo Ming going to be the first person to set foot in Hongxing Palace in 100 years? The Yagyu family. Yagyu Yusuke looked lucky. Luckily, I had established a good relationship with Gojo Naruto before, so I was summoned by Lord Tenjin himself. Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō must have been recognized by Lord Tenjin. Yagyu Saman and Yagyu Hidetsugu on the side nodded frequently. They have already recognized Gojo Naru, so they will think about many things related to Gojo Naru from a positive perspective. Zaman, has your Tsuzu reached the level of Bankai? As the only Zanpakutō that does not belong to the big 3 sorcerer families, you must work hard and do not embarrass Master Gojo Naruto. Yusuke Yagyu was very glad that he had handed over Tsuki no Tsurugi to Gojo Naruto under the persuasion of Yagyu Hidetsugu, and finally got this Zanpakutō Tsurugi in exchange. If I had hesitated at that time, then this great opportunity and this incredible wealth would have passed by the Yagyu family. Facing the patriarch's request, Yagyu Saman's expression was very serious. Compared with the head of the family, Yagyu Yusuke, Yagyu Saman was more anxious. He also wanted to see Satoru's Bankai, but this method of Bankai was indeed too difficult. Even after spending a month, he still couldn't find any information related to Bankai. Seeing Yagyu Saman's expression, Yagyu Yusuke also guessed the current situation. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that not only did Nijirai fail to complete Bankai, but even Gojo Satoru's Senbenzakura and Zen and Shinji's Kadenkai Katsu did not have Bankai. Currently, the only one who masters Bankai is Gojo Naru. As the forger of Zanpakutō, it seems natural that Gojo Naru is so ahead in progress. We still need to pay more attention to it. However, the association wanted you to participate in the exorcism mission recently. Do I need to help you turn it down? As for Bankai, Yagyu Hidetsugu couldn't help either, but he could still help Yagyu Zaman get rid of some troubles. Yagyu Zaman pondered for a moment and shook his head. No need. Master Gojo Naruto also comprehended Bankai, Hakuxia penalty, in battle before. Maybe participating in those purification missions can help me better comprehend the Bankai techniques. It's no use staying at home and working behind closed doors. I might as well go and complete the association's mission. Yagyu stroked the Zanpakutō Tsurugi in his hand, his heart filled with desire. But, unfortunately, even with such an eager mood, Nyahua did not give him the slightest response. Obviously, he is still a long way from achieving the goal of Bankai. On the other hand, many other small sorcerer families put aside the chips they had prepared before. It seemed that Gojo Neru, who was specially summoned by Lord Tianyuan, was worthy of their investment of more resources. Many small families had been rejected by the Gojo family before. They all knew that if they wanted Gojo Naruto to forge a Zanpakutō for them, if the offer was not attractive enough, they would not even have the chance to meet Gojo Naruto. As for the Zenin family, which is currently at odds with the Gojo family, they are full of resentment about Gojo Naruto being summoned by Hongxing Palace. At the same time, in their opinion, Gojo Naruto was summoned this time entirely because of his astral plasma girlfriend. Even as the six-eyed son of God of the Gojo family, he should not covet the star plasma. That is the key to Lord Tengen's future assimilation. The existence of such a relationship between Gojo Neru and Kujuka Yuki is simply a blasphemy to Lord Tengen. In their opinion, Lord Tianyuan would never let Gojo Ming go. And this time, he was summoned to the Hongxing Palace because Lord Tianyuan was preparing to punish Gojo Ming. There are endless speculations about what happened to Gojo Neru in Hongxing Palace. No one knows what kind of news Gojo Ming will bring to them when he goes to Hongxing Palace this time. Yuri's house. Although Yuri and Ami was not optimistic about Gojo Neru's trip to Hongxing Palace, he still hoped that Gojo Neru could successfully complete the audience with Lord Tengen. However, he still had some resentment in his heart about the fact that Gojo Neru's girlfriend, Yuki Kyuju, was a star plasma body. Isn't your own daughter, Shoko, good enough? Why do you have to provoke an astral plasma? This kind of thing is already very troublesome. Others didn't even have time to hide, but Gojo Ming actually came forward. Now you're in trouble, right? Yuri and Ami felt that Lord Tengen would definitely be angry about this. After all, the importance of astral plasma to Lord Tengen was self-evident. He glanced at Yuri Shoko, who was looking carefree nearby, and felt helpless. No matter what, at least finish forging Shoko's Zanpakutō. At the foot of Mount Fuji, the Okatsu tourists who set out from their hometown to Tokyo again felt an inexplicable surge of cursed spirits. Turning his head slightly, he saw a beast-shaped cursed spirit standing beside him, staring at him with a fierce look. He felt a sense of confusion in his heart, as this cursed spirit was a little special and unlike the ones he usually saw. It looks pretty strong. If you were allowed into the city, it would probably have a big impact. I will purify you right here. Ever since he met Gojo Neru and Gojo Satoru at the Gojo family, he is completely integrated into the world of sorcery. Even for cursed spirits that he usually wouldn't care about, he will now exorcise them to fulfill his responsibilities as a sorcerer. Okatsu Yudo's hands were burning with strong cursed energy, and just by relying on the surge of cursed energy on his body, the beast-shaped cursed spirit on the opposite side began to retreat. However, Okatsu Yudo, who had already taken action, would not let go of the cursed spirit in front of him. The cursed power was ejected while he was swinging his sword. He was confident that this cursed power was enough to kill the beast-shaped cursed spirit. However, to his surprise, at the moment when his cursed power was about to hit the cursed spirit, another huge cursed spirit appeared again, and actually resisted his cursed power and protected the beast-shaped cursed spirit. What is going on? Okatsu visitors who saw this scene for the first time were somewhat surprised. But then, he heard a childish male voice. "Uncle, why are you attacking my cursed spirit?" A boy in school uniform appeared behind the huge cursed spirit. The boy touched the two cursed spirits with his hands, and the two cursed spirits disappeared beside the boy. Is this boy also a sorcerer? Okatsu Yurin's expression was a little surprised. Were those two the Shikigami of the boy in front of him? It seemed that they were not really Shikigami. They were more like summoned creatures. Looking at this special boy with a bun and a fringe on the left side of his forehead, Okatsu asked with great interest, "Little friend, are you a sorcerer?" "I'm sorry, I thought these two cursed spirits were ownerless, so I was going to exorcise them, but I didn't expect they were actually your summons. Is your technique to summon cursed spirits?" Seeing Okatsu yearn apologize, the boy's stinky expression calmed down a lot. "My technique is not summoning, but manipulation." The boy revealed a little information about the technique, and then shut up. "Well, hello. What's your name?" "I'm from Okatsu, and I went to Tokyo and passing by Mount Fuji." "You're so young. What are you doing in Mount Fuji?" Okatsu walked up to the boy. After meeting Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru, he no longer dared to look down on children. 80% of a sorcerer's power comes from his talent, and his innate spells are his most basic means of combat. Therefore, the strength of the magic technique also determines the strength of the sorcerers in most cases. Seeing that the other party had directly said his name, the boy responded out of politeness. "My name is Gojo Satoru, and I came to Mount Fuji for my own business." The young boy Saiyojia was not going to tell Okatsu his real purpose. After all, he didn't know whether Okatsu was friendly or not. After saying this, Gojo Shio walked directly towards Mount Fuji. "It's quite dangerous in the mountains. Although you are a sorcerer, you should not go up the mountain alone. Where are your parents?" Okatsu saw Gojo Satoru leaving and started shouting. But unfortunately, Gojo Satoru ignored the Okatsu visitors and directly summoned the beast-shaped cursed spirit again, rode on it, and rushed towards the top of Mount Fuji. When Okatsu saw Takashi Sugiru's actions, his expression was very helpless. However, he also admired Takashi Sugiru's vigilance. However, he was still a little worried about letting a little boy who looked only 5 or 6 years old climb Mount Fuji by himself. Moreover, he was also somewhat curious about the real purpose of Gojo Satoru's appearance near Mount Fuji at this time. The beast-shaped cursed spirit was very fast, but for Okatsu, who had abundant cursed power, it was not difficult to catch up with it. "Hey, Gojo, are you heading to the top of the mountain? What are you going to do?" Seeing Okatsu catching up with his cursed spirit directly with his body, Saiyuji's squinting eyes slightly opened, with surprise on his face. The man in front of him, named Okatsu, is very strong. The cursed power he possesses is completely beyond the level of the cursed spirit that just attacked him. Realizing that he was no match for Okatsu, Saiyojie relaxed his vigilance. After all, in this situation, if Okatsu had any ill intentions towards him, he would have no ability to resist. "Yes, there's what I need on the top of the mountain," Saiyojie replied, urging the cursed spirit under him to move faster. Mountaintop. Mount Fuji is an active volcano. He is not very worried about Gojo Satoru now, but he's a little worried about whether Mount Fuji will undergo any changes under the influence of Gojo Satoru's curse. After all, he is just a 5 or 6-year-old child who possesses the special ability to manipulate cursed spirits. Once he does anything to Mount Fuji, it is very likely to induce the eruption of Mount Fuji. Moreover, although the distance was far, he still felt that there seemed to be another kind of cursed power on the top of Mount Fuji. Could it be that the cursed power is the goal of this boy named Gojo Satoru? Tourist Okatsu was worried about both Gojo Satoru and Mount Fuji, so he decided to follow Gojo Satoru all the way to the top of Mount Fuji. When Gojo Satoru saw that Okatsu had been following him, he felt a little helpless. His target this time was a cursed spirit that was about to be born. Originally, he wanted to prepare in advance and use a spell to contain the cursed spirit when it was about to be born, but now that Okatsu was here, his goals seemed to be exposed. Unfortunately, Gojo Satoru did not have the perception of Okatsu, so he did not know that there was already another sorcerer waiting on the top of the mountain. At the crater of Mount Fuji, Jujutsu stood on the top of the mountain, staring at the crater with a solemn expression. She didn't know why Lord Tenjin asked her to come and get the unborn cursed fetus, and why it would be beneficial to Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō. However, since it was something beneficial to Gojo Naruto, she might as well take it back to Hongxing Palace. As for the cursed power emerging from the foot of the mountain, Kajuka Yuki did not take it to heart. At present, she is confident that she can deal with all the coveters. Gedo Suguru and Okatsu tourists climbed to the top of Mount Fuji. When they saw Juji Yuki, both of them were stunned. Gedo Suguru didn't expect that there was a beautiful woman standing on the top of the mountain, while Okatsu was shocked that the woman in front of him had such strength that even he felt threatened. This is a restricted area. What are you doing here? Juju Yuki looked at the two people in front of her with a frown on her face. She was carrying out Lord Tengen's mission and didn't want to bother with these two people at all. There is a cursed fetus currently being gestated in the crater of Mount Fuji. In a few days, this cursed fetus will give birth to a cursed spirit. And Lord Tengen said that this cursed spirit is closely related to Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō. So, if possible, she would clear away any obstacles. Beautiful sister, we are just passing by. When Gedo Suguru saw that Kajuka Yuki's attention was always focused on the crater, he also had some related guesses in his mind. Okatsuyudo was pulled aside by him and asked about his cursed power. What is your purpose here? The tourists in Okatsu looked at the young boy Gedo Xiaoyu curiously, knowing that the boy's target must be related to the woman at the entrance of the mountaintop. Then can you help me hold that woman back? Xiaoyujin nudged Okatsuyudo's ribs and explained. Okatsuyudo, why do you do this? Xiaoyuja was silent for a moment, then explained the principles of his technique in a low voice. When Okatsu learned that Gedo Suguru's technique was cursed spirit manipulation and that he came to Mount Fuji for a new cursed spirit that was about to be born from the cursed fetus, his expression changed. The cursed spirit in Mount Fuji? The faces of the Okatsu tourists were a little serious. The cursed spirits that could be born in Mount Fuji and those born from natural disasters were basically of special grade. Although this cursed spirit has not been born yet, it is still a seedling of a special grade cursed spirit and is definitely not something that a 5 or 6-year-old boy like Gedo Xiaoyu can control. Xiaoyujia whispered, That's right. Just help me hold this big sister back, and then I can take the cursed fetus away from the volcanic magma. I can also directly control the cursed spirit inside through magic. Although Gedo Suguru looks mentally mature, he is still just a child after all and does not understand the dangers of adult society. The moment Gedo Suguru finished saying this, Okatsuyudo picked him up. Hey, young lady, this kid is trying to steal the cursed fetus from Mount Fuji. Do you have the same goal? Uncle, you actually betrayed me. Xiaoyujia struggled with his teeth and claws bared. Jujuyuki instantly turned his head and looked at Gedo Suguru. I originally thought that she was the only one who knew about the cursed fetus in the volcano, but I didn't expect that these two strangers also knew about the cursed fetus in the magma. Moreover, this strange little boy actually has the means to steal the cursed fetus? Jujuyuki walked to the side of Gedo Suguru. This time it's a mission for Hongxing Palace, so I'm going to take this cursed fetus back to Hongxing Palace. No matter what your purpose is, I demand that you leave immediately. Jujuyuki directly stated the identity of Hongxing Mia. After learning about Kujuyuki's origins, Okatsuyudo suddenly realized that what he had previously perceived was not wrong. This person was stronger than himself. Therefore, this little brat, named Gedo Xiaoyu, who was beside him, was really courting death by trying to snatch the cursed fetus from Hongxing. However, when he heard the name Hongxing, the first person he thought of was Gojo Ming. Before he passed by Mount Fuji, he had already heard that Gojo Ming was going to Hongxing Palace to meet Lord Tengen. Now, someone from Hongxing Palace actually appeared here, and he was very curious. The entire sorcery world was filled with various opinions regarding the incident of Gojo Nara meeting Tengen. Some say that Lord Tengen is interested in the Zanpakutō forged by Gojo Naruto, while others say that Gojo Naruto and Lord Tengen's astral plasma are in love, so Lord Tengen has a problem with Gojo Naruto. This time, he was originally planning to go to the Gojo family to meet Gojo Ming. Now, with the presence of people from the Hongxing Palace here, it seemed like he could just ask about Gojo Ming's situation. Excuse me, miss, I want to ask. As soon as tourist Okatsu opened his mouth, the entire Mount Fuji suddenly shook slightly. Ordinary people may not be able to feel this kind of shaking, but as sorcerers, Kajuki Yuki and the other two can clearly perceive that the source of the shaking is coming from the Mount Fuji. To be more precise, it is the cursed fetus that comes from inside Mount Fuji. Jujo Yuki realized that this must be the time that Lord Tenjin told her. She simply drew out the Phoenix Wheel, swung it straight up like a whip, and cast the Star Wrath spell on the Phoenix Wheel. Under the impact of the high mass, the Phoenix Wheel was thrown directly into Mount Fuji. This time, she not only wants to take away the cursed fetus, but also eliminate the eruption crisis of Mount Fuji. After discovering the special changes in the cursed fetus inside the mountain, Xiaoyuji's expression was somewhat shocked, but at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he thought that this cursed spirit was only level 1, and with his secret technique, as long as he could obtain the cursed fetus, he could easily control it. Judging from the situation now, this cursed spirit should be of special grade, and is currently completely beyond his control. Thinking of this, Geto Suguru suddenly felt a little scared. He looked up at Okatsuyuto. If Okatsuyuto had really cooperated with him to steal the cursed fetus, then he might be the one in danger at that time. You little brat, you really dare to think so? The girl just now is so powerful that I can't even match her. Even if you have the spell spirit manipulation technique, you still dare to snatch food from her mouth. Xiaoyujin nodded with a bitter face. I didn't expect the cursed spirits in Mount Fuji to be so strong. They are top-grade cursed spirits when they are born. No wonder the people from Hongxing Palace have been staying here all this time. However, according to my calculations, it shouldn't be time for this cursed spirit to be born yet. Why are the staff from Hongxing Palace waiting here so early? Xiaoyuji had already known about it in advance and arrived early, but he never expected that the people from Hongxing Palace arrived even earlier than him. After a short wait, the Phoenix Wheel rushed out of Mount Fuji unscathed, and its body was wrapped in a red sphere in which a mysterious figure could be vaguely seen. On the agreed day, Gojo Ming, Gojo Satoru, and Zen and Shinji arrived near Hongxing Palace at the same time. The entire world of sorcery is paying attention to Gojo Neru and his group. The appearance of Hong Xinggong, who has not appeared for a long time, in the world of sorcery is definitely extraordinary. Although Gojo Naruto felt that Tenjin would not do anything bad to him, he still asked to take Zen and Shinner with him. As for Gojo Satoru, it was just because he wanted to go. 3 distinguished guests. Lord Tianyuan invites you. A girl went out to greet Gojo Naruto and the other 2, but it was not Kyuju Yuki. Gojo Naruto was a little puzzled. This was different from what they had agreed upon. At the beginning, Kyuju Yuki said that she would come to greet them in person. However, he did not dwell on it too much, because he had already noticed that the Zen temple had become more vigilant. Under the current circumstances, with the strength of Zen temple, even Hongxing Palace should not be able to get rid of them silently. As long as Chanyuan Shinner is given a chance to fight back, even the mysterious Hongxing Palace will probably be torn to pieces by Chanyuan Shinner and Huatian Kwangu. On the other side, a corner of Hongxing Palace, Okatsuyuto and Geto Suguru stood in front of the cursed baby, controlling its state with helpless expressions on their faces. On Mount Fuji, after Okatsu revealed Geto Suguru's purpose, Kyujuki Yuki actually chose to take the 2 of them back to Kiribo Hero Shrine. After meeting Lady Tianyuan, who was a woman, the 2 were treated as coolies to maintain this cursed fetus state. According to Lord Tianyuan's words, this seems to provide an opportunity for Gojo Ming. I never thought that Lady Tianyuan is actually a girl. Geto Suguru used the curse spirit manipulation technique to suppress the development of the cursed fetus, and his expression was a little surprised. He had thought that Lord Tianyuan, who possessed the immortality spell, was an old man, but he had never imagined that Lord Tianyuan was actually a young girl who probably only looked to be in her teens. All astral plasma bodies are female. The fact that Master Tianyuan has assimilated with astral plasma bodies basically confirms that Master Tianyuan is a woman. Okatsu analyzed it for Geto Suguru, showing his profound knowledge. However, in fact, in his own heart, he was also a little surprised that Lady Tianyuan was such a young girl. As for what Lord Tianyuan asked him to do, although it was aimed at Gojo Neru, he did not feel any hostility from Lord Tianyuan. The girl from Hongxing Palace led Gojo Naruto and the other two into the room. The three of them looked around curiously, but after a moment, an inexplicable cursed force began to attack Gojo Naruto and the other two. The entire Hongxing Palace suddenly flipped and pieced together like a Rubik's Cube. Gojo Ming, Gojo Satoru, Zen and Shinji, and the Hongxing Palace girl seemed to be standing on different space squares. The three of them grasped their Zanpakutō at the same time. There is something wrong with Hongxing Palace. Why is it so? Is Tianyuan really hostile? This thought emerged in Gojo Ming's mind. The next second, the entire space began to be blocked, and Gojo Ming, Gojo Satoru, and Zen and Shinner were directly wrapped by three space gridlocks and completely separated. Ming, wait for me to rescue you. Wait for me, it will be quick. Before the square was completely blocked, Gojo Satoru and Zen and Shinner asked Gojo Ming to wait to be rescued. Gojo Ming curled his lips when he heard this. He didn't think he was the weakest. No matter how bad the situation is, I can still use Bankai, Baishiao Fa. He wanted to see what tricks Tianyuan, who lived in Hongxing Palace, was playing. At the same time, Geto Suguru received an order from Lord Tenjin to withdraw the cursed power that was suppressing the birth of the cursed fetus. The entire cursed fetus began to beat violently, as if the cursed spirit inside the cursed fetus would be born in the next second. Bang, bang, bang. Gojo Ming, who was in a silver space, looked a little confused, as if this space was meant to control him and there was no means of attack. However, the constant B************ G sounds made him feel a little strange. Are there other creatures in this space? This sound sounds like the heartbeat of a living creature. Gojo Ming listened attentively and finally heard the source of the sound. As his 6 eyes stared, the disguise of the voice was completely eliminated. At this time, Gojo Naruto realized that this was a cursed fetus. How could the cursed fetus appear in the Hongxing Palace? Gojo Naruto looked puzzled. No matter how you look at it, it seems that Hongxing Palace and the cursed fetus are not a good match, right? However, he did not have time to worry about anything, because he could feel that this cursed fetus was about to be born, and the strength of this cursed spirit that was about to be born was not weak. He didn't know what Tianyuan was thinking, but in order to end the battle quickly, he planned to use Sodi Shirayuki to kill the cursed spirit directly to avoid any further complications. In the Hongxing Palace, Zen and Shinji and Gojo Satoru have already begun to unravel the Kaiten Kaikatsu and Senbonzakura respectively. With the support of their Zanpakutō and their own powerful strength, both of them are confident that they can end the battle as soon as possible and go find Gojo Neru. However, to the surprise of the two, before Gojo Satoru and Zen and Shinji could use their powers, the square space that blocked them seemed to melt, revealing the scene of the outside world. What's going on? This thought emerged in both of their minds at the same time, and around the space grid, a group of people appeared in front of the two people. The strange girl, Yuki Kujuku, Yudo Okatsu, and Geto Suguru. Everything was very strange. Gojo Satoru and Zen and Shinner couldn't tell for a moment whether Juju Yuki was an enemy or a friend. After looking around and not finding Gojo Neru, Gojo Satoru and Zen and Shinji suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the strange woman next to Kujuka Yuki. Although they did not know the identity of this person, from her position and posture, they had guessed that this person should be the master of Hongxing Palace, Lord Tianyuan. Since Lord Tianyuan has made such a move, don't blame them for fighting back. Lord Tenjin is doing this for Gojo Neru. Jojo Yuki took out the Phoenix Wheel and directly used Star Fury to resist the attacks of the two. At this moment, Okatsu Yurin also chose to stand on the side of Kujuka Yuki and help Kujuka Yuki resist Gojo Satoru and Zen and Shinji. Before, Gojo Satoru had not recognized Okatsu Yudo, But the moment Okatsuyudo made his move, he sensed the fluctuation of cursed energy in his body and confirmed his identity. Okatsu, why are you also standing against the Gojo family? Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He didn't think that Tianyuan, who had just launched an attack upon entering Hongxing Palace, had any good ideas for them.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.